Chapter 39, Omake 7, A Little Bukharin, c. A daughter is a treasure and a cause of sleeplessness. Ben Sirach. Something odd was happening. The moment I realized that this was the first time in a long while since I found myself alone with Nora, I knew that this was indeed a rare event for me to be blessed with. With Sienna being busy with her paperwork back in her office, and both Ran and Cinder having stuck around school for their own reasons, I was surprised that I was actually watching the TV with my stepdaughter and that she was being surprisingly quiet for some reason. Do you think she is angry at someone? She seems more sad than angry. The girl was indeed quiet while watching the weather forecast that the screen was currently displaying, and I couldn't help but worry that something bad had happened at school and she wasn't telling me anything about it. I wondered for a while if I should have let this go without my intervention, if I was to let her handle the pace of this argument on her own. But I was her dad, and so I decided to be a pest about it by giving her arm a soft nudge with my elbow. The girl blinked, tensing up and snapping her attention away from her distracted look as she glanced up at me. Is everything all right at school, sweetie? I asked quietly. You're oddly quiet today. An uneasy look swiftly appeared on her face, replacing the confused one. She seemed to think seriously about the topic, never speak up or allowed herself to keep quiet about it and delay what we both knew was inevitable. I would have learned of the truth one way or another. Directly or indirectly. I wanted to ask you something, Dad. But I don't know if you are going to be happy with it. I blinked, feeling perplexed at that strange response. I mean, you can ask. It's not like I can exactly get angry for you asking me anything school-related, Nora. Despite my assurance, Nora still looked fairly unsure if she could speak about it or not. This was now concerning me about her situation a lot. For the topic to be that much to bring her mood to this low, it had to be something incredibly unpleasant, or something she considered I would find unpleasant. Still, much to my minor relief, the girl decided to speak up and give me a clear sight of what was the problem. The teacher gave us an assignment about family trees, the child finally explained. And she wanted us to compile a simple drawing with our names, the ones of our siblings, parents and grandparents. Oh. While it's quite unpleasant, surely you wouldn't find it a reason to say no to her. I wanted to ask you if you wanted to tell me more about them and, yeah, Nora deflated even more while saying that. If you don't want, the teacher said Ren and I could have just skipped the assignment and do something else. But at this point, it wasn't just a matter of doing the assignment or not. It was about learning some more about the Bukharin family. And that was a rather confusing thought to be handling considering how protective I was about this sensitive information. Still, since Nora was part of my family in all but blood, I couldn't certainly deny her the truth about the rest of US. It was just a duty to make sure she knew who came before me, and who she was related to. I guess I can tell you about them, I muttered with a nod. About your grandparents. Her blue eyes lit up in full attention. Shifting closer, she leaned onto my arm as I started to list out the two individuals. Your grandfather is Frank Bukharin. He was a hard-working man that, albeit stuck in a mediocre job, still managed to be there for his family and instill a form of honesty that it's pretty much the core of our family. I started with my dad. He was eccentric, kind of insane at times, but he was still a nice fellow that kept around when he could. He sounds a lot nice. He would love to spend time around and play with you and Ren if he was there. He wasn't the best in handling me as a kid, but he seemed to get better when. I paused, my chest squeezing unpleasantly as I remembered the bit I really didn't want to talk about. When he helped around with my younger cousin. The girl nodded, seemingly failing to notice the little diversion I had gone for. Next is Tonia Bukharin. When I was born, your grandmother decided to leave her part-time job and become a full-time housewife. She was around the most during my childhood, mostly because your grandfather would have to leave for work for some hours early in the morning, only to return just before dinner time. I continued with a small smile, remembering fondly of my mother and her loving manners. She is a brilliant cook. And I learned much of what I can do from her. Can she make cakes and lots of them? The child asked in wonder, almost salivating at that possibility. I nodded. She loved to bake lots of sweet things. And pancakes. That got Nora to giggle and lean even more onto me. I ruffled some of her hair, making her giggle some more at the affectionate gesture. Still, as I concluded that introduction, I felt even more unhappy with the fact I was holding back a third and perhaps the most important member of that close family. I looked down on Nora, and I wondered if it would have been right if she ended up making that family tree without her in it. There is, also a third individual I believe you should know about, dearie, I muttered quietly, looking back at the TV screen. Someone that I don't believe I've mentioned to you until now. That brief comment got a curious look out of the child, but instead of asking who I was talking about, she allowed me to elaborate on my own that development. Could she be feeling that I was having some trouble with it? Maybe. But I wasn't planning to stop now that I addressed this third member. Maria Bukharin. She is, your aunt, and my younger sister, I spoke up quietly. She is cheeky, smart-assed and somewhat frustrating at times to handle. A little pest ever since she could walk and talk, but also someone that wouldn't mind helping the family when it needed assistance, and she would be rather sweet at times. She would be delighted by you if she was there. Perhaps lament that I didn't pamper you even more than I do. Dad, do you miss them? I do, I admitted calmly. I always dream of having the chance of meeting them again. To let them know that I'm fine, that you and Ren are now part of the family. That Sienna is my girlfriend and, about other things. The girl nodded, nuzzling onto my arm as I pulled her closer in a half-hug. I've thought about what would happen if I had the chance to go back, even now. But, the more I think about it, the more I realize I can't just exactly leave. Not when I would leave part of my family behind. Blue eyes gleamed with a confused look as I lifted her up and held her in front of me. I gave her a small smile, trying to fight off the sadness of having decided to keep around to the very end, deciding against going back home if I was given the chance to, as now I had too many responsibilities there to back out from my current problems. Look at you. A little Bukharin, I mused mirthfully. My lovely daughter. That was what the girl needed to hear to break off my little hold and slam herself onto my chest in a moment of emotional pique. Burrowing her head onto my shirt, she grasped around my waist in the tightest of hugs, prompting me to return the hug shortly after. There were no tears, only hugging as we enjoyed the rest of the day in relative peace. Cooking, cleaning, playing around by the nearby park, and then spending some time with the others once they were done with their own things. And while I thought this conversation would have had little impact on the pace of things, I was brought out of that illusion when Nora decided to irritate her teacher with a practice that left me as perplexed as unable to speak at first. Instead of using Valkyrie, as she used to have her last name listed as, the girl stubbornly decided that from that day onward she was a Bukharin. Despite the incessant notifications from the teacher, I couldn't help but support that decision with a proud smile. Chapter 40, Omake 8, At the Pool, C. Share your smile with the world. It's a symbol of friendship and peace. Christy Brinkley. Little Weiss was staring at the nice-looking swimming pool that her family had been invited to enjoy. It was a nice day in Vale, and the temperature was good enough to allow her to wear her pretty swimming suit and floaties so that she could try and enjoy the lovely body of water as much as her excited mind wanted her to. There was just a single problem preventing her from actually doing so. Starting from the fact that the one that invited her family to enjoy this nice private place was none other than the man responsible for putting her father in jail. Maybe that was an excessive reach, especially considering the ones that had organized the entire trip were friends of her mother, some of which looked incredibly kind and were the parents of children mostly her age. She was mostly neutral to Faunus, having been taught by her grandfather and mother that they weren't that different from normal humans. But when Weiss spotted Blake, she felt a need to ask and see how fluffy her cat-like ears were. It was just a sudden desire that almost had her blurting out that request. Thankfully her common sense prevented her from opening that mysterious box of unknown and fluff exploration. Jan was, also nice. But still roguish at best considering how blunt she was when she spoke to someone she liked. The blonde was more than interested in chatting with everyone, but for some reason seemed to like speaking with Winter the most. Maybe it was because both were big sisters, and, that would also translate in Whitley playing around with Ruby. Which was indeed the case since both were spotted running around instead of trying the swimming pool, both being still too young to try and swim. Weiss was just old enough to know the basis of swimming, yet she still needed her floaties to properly move around without problems. It was an infuriating issue that had a brilliant solution if she actually decided to drop her dislike for the man. Come on now, Nora. Almost there. John calmly encouraged his daughter to hold on to him as he helped her get hold of the ways she was supposed to move to swim properly. The fellow girl was a little afraid of that situation, but she was giving her best in conquering that sense of fear currently dampening her cheerfulness. Her cousin Ren was already swimming with ease, having understood the simple steps required to move around in that pool way faster than other children his age, and was now helping both Ilya and Adam with their own issues about it. Okay, don't push yourself too hard. There is no rush dash. There is. How can I teach Weiss if I don't know how to swim myself? A cute frown adorned Weiss' face. What? Why would Nora want to help her to swim? Sure, the girl had been incredibly friendly with her from the very beginning and, if it wasn't for the fact she didn't like how her father was in a bad place, then maybe she would be open to even consider that idea. It wasn't like she really hated him. As much as she wanted to be angry at the person, pretty much everyone in her family considered him a friend even though he had done that to her father. It was absurd, and yet, the words that her mother had given her about what wrong Jacques was doing still lingered in her mind. It just felt unpleasant to believe that. Her father never did anything bad to her, actually playing with her sometime by giving paper to draw to while he was busy chatting with that nice lady at the scroll. As she lost herself in these thoughts, she barely noticed that the orange-haired girl had finished with her own exercises and was now slowly moving around the pool. Soon Nora approached the edge where the fellow child was contemplating her entire situation. "Weiss! Come on, I want to play!" the giddy girl exclaimed. "I can help you swim, so we can have fun together." Despite her lack of knowledge over proper physics, Weiss was mostly aware of the fact that Nora couldn't just drag her around without pulling them both to the deepest bit of that pool. And that was far from ideal. I can swim," she decided to answer, almost pouting at herself for stuttering in that instance. "Then why aren't you jumping in?" He was looking at her with a genuine promise, and she knew even her mother was watching this whole exchange. She just needed to hope and pray that Nora knew what she was doing right now. I was waiting. I didn't want to swim alone." Nora seemed to vibrate at that response. "Really? Were you waiting for me?" "Yes." "Yay. Maybe I shouldn't be this easy to push around." Sadly for her, the situation quickly turned much worse than expected. The very moment she entered the pool, she was swiftly swooped in a close embrace as Nora started to assault her with rapid compliments and requests, ideas, and suggestions. The sudden hug had her tense up and allowed the surprisingly strong orangette to pull her left and right, much to the amusement of their respective parents. In a normal circumstance, Weiss would have been much annoyed by this development, yet there was something about the embrace that pulled her even closer. Maybe it was her bubbly personality, or her bright eyes, or her dazzling smile, or her nice scent. Why does my face feel like it's burning? For some reason, that reaction of hers only ended up fueling more chuckles out of both John and Willow, driving more confusing thoughts on poor little Weiss' mind. In the end, this visit ended up being quite interesting. "Sienna, it's your turn now." I am fine here, watching out of the pool." "You said you would have put an effort," John mirthfully said. It's fine." He shrugged. "Then I guess it's time for a stronger request." It was in that very moment that his devious plotting now manifested as he emerged from the water to lift up the panicking tiger faunus before jumping with her back in the pool, much to her howling and ferocious struggling. Sienna learned to swim at the expense of delivering a couple of hits to her still chuckling fiancé. Truly interesting. Chapter 41, Omake 9, Mint-Colored Morality, C. A friend is someone that you call when you need bail money, but your best friend is sitting right there beside you saying the party's not over until the mugshots are taken. Unknown. Cinder, when I said making friends is a good thing, making them your minion isn't. The girl frowned at my comment, still standing up and proud as she covered for the nervous-looking thief behind her. A little shorter than Cindy, I could recognize those frightened red eyes, her short mint-colored hair and her tanned complexion with just a single glance. Little Emerald Sustri was adorable by all means. The issue in this situation was that she is. I told you. She is forming her clique earlier. It's just a coincidence. I mean. Don't enable him. I'm trying to sleep a calm night tonight. You sleep. I try. Sienna had decided to pull me for this little protest in Vale. Since everything was guaranteed to be peaceful with the police meant to keep any assailants to the crowd to make things violent, I was allowed to bring the children with us on these occasions. Ren and Nora had swiftly decided to accompany Blake around and make the unbeatable trio of cute, bolstering the propaganda effects of our message of peace with their mere presence together. So I was left to handle Cinder as I helped around the other protesters with signs, water bottles, and directions over where the entire protest should march through the city. There was full video coverage from the local news, so I found myself easy to distract and lose my attention over the girl as she would wander off to anything that warranted her attention. It was as the protest was coming to an end that she eventually returned with Emerald. She found her after she had been cornered by 3 men that had been hit by her semblance as she stole their wallets. Things didn't go well for the young thief, and she ended up being caught up by the adults. That's when Cinder frightened the heck out of these civilians with a quick display of her semblance by shooting 3 well-aimed arrows on the ground in front of them. Appearance was better than pain. Fear could be fueled and made concrete if suffering is applied to it, but most of the time flashiness was more than enough to solve any argument. I was the one that taught her that and, despite my early reluctance to give her that lesson, it would seem it spared some angry guy their feet or even more if the girl had aimed higher. So, you want her to come back home with us? Yes. I promised her that she would have received food and shelter from now on at the expense of becoming my minion. How about I cast a counter deal and offer the same things you offer to her for free? Emerald frowned in confusion at this response, while Cinder looked like she had received a soft but swift slap across her face. What? The dark-haired girl inquired flatly. You heard me correctly, young lady. If I have to take someone in, it will not be by having them pay that kind of price, and from what I recall, that shelter and food you're offering her are mine to dispense, I said before turning to the little thief. By the way, I don't believe I've introduced myself. I'm John Bucharin. Emerald, she nervously greeted back, bowing her head a little. I didn't mean to be a problem. You're not a problem to anyone right now, Emerald, I remarked kindly. In fact, I don't see any reason why I shouldn't really forward that offer. I'm a thief, a bad person. And yet Cinder here still vouches that you're not a bad person by trying to hire you, I rebuked with a nod. You see, Cinder is someone that knows how to distinguish good people from bad ones. If she found you to be a bad person, then she wouldn't have asked you to come with her. So she wouldn't have helped me if she thought I was bad. I believe she would have, I said, looking at the older girl and getting a nod out of her. I wouldn't have offered you that deal after that, she then confirmed. Emerald nodded slowly. I understand. But before we do anything beyond that, I think there is something that should be done first now that I notice, I muttered quietly, walking a couple of steps away from the 2 to 1 of the bags I've brought to the occasion before returning with a first aid box. I need you to come here a moment so we can clean up those little cuts and bruises you have on your hands. The girl tensed up, clearly panicking at the fact she had to go through that little process, but the moment she got distracted talking with Cinder about what kind of minion she should have been if I had accepted that kind of agreement. A little speech ensued, one that saw me interrupt the cheeky brat from going overzealous in some part. The spiel was pretty much a good-hearted version of the original Cinder, minus the precise actions required to change the world for the better. It was all pretty idealistic, but since it was born from someone her age and aimed at someone younger, the effects were still undeniably strong as Emerald listened to everything her savior was saying. Which is why I want to be a hero. Red eyes widened at that closure. A hero? What is that? Cinder looked surprised at that response. A hero is someone that does the right thing. Selflessly and because they just can do that. But, what if they are wrong? Then they are no heroes. I sighed at that. That's a mistaken look at how heroes work. One thing is being a hero, another is being driven by heroism itself. And, what's the difference, Mr. Bucharin? Emerald asked with a surprisingly quiet tone, trying to not look at the little bloody patch that was now on the piece of bandage I was using to clean one of her biggest cuts. It's easy for someone to lose their concept of humanity when they believe too much in an idea. They believe themselves always in the right and never capable of doing wrong, I started explaining. What those forget is that humans are known to make mistakes, and ideas themselves can't just shield anyone from the problems they make. It's our flawed nature that makes us capable of understanding that heroes are those that give their best to do the right thing. And the right thing is to be a protector rather than a judge of people's crimes. Cinder silently listened to this lengthy answer, nodding as she seemed to grasp at the difference between being a proper hero and being too deep in that ideology. No matter the era or the state of mind, ideas can be as constructive as destructive if mishandled. Once I was done patching up the tanned girl, I ended up meeting with Sienna and, while she was a little skeptical about taking Emerald in, for some reason she quickly got over her concern about the matter and lifted the quiet girl in her hold. The only problem in that sight being that Sally was quick to bring up the fact I had a quirk in picking up sons and daughters from all around. It didn't help that Ozma chuckled in agreement to that thought. Chapter 42, Omake 10, A Musical Bunny in Need, C. And did you think this fool could never win? Well, look at me, I'm coming back again. Elton John, I'm still standing. I really don't know what to say, I muttered quietly as I stared at an individual I hadn't expected to meet here and now of all places. I mean, yeah, I did expect people to come and visit just to meet me for what happened in Atlas, but I really wasn't sure how this issue tied up with my field of expertise. Playful screams of children going around the park I was currently enjoying some time in with my own kids, I sure had not planned to meet someone like Sandy Scarlatina so abruptly. One moment I was chatting with Sienna through my phone, the other I was pulled aside by the awkward woman for a conversation on a topic I wasn't that much experienced in. "Why, you could just offer me a chance, sir," the blonde-haired woman replied with a tiny hint of cheek through her nervous posture. "I know this is asking much from you, but please, I really need to try everything I got to." "Your kid is young," I commented quietly, glancing away from her and to the little grass patch where both Nora, Ilya, and Little Velvet were playing around by. "And from what you've told me, you don't have a stable income to sustain yourself in her." "Why yes dash. Is this why you're being this desperate? I want an honest answer." She sighed, crossing her arms in an uneasy manner. I really don't want to beg, sir. My husband decided to leave when Velvet came by. He was no longer in love with me when he found a young bartender that was without a child." I blinked, my perplexity showing as I tried to calm her down a little. "Understood, I didn't mean to dig that deep since I know how private that kind of stuff is," I said appeasingly. "Still, I'm not good with music. Especially making a song to begin with. WL, do you know someone that could help me through this?" "None personally. I'm not into that kind of topic." I didn't have any solutions on that. I might have practiced music back in elementary school, but I was too sure that wasn't the kind of stuff the woman was trying to research for a big hit. It was a tough ambition to get through with considering it would genuinely fix their economic issues and, it was doable. It wasn't a mad shot for fame since the older Scarlatina did have the credentials to practice music and make songs. The real problem lied on the fact that inspiration wasn't something available when you're trying to keep your broken livelihood together for the sake of what's left of your family. Why not give her one of the songs you know about? What? While you can't precisely remember the tunes, I believe I can try to straighten the memories in a way that can allow us to recover the lyrics. That sounds, still difficult to believe. Can you do it? I can. I would need a certain unwilling mindmate's assistance on this. It would be just songs. Yes. I suppose it can be done. I can also keep an eye on any tricks you might be trying to set up. Sure. Still, do we have a song we could try to check first? Maybe one that could work on her style and dash. I have one. I think this one will work. I actually could have an idea, I decided to offer, gaining her attention. It's a song I heard a long time ago back home. The original singer wouldn't mind if someone else planned to sing this song since he had a situation similar to yours. He really wouldn't mind? I'm quite certain he wouldn't. But I need to leave the park for an hour or two to get the proper lyrics. You can give it a look and decide if those can work. But dash. Can you please watch over Nora and the others? I shouldn't be getting out of the park now, but I believe I can get the lyrics prepared for you to study them. I think I can. I will keep an eye out for them. I nodded and, after explaining the situations to the kids, I swiftly marched back home while Sally and Ozma went through the process of getting all the words I needed to get the complete text of that powerful song out. Just as promised, I made my return to the park in time to deliver the paper containing the correct lyrics. The woman seemed partly surprised that I was honest with that promise, but her jaws dropped even lower as she was given the chance to read the lines on the paper. Is it really fine if this is so incredible? I believe he really wouldn't mind. Of course, he would expect you to make a brilliant performance with it. Oh, of course. The rabbit fauness agreed determinedly. I will start to work on it quickly, Anne, and I believe I should be able to have something ready for when we return to Vale. I was sure she was going to make a big impact if she really played her cards correctly. I gave her something really good. Something from Elton John to be quite precise, Anne. I was surprised when 2 weeks later I received a lengthy letter that profusely thanked me for my assistance. At first I had forgotten about this odd situation, but thanks to the letter I would then learn that something incredible had really happened after I had given Sandy that support. I provided the soft push, but Sandy swiftly managed to get herself propelled to worldwide acclaim when she made an outstanding concert based on the song I gave her. Just like the song suggested, she was still standing and rising from the ruins of her love life, so that her child could have a good life to live. The fun bit was explaining to Sienna why we would receive a couple of free tickets to Sandy Velvetina's concerts for years to come. Chapter 43, Omake 11, Ash for the Future, C. I Love You 3000. Morgan Stark, Avengers, Endgame. The living room was decorated with all the proper things that were needed to celebrate quite the big feast that was today. Invitations had been delivered, food was either bought or prepared, and the gifts were all hidden away from the vigilant eyes of the birthday girl. Nora hummed quietly, looking around for any clues that could help her find the surprising amount of boxes that I had to hide away from her patrolling. I had expected my girl to be this invested in the festivity, but I was a couple steps ahead of her and had everything hidden away from her sight. Dad, come on. You can just show me some and I wouldn't tell. Sweetie, I told you that the gifts will be given to you after the cake is cut, I said as I finished setting the longer table for the rest of the invited guests. With the good finances aiding in the projects of expanding the house, we ended up having a bigger living room, an independent kitchen and enough rooms for both Ren, Nora, and some more for guests in case of emergency. Sienna was fine to stick by the bedroom, and sleeping there together became quite the common sights for anyone in the house checking. It became quite a common sight for people to also find Raven trying to infiltrate the covers of the bed and sandwich me between her and Sienna. Those last set of mornings are the most awkward to get through without some shouting ensuing, but at least they stopped throwing aimless punches or kicks that would somehow hit me rather than their planned targets. But Dad. No buts, hun. Even if I wanted, you would have to handle the fact that your friends will be sad to learn that you opened their gifts early. Oh okay, I should be waiting but I'm bored. And I can't hold myself from wanting to look despite that. I sighed. How about I show you just my gift? Wait, really? She asked with her eyes going wide at the proposal. Sure. I guess I could already show you since it doesn't matter if I give this to you during the party or before, I said before moving to the sofa and picking the small box I had kept for the occasion. Come here a moment. She bolted without hesitation, almost headbutting me with how quick she was going, but I managed to catch her just in time. I swear, I was improving even more with how intense training was going and, who knows, maybe I wouldn't have to fear to have a 24/7 squad of guards every time we were out of menagerie for the rest of my life. What is it? Well, it's something I worked on with Watts. We've talked about this project for a long time now and this is the result of it. Impatient and even more fascinated by my mysterious words, Nora didn't hesitate as I handed her the box. Opening it up, she pulled out the odd device out of it and frowned. A glove? I snorted, remembering when I replied the same way to Arthur when he presented me with the final product. I had been there to offer some help with the features that could be implemented, but completely ignorant with how it was all going to be wrapped up into. Put it on. The girl quietly complied, wearing the thing and, tensing up when the little watch's screen attached to it came to life. Initializing first start. What? It's alright, I said to reassure her, patting her head to calm her posture a little bit. We both waited for the quick process to be over and initialization completed. User, Nora Bukharin, recognized. I present you with the Advanced System Hunting Equipment. Or ASHE for short. Oh. Is it meant to be owned by hunters? The child inquired eagerly and I gave a slow nod. Its main purpose is to offer numerous tools to people that are generally known to be wandering around in possible dangerous areas. Its main client target is going to be hunters but I believe it should be given to all people as it has a feature that will save many lives. Which is? The girl pressed, completely engrossed by the obviously impressive system. Here, let me show you. I said as I activated the holographic keyboard to enable the map. As you see here, you have this map that can be increased or reduced with this command. Oh! She exclaimed eagerly. But, what are those red dots? That's the danger, I commented quietly. Watts managed to find a way to develop a system to keep track of Grimm's energy patterns all through a special radar system within the device. It also has a counter for personal aura, a notes section you can write in and the capacity to send messages through it. Like a scroll. Something like that, but it can only send messages and call other users with the same device. It can't connect with scrolls just yet, except my phone which is already registered in your contact registry. This is so cool and... Nora paused for a moment and gave me a serious look. Are Cindy, Emerald and Ren going to have those too? For their birthdays, yes, I confirmed with a nod. The devices will start being sold next month when we have enough numbers to offer enough to Menagerie's locals. The chieftain was particularly interested since it offered the militia the chance to finally start killing off some of the Grimm in the island. Oh, wait, does this mean this is the first one? There was a prototype that Arthur kept but, yeah, you can say that. Really? I chuckled, hugging the rambunctious girl close. Of course. A giggle, she swiftly returned the embrace by wrapping her arms tightly over my waist and pulling each other closer than before. I ruffled her hair from the back of her hair. It was starting to get a little longer than before, and I wondered if the girl was going to get a haircut anytime soon or opt for long hair. The rest of the day went through smoothly. Nora was ecstatic with the presence of all her friends, and the gifts they had bought for her. The cake was a delicious 3 layers of whipped ice cream between 4 floors of strawberry ice cream. Everyone was happy, and I felt relieved to know now that I had given the kids a mean to be able to stay away from any hints of trouble through ASHE. But the scientific revolution was far from over. Chapter 44, Omake 12, Written Victory, c. Every child is an artist, the problem is staying an artist when you grow up. Pablo Picasso. Ilya, now 2 years older than when I first met her, was nervous. I could tell that the girl was having quite the emotional and mental struggle from the way her chameleon's features were all acting up. Hair, skin, and eyes were changing color rapidly, never settling for the same pattern for a little more than 2 seconds. It was sure an interesting sight to pass some time as we waited in the reception area of the editor's office. Ren was doing a better job in keeping himself from panicking too much, merely paling and trying to distract himself by reading a magazine I bought for the occasion. The reason why I was the only adult to keep around was because we were in Vale and because Ilya's parents were busy with work. The girl was fine with this. I could tell she was slightly upset because of it, but she seemed to digest this situation quite well. Still, we were in Vale and, while this wasn't the first time I visited for something time-limiting, I decided to take them around for a mini-tour. They seemed to appreciate this, especially since it helped to loosen up the nerve-wracking grasp over their minds. They might have grown up a fair lot in 2 years, but they were still kids and this wasn't an easy situation to handle without some supervision. Ilya finally got a call from an editor interested in her writing project, and Ren is meant to be there since he was behind the illustrations assigned to the book. This situation had been particularly tense in the last few months since I realized very few editors were keen to consider any book idea from Faunus. It was an odd discrimination policy, but it was mostly applied by some traditional groups in Atlas. Vale was freer in that regard, and much to my surprise it still took that long to get some fascination from one of the many available editors. Just as I pondered about this, my attention was forcibly taken back on the room as the door that led inside the office finally opened. An old man with graying hair and mustache, and blue eyes stood by the doorstep. He was wearing a dark green formal uniform, a pair of reading glasses aiding his sight over the paper in front of him. Ms. Amatola and Mr. Lai. The man called up with a distracted tone, his stare aimed at the small list he was reading from. I believe you came here with a guardian, Mr. Bukharin dash. The moment the name was brought up, the elder's stare turned up and right at me. Oh, Mr. Bukharin dash. Before this becomes an awkward situation, I'm here as a guardian to these 2 children, and it would be preferred if they were judged accordingly and without anything about my presence influencing the main decision, I swiftly addressed, merely getting a quick nod from the editor as he backed away and allowed us entry in his office. The place was modest-sized, it was just enough to house 3 standing people while 4 more were allowed a seat by the desk. Shelves filled with books, most of those having been published by relation to this man, and others seemingly forgotten pieces of literature. I believe I should introduce myself properly, the elder said with a serious voice. I'm Gree Ancient, and I'm the head of the editorial group Ancient Tales. And I believe we can strike a deal regarding the draft that was sent to me through the CCTV. Well, the individual that is behind the book is Ms. Amatola, I replied with a nod. My nephew, Ren, is the one behind the illustrations. Oh, I actually thought the illustrator was an adult, the elder admitted with a hint of surprise. But it hardly changes my idea that the images drawn are surprisingly appealing to the target audience. I showed the draft to my granddaughter and she seemed to particularly like the way the protagonists were drawn. I also noticed that it was faithful to the description offered by the author. The praise was met with a slow nod. Thank you. I smiled proudly at Ren, and the boy allowed a nervous smile back at me. But the main element is still the book. The story itself is fairly simple, but it's expected to be that easy so children can properly understand it, while also being enticing enough to encourage the sales, Gree continued with a nod. I took the chance of studying the structure, the grammar, and the way it all came to an open end, which would suggest that you are planning a continuation to it. Why yes, Ilya admitted, and she looked up at me, trying to get permission to bring up the fact she was almost done with the second part of the tale she was bringing up. She has already started working on a continuation, but she agreed that it was best to not give too much right now without we know for sure how the first book will do on the market, I explained, and the man nodded in understanding. I see. I guess I will take it from your word that you have given it a look yourself, the first book. I did. May I ask you then a quick question before we move on other topics, Mr. Bukharin? The editor inquired and I gave him a cautious nod. Do you have experience on this subject? I have. And from what I can tell, you too have seen that this book has an interesting potential. It either can lead to a brilliant success, or it can end up flunking and become a mediocre hit. I nodded. It can happen, yes. But, there is also to take into account that a new story isn't one to shun about, especially when it can be used by parents to suit the worries of their children. The Grimm makes for an important factor since many children have trouble finding calm when in a settlement by the unknown frontier, he agreed. But it still will be an uneasy gamble. I know it will work, I pressed on with confidence. So, do we have a deal? 2 hours later, we were walking towards the exit with a pleased look plastered on our faces. But while Ren was already relieved from all the nervousness that he had been having for the first half of the morning was gone, Ilya was still computing the fact that we signed a contract. And that it would have afforded her a lot when the gamble proved to be successful. There was a lot of quiet, with Ren inquiring if we would have gone to the hotel first before planning out the retreat back home or if I planned to eat somewhere else other than where we were staying. I looked down at him with a mischievous smile since I had a little surprise planned out. I believe we still have one last date. I believe they would want to know what happened today in person after all, I pointed out, drawing confusion from both kids as we made our way out of the building and Ren was tackled to the ground by a giggling girl. Did you make it? Nora half asked as she stared down at him. Nora? They did, I replied with a nod. Realizing that my daughter was here, Ilya took a moment to look around and she spotted Sienna approaching, and beside her, the chameleon Fauna's parents. Mom and Dad. They looked nervous, still unsure of how things had gone, but they seemed to calm down when they heard Nora's happy exclamation as she started to drag around her pseudo-sibling. I didn't want them to miss this big event, Ilya, I explained to her. So I decided to prepare a surprise. She looked at me and started to tremble in a mix of surprise and joy. It didn't take her long to slam onto me and squeeze tightly at my leg before repeating numerous thank yous in the process. Little Ilya got the success she deserved by working so hard on this book. I wonder how much things will change now that the cutie will no longer be drawn to combat. Who knows? I believe they would want a hug too, I mirthfully commented as I gestured to her parents. Come on, don't let them wait. The push was happily accepted as she released my leg and stared up at me once again. Thank you, you Uncle John. My smile widened. You're welcome, sweetie. And with that, the girl bolted to her father and mother's waiting arms, happily accepting getting lifted up in a big family hug. 2 months later, the book that was written by little Ilya Amatola would become a bestseller among books for children her age, marking the beginning of a renewal of fairy tales among other writers. Chapter 45, Omake 13, Accepting the Third Wheel, C. So, that's what they call this Israfel special. Author while reading, Advice and Trust, by Striptia. My head was hurting like hell. Hangover. It took me a full minute of being awake to realize that something about the bed was wrong. It was morning, the curtains were low, the door was closed and, the count of people in the bed was off by 1. Yesterday I went on a date together with Sienna. The kids were meant to spend the night at the chieftain's manor for a full sleepover with other friends, giving us the chance to have the house for ourselves. It was going to be brilliant, and then I made the foolish mistake of trying out a new alcoholic beverage at the restaurant we checked on. While I could normally hold a beer or two, the unexpected beverage had me tipsy and drunk way faster than planned. I could remember drinking from my glass and then things started to get particularly difficult to remember. It was me, Sienna, we both walked back to the house and we drank again. I think we were drinking again some wine, but I couldn't exactly recall what pushed us both to drink even more despite how drunk we were. My brain seemed to finally catch a new hint of how weird this situation was. While the covers were doing a fine job covering the fact I was without clothes, and the same was for Sienna, it did little to cover that the intruding member of this curious drunk night was now slumping down the mattress and making a full display of her behind. A pale behind. One that was connected to a snoring former bandit that I could see smiling in her sleep. I closed my eyes, I held back a groan and then I opened my sight back to the ceiling. Yep, I did the deed. The fact that there were 2 of the emergency boxes now open and emptied by its previous content meant that it wasn't even a modest fun night. But what really had me worried wasn't that it happened, rather, how it happened. I forced myself to remember. Did I do something to force her to bed? Did Sienna do it? Or maybe did she abuse the fact we were both drunk and went all in on this opportunity? None of the above. Oh, you're awake and, wait, how much did you see? The beginning, and then the rest was ignored for the sake of privacy. Still, what did you see? You two returned home rather drunk. Raven was passing by to ask to pass the night at your house and then you offered her a drink. Oh no. And by a drink, I mean 2 whole wine bottles. Phuck. You were all drunk and tired. Then you were no longer tired by the moment you went to bed and started to undress because it was too hot. And then the rest happened. Yes. Still, you mean to tell me that you didn't peek? I've been the headmaster of a school meant for young adults, John. I will have you know that I have the capacity to hold myself from staring and... Good morning. Oh, you saw. The beginning. Then the rest was, played differently between Ozma and I. Ah. That's some interesting timing. You will not speak of this to no living soul. I don't think anyone wants to know you went back to warm your wife's bed. The bed sure was warm earlier this morning dash. Stop it. I would have wanted to keep going with this discussion, but then I felt the covers shift and Sienna's head pop out from beneath the warm surface. Her eyes took a moment to focus, but soon she regaled me with a satisfied smile. MHH, good morning, hun. I smiled. Morning, I returned the greeting, leaning towards her to land a peck on her lips. We have a tiny issue. She blinked, her face slowly morphing to a confused look as she tried to make sense of my uneasiness, but it was only as the covers further shifted as Raven ended up waking up from that uncomfortable position, moving out of the bed and slowly lifting herself up. Turning around to look at us, my jaws almost fell as I saw her body and, yep, this issue feels way tinier than it should be. Good morning, Raven half groaned, still smirking eagerly as she remembered what happened yesterday. That was an interesting night. What exactly happened yesterday? The tiger faunus inquired and I sighed. We ended up drunker than usual, we got. Raven drank too when she came by to spend the night here, I curtly summarized. I remember offering the wine, and then we got to bed. This is, I don't know, the tanned woman conceded with a frail tone. This is so absurd and dash. It happened, the huntress remarked calmly. And it was glorious. Let me put it this way, do you regret it? That we had this night together? Sienna kept quiet, and I was about to do the same until I felt a degree of guilt at Raven's inkling of hurt that I could feel in her voice. No. Her red eyes widened at that blunt response. You mean it? Sienna gave me a look, but I couldn't exactly lie now that we were at this point. Yes. So you mean to tell me that, despite how outrageous it is, you still don't dash? Raven, I muttered, stopping her in her tracks. We don't regret it. Despite her best efforts, I could tell that my current fiancé was having some trouble refusing that comment of mine. Beneath her efforts to not appear delighted by that night, we were both enjoying this with the intruding party. I'm actually floored, Raven admitted. I had this big speech I was improvising about trying to guilt-trip you to accept the truth, but I'm confused, why conceding so quickly? Because as much as I can try to deny it, you would be hurt by any lie, I answered. And I believe we are not liars when it comes to this kind of scandalous occasion. The tiger faunus was blushing madly at these words, but she only stared and didn't try to speak against what I was saying. Instead I could tell that a sliver of desire would flash the moment she would glance at the former bandit leader. So you didn't want to hurt me? I didn't want to lie because it would have been wrong and because right now you're being particularly trusting, I answered seriously. I don't see you weak, only that right now you want honesty in the closest sense of trust and respect. So here it is, before your eyes. Instead of silence consuming the awkward scenery, where the woman was trying to cope with my words, 2 familiar boxes suddenly dropped out of a portal opening beside the huntress, these ones filled with usable products. If that's the case, then let me offer you 2 a deal. Yesterday you both mentioned the kids were staying at Callie's until lunch and it's 6 right now, Raven explained with a strange voice. That would be just enough to make it a continuation to our night, this time we are all aware and capable of reacting accordingly to each situation. She crawled on the mattress, her red eyes glowing in the dark. I was about to try to see if Sienna could offer at least a compromise but, the woman spared a quick look at the boxes and then back at me, her eyes mimicking the desiring glow coming from the approaching huntress. I was surprised by how quickly the tiger faunus had changed her mind, but then again it's been a long time since we had some time alone and, having a third member in these sessions sure added a greater perspective to it all. There was no compromise, only one way out for us all. And while I was slowly pulled into that unexpected but welcomed sequel of a night, I could only hear a few clues of Sally taking a partly reluctant Ozma back to bed. And that's how Sienna and I started to accept Raven as part of our relationship. A strange part to it considering that everything about it felt insane. Chapter 46, Omake 14, October Galore, 1. I'm Dai, thank you forever. Inagami Korone moments before dying while trying to defuse a bomb by failing to understand the Shinigami's instructions. So, let me put this straight to record, I said, trying to muster my whole willpower for this very absurd situation unfolding right in front of me. You three have, somehow, tore a space-time rift that landed you in this dimension, by fighting over food? It's more complicated than that. The shortest of the trio exclaimed. Her shoulder-length silver hair with cobalt blue highlights were combed in an uneven way, with a side bang on the right longer than the one on the left. It was barely hiding away the angry violet eyes stealing glares at the sheepish-looking friends of hers. Above her head, a halo that had a 4-point star shape. She was wearing a light blue half-sleeved shirt that was fitted for her tiny wings to comfortably pass through the cloth and a pair of dark red pants with a floral print. These, two morons. I told them that I was doing just fine alone by the kitchen dash. She is super adorable. And very responsible. I'm glad she has a clear understanding of the situation. Hey now, it's not our fault we wanted to lessen your burden, Kana-chan, the blue-haired girl sitting on the right side commented cautiously, her blue eyes looking away from the angry girl. The slim woman was wearing a pretty dark violet dress with star-themed details. Atop her head, a circular beret of the same color as the dress. You have been so kind with us lately. She seems to be quite elegant. You were always into women with a keen eye over fashion. That's true. Yeah, Sui-chan is right. It's not like this is the end of the world, the tallest of the group commented, nodding calmly and hiding away the hint of nervousness that had her tense and awkward at her current surroundings that her vibrant light purple eyes were exuding. Her long orange hair trailed down to her lower back, right where her violet scaly tail started. Two small horns protruded from the sides of her head, curving upward. Finally, she was wearing what looked to be an Adidas jacket and a pair of short pink pants. We are all fine. We are all together dash. She seems the clown of the group. I would say the joking one, but I feel like she would be happy with that too. Don't give that, Coco. We are stranded in another world with no contacts with our home. We can't call the managers or the others, the tiny angel commented dully, hands reaching to cover her teary eyes. The two friends shared an awkward look and I sighed at the unpleasant development. Seriously, how am I really supposed to handle these three girls? Amain Kanata, Hashimachi Suisei, Kiryu Koko. I knew who they were, but I was shocked by the fact they came here in their avatar forms. They didn't seem surprised by this, so maybe they weren't the same idols I was aware of. Still, I couldn't exactly shove them to the door. From what I could understand from their explanation, they didn't have any way to go back home and they were stuck here in Remnant too. I don't want to be impolite, but I really wouldn't mind if you decided to stick around. The house is big enough. And I really don't need the three of you creating madness in your search for a new temporary home. That's kind of suspicious, Suisei pointed out. But you don't seem the kind of creep that would try anything funny with us. Else I hope you are ready, because Kana-chan is really strong. Coco pumped her muscles. Like a gorilla. The short girl merely groaned and I nodded. I really don't seek that kind of stuff. Like I already have a girlfriend. And a stalker. A stalker? Of the bird kind. She wheezed, while Suisei held back an attempt to giggle. I decided to also bring up another element to sell myself as a good guy. Also, I already know about you since. I come from the other world too. I'm quite surprised to see you in my same situation. Are you saying the truth? Coco said, eyes narrowing at me and I decided to give her the most compelling evidence possible. Covering my left eye, I smiled widely and prepared to give my best performance possible for the character I was trying to impersonate in that very moment. Why would I tell you a lie? Kiryu-chan. She gasped, eyes going wide open in pure surprise. The dragon girl was soon vibrating on her spot as she nodded. Majima. You are a Yakuza fan too. Let's just say that I started playing after watching some stuff you posted. I gave it a look and it's an amazing series. She nodded excitedly, while Suisei sighed happily and shook her head at the current circumstances. Just as this situation unfastened in a better light, Kanata finally stared up at me with a serious look. Mr. Bukharin. I nodded, accepting her pronunciation of my last name. Mr. Bukharin, I know this might sound sudden but, we will accept your offer, the angel muttered with a low bow. We need a safe place where to live for the time being, and from what I understand, you also live with children. I frowned, just now realizing that right behind me there were a couple of photos by the wall with me, Nora, Ran, and Sienna. I was relieved that I wouldn't have to break the news to them about this, but I sighed again. That would be correct. Then, we will take any role you might give us around the house. We shall not abuse your hospitality, the girl continued. While they are sometimes dummies, my friends here are some of the most hard-working women I know, and they will not let you down in any task you shall give them. Blah. Kana-chan. Coco half-bawled, embracing tightly the still crying angel. Suisei followed her example, and I stared at the trio with a relieved look. Poor girls. They will be fine living there. Chaotic morons they might be, I know myself that they are good-hearted girls. So, I prepared to break the news to the rest of the family that we were going to have guests for a long while. But, before I had the chance of coming up with a good explanation, I ended up pulled in another issue. What do you mean there is no internet in this world? Coco exclaimed, her hopes of playing some games to pass time and calm down burned by the frightening prospect of an internetless existence. Chapter 47, Omake 15, It's Christmas time, Ms. Grinch, c. Santa Claus has the right idea. Visit people once a year. Victor Borga. Nora stared down at the few packed gifts that were hers to open. It was early in the morning, the girl was the only one awake at this hour of the day, all because she wanted to see what kind of things her father and mother had prepared for her. But just as she leaned down to pick the one that came from her papa, she paused when she heard a distinct sigh coming from the couch nearby. Turning around, Nora's wide eyes locked onto the red-eyed stare coming from a familiar individual that was tiredly resting on the couch. Auntie Raven. You know, while I don't like this holiday, I don't think you should be up at this unholy hour, the woman pointed out. I think your dad is going to be angry at that. The child huffed. Not if he doesn't know about it. Also, why are you here? Raven's lips twitched in displeasure, since she really didn't want to get caught by anyone as she decided to spend the early morning of Christmas away from the rest of her team and family. Having never liked the festivity, she really didn't need to ruin it for her daughter too by being a complete winner about it. And she would have whined a lot with Crow around, making snarky comments over the time she had to kiss Summer because of a blasted mistletoe. Sleeping. While you were here trying to get your gifts early. I was not, Nora quickly rebuffed. I was, waiting for Santa. To hug him. That sounds incredibly far-fetched. Like the fact you were just sleeping here. You would have gone to sleep with Mommy and Daddy. Touché. So, why are you really here? It's unimportant. Gasp. Did you forget to bring a gift to Young? Nora exclaimed. What? No. Then why? The girl pressed on with a confused look. It's complicated. Then make it easy. You usually say that. Raven sighed. I don't like Christmas. But, why? I just don't like it. But you get free gifts. People make cookies, warm milk and nice food. Plus, everyone has a blast. Not everyone likes that much attention, Raven reminded. Everyone has their tastes. But, do you think I should be forced to love it? No. Then please, don't urge me through these kinds of things when I don't like it. But, what about the gift I had for you? The what? The gift I helped make. The one I wanted to give you. The woman was surprised by the comment, not expecting the girl to have anything prepared for her to give. Children usually didn't give gifts, it was mostly adults that did the full circle most of the time. I don't believe I should take it. Pretty please, Auntie Ray. The huntress groaned at that loud counter, knowing that if things continued this way, Nora was just going to get louder the more she refused to accept the unplanned boon. And she really couldn't afford having anyone else in the house waking up and taking notice of her. Raven frowned for a moment, staring at the package now laying on her belly. Part of her wanted to just ignore the thing and hopefully have the girl stop giving her that intense of a stare. But the more she tried to not pay the box that much attention, the more she felt compelled to check on it. Finally she moved to check on it, frowning even more at the quiet giggle coming from the only witness of her gift unwrapping scene. The lid came off and allowed her to pull out a soft piece of cloth. A scarf, one that was made with black wool with some custom red lines near the edges. The woman knew that it had to have taken a lot of effort and time to get it made. And what's this? Go Auntie, from Nora. She sighed, knowing that at this point, she had been completely overruled on this very occasion. A rare occurrence that was becoming quite frequent nowadays after months of living around soft people. Yang really was stubborn enough to worm a hole in her heart, making any look back to the time after delivering the blonde and before John's arrival quite unpleasant. How much potential she would have missed if she hadn't paid attention. How much of a brawler the girl would have grown to be by having Taeyang as her role model. The girl needed a guide, someone that could tell her of the traditions and customs of the Branwen. Especially the one about swords. There was no way she was going to allow her daughter to go around without a blade capable of being used to draw blood from her enemies. This is a nice gift. Thank you, Auntie. I'm glad you liked it. The woman merely nodded, keeping on staring at the scarf with a contemplative look, wondering what she should do with the inner definition behind it. It was nice and good, just like being around Yang. Maybe, she should have taken the risks and bet to see if she could deliver a pretty act in keeping herself from reacting too much to Crow's teasing. Eventually, much to her minor reluctance, she had to go back home and try to make it seem like she hadn't tried to make a run from Christmas time at that home. It was awkward when she actually accepted going back home and waited to see what kind of gift her daughter prepared for her, shoulders sagging when it was revealed that the package held another scarf, this time saying "Go Mom," from Yang. It was even more awkward to explain to the rest of her former team, John and Sienna, why she was going around wearing 2 scarves at once. Chapter 48, Omake 16, The Wedding Bells Toll, c. We come to love not by finding a perfect person, but by learning to see an imperfect person perfectly. Sam Keen. It's been 3 years since I first arrived in Remnant. Things had started roughly, with a couple of bumps after a year or two of handling my way through a few issues of trying to live by peace. I would have expected Salem to be more active, but with my intervention I kind of messed up her chances of making any problems the same way she did back in the canon timeline. Right now, the state of permanent conflict against the Grimm had remained as calm as it was in the last decades, giving me more than enough calm to enjoy the big event that I was now part of. And I wasn't alone, not at all. Wearing a formal set of clothes with a black jacket matching with the pants, shoes, and bow tie applied to the white shirt, I think this was by war the one moment I felt the most nervous after the dread I felt when Sienna got hurt by Tyrion. But this nervousness wasn't one driven by unpleasant circumstances, no, I was nervous at my own marriage. The idea of a wedding had been circulating after our 2nd year of engagement, with Sienna making no fuss about the matter since we were still working on a couple of things in our relationship, but she wasn't reluctant from accepting my proposal when I asked her at home. Sure, not the best way to propose to someone. But at this age and time, where everyone was literally proposing to all important places or feasts, nobody actually considered how surprisingly pleasant it could be to try and do this at home, in complete privacy. Sure, the applause was limited to only those that were within the house, but we didn't mind the lack of a monumental standing ovation as we enjoyed the purity of the moment as it was. 2 months later, all preparations for the big day were completed and ready to provide for 24 hours of a well-made wedding. The small religious building that had been picked for this ceremony was big enough to house at least 100 individuals, and it had been picked just because we didn't want to create any issues with the invited guests to this ceremony. We would soon be proved wrong when the entire island of Kwakuana and some visitors from Atlas and Vale decided to accept the invitation and show us how many people we had known in 3 years and even more. Despite the lack of a highly defined monotheistic religion with some serious organization behind it, Remnant had what many would define the existence of a God that creates and destroys. It was akin Christianity, but minus the Bible and Jesus. It wasn't as powerful as it had been Christianity on Earth, and it was accepted by everyone on the planet for how simplistic and spiritual-based it was. The priest, or preacher as it would usually be called, the one that hosted the major celebrations and the daily prayers to creation itself, was already donning the proper dress to begin the ceremony, and the kind elderly figure was doing his best to offer support over my nervous display through some calm and patient nods. I had studied all the words I had to say to not make a mess out of this important predicament, and even as Gyra, which had been picked as the best man, told me that it was normal to be this nervous at this stage of the event, I couldn't find within myself the strength to bring myself to appear calm. If you believe in yourself, then you will have no trouble with this. Ah, good words from someone that never went through the standard wedding. Different times. Different customs. It doesn't change the fact you shouldn't put any pressure on him. At least, that was until my eyes were spared a heavenly look. Spearheaded by a slightly annoyed Cinder that didn't like the pink dress she was now wearing, with Nora and Emerald walking by her sides and copying her actions of throwing petals of flowers around, Sienna began making her way towards the altar. She was wearing a gorgeous wedding dress. It was a classic white with a floral style with a couple of elements by her upper hips and by the edges of her modest skirt. A veil was covering her face, but I could feel that she was matching my smile with one that was almost blessing me to stand up confidently. Gone was the nervousness, as I knew that now was the moment to stand up and be ready for the event. I waited, my smile feeling as natural as it could be as she finally arrived beside me. I spared her a lengthy glance, and she did the same. I nodded, trying to give her the same confidence I now had if she needed some. We both turned to the priest and the actual ceremony started. I was half attentive of the elderly man that was leading the process, the rest of it still aimed at Sienna as I tried to steal a couple of glances in her direction. She tried to do the same, and it proved to be slightly awkward when our gazes would meet during the procedure. The vows were exchanged, the rings were provided and put on, and then the big conclusive bit started to come, as about 20 minutes were already gone like that. I felt relief on the fact that I had managed to get all the lines right and to neither stutter or pause when it was my turn to speak, but now I had to give a simple answer. And I felt the entire world watching. John, do you take Sienna to be your wedded wife, to live together in marriage? Do you promise to love her, comfort her, honor and keep her for better or worse, for richer or poorer, in sickness and health, for as long as you both shall live? I do, I replied calmly, feeling even more relief after saying that. The priest turned to the bride and nodded to her. Sienna, do you take John to be your wedded husband, to live together in marriage? Do you promise to love him, comfort him, honor and keep him for better or worse, for richer or poorer, in sickness and health, for as long as you both shall live? I do. Then, by the power bestowed to me in the charge of preacher of this humble house of faith and peace, I declare thee husband and wife, the old man concluded with a happy smile, glancing back at me. You may kiss the bride. I nodded, turning to stare at my wife, and carefully moved to lift up the veil that was covering her face. I felt a strange emotion fill up my chest in a sudden state of warmth as I saw some tears trailing down her face. She was trying her best to appear strong in that moment, holding back everything other than the tears, and I leaned forward. Noises exploded all around us as I felt her tense up in the kiss, while the entire building went for a standing ovation over the climax of that ceremony. I ended the kiss, holding back a chuckle and offering her a hand. She gave my palm a calm glance and took it in hers. We both started to make our way to the rest of the crowd. I barely held a snort as I heard Nora saying something about Papa kissing Mama, despite the fact she was already 9 and less prone to use those terms to address us. Nonetheless, the rest of the people around started to congratulate us, and I felt relieved as my mind quickly pointed out how the woman that is now my wife was clinging close as we marched through the mass of people and right to make our way to where the feast was supposed to unfold. And thus, the family was officially completed. Until a little bundle of joy wouldn't end up appearing 3 years after the wedding, bringing new light to the Bukharin household. Chapter 49, Omek 17, Worried Dad, c. Children begin by loving their parents. As they grow older they judge them, sometimes they forgive them. Oscar Wilde. When I was really young, I used to think that my parents were just insane in spending entire days waiting for me to come back home if I had some stuff that took me out of my hometown. I knew even when this first started that it was all for the sake of them showing me all their care and that form of irrational worrying over my safety. I was so clueless how strongly this would have impacted on me when Cinder decided to take her first mission as part of Menageries militia. While most of the Grimm population had been purged through relentless assaults from the local militia, striking them away from more fertile territories, the same drive didn't extend to a hostile environment by the mountain range splitting the island in half. These sections were considered good testing grounds for anyone planning to join the militia and be part of active combat duties. Cinder hadn't studied to become part of it, but she had several times now requested to be vetted and tested if she was able to take up a challenge that was made by numerous Grimm. I had refused when she first asked me this around the age of 14. When she stopped asking about it, I thought she had learned that she wasn't prepared enough. I was right, she really knew she wasn't prepared, and that drove her to train really hard and with the most serious mindset possible. Several months later, I was called by Sienna for a couple of issues, having been notified by a captain of the militia. A little girl had challenged a squad of 4 young rookies to a fight, all for the sake of receiving a recommendation from the captain that allowed her to try and do the test meant to accept militiamen into the fold. The result? I had to pay a couple medical checks, as Cinder happily mentioned that she solved the problem I had put her through. My response? She was given a big lecture about plotting such a cunning and masterful plan without telling me anything about it. Not because I found it wrong, but because she could have messed up and hurt herself in the process. Despite my anger at that circumstance, I decided to give her the green light to give it a try. Everything was monitored, with squads meant to remain in standby and intervene if the situation got too heated. I remember Sienna mentioning how she had sent some of the white fan grunts to make some bones out of these experiences, and she was satisfied by the effective intervention made by the reserves whenever there was a case of the rookies risking to be overwhelmed. The issue behind my current worry? I wasn't allowed to give a look to how she was faring during the test. I was supposed to stay at home after I was done with the last paperwork for the week, waiting for good news as I writhed under the pressure of being a concerned dad. This is atrocious. It doesn't mean you have to stay like this. Of course he does. Are you perhaps going to ignore the fact he needs to be free in case something bad happens? Things will be fine. How do you know? My baby girl could be in terrible danger. I should totally take the shotgun. Maybe call Ironwood 2- and call STRQ to aid us too. It could be the final battle, maybe she needs my help and... Enough. Both of you are being overly childish. I sat down like a depressed old man that had been sucker punched for being a good dad, by someone that hadn't been much of a good dad. Hours burned away as I tried to keep up a determined stance in this current reaction. I waited for something to spring me in action and end this miserable torture that was waiting. Finally, I tensed up as I heard the distinct clicking noise of the door being unlocked. I perked up as I saw the handle being pulled and I felt relief as I saw Cinder walk inside without any noticeable wounds or signs of stress on her body. She looked fine, if not annoyed by something that had happened during the mission. The very moment she closed the door and made her way towards the living room, the young woman paused as she noticed that I was waiting for her return. Her eyes widened, a perplexed blink coming shortly after, and then she hummed. How long have you been there? I don't think you will be happy with that answer. How long? A while. How long? 12 hours. Her mouth opened, shock forming and then breaking as she contemplated what I had just said. Why? Why not? I'm serious, father, the girl remarked. Why did you wait for me this long? Did you doubt me? What? No. Then why? I was worried. I don't doubt your skills but I can't just not be worried. Father, Dad, Cinder said with a quieter tone, approaching my seat and sitting beside me. Are you all right? I'm just tense. You know what worry can do. For 12 hours. I still don't understand. When you will be at the point in your life where you will have a child of your own, going for a mission that may or may not go well regardless of their skills, then yes, you will understand a couple of unpleasant emotions nobody really wants to feel. Sorry. It's not your fault. Your dad might be tough but he needs a wee bit of time to get ready to handle the fact you are growing in a fine warrior that will possibly hold a grand position of power. Cinder nodded quietly, leaning down on my shoulder as I pulled her in a little hug. Do you want to talk about it? She asked and I sighed. I don't wish to bore my strong daughter. You know. I will also need to make sure Nora doesn't pull that same stunt of yours in the next few years. She chuckled, happily enjoying the cuddling. She will not. I will help you and Mom with that. I chuckled, humming quietly as I enjoyed the relative closeness. Yep, being a parent for a smart and deadly cookie is tough. Chapter 50, Omake 18, October Galore, 2. If you quit when you suck, you'll suck forever. Calliope Mori. When the paradox started, I wasn't exactly sure that it would have been a limited case or if things would have just escalated beyond that point. If only I had paid attention to the fact that sometimes, the rabbit hole is known to expand outwards if possible within its own rules. So, while I had expected for someone from the original dimension to come out and pick the trio of idols off my hands, I had failed to take into account that only a certain individual and her mini-harem would have come and tried to rescue her fellow Octobers. So, after being given a fright early in the morning with Sienna still in the bed with me as a loud explosion made noise tore unceremoniously through the silence, I soon found myself standing in front of 4 girls that were sitting in the same couch as Kanata, Coco, and Suisei were a few days ago. The 3 roommates were currently sitting close, but still offering some awkward looks at how that rescue attempt had resulted. They had slightly gained some stability after some tentative beginnings, but right now my focus was on the 4 morons that I now had to take responsibility for the time being. The first, the leader, was currently staring at the floor with a nervous glint coming off her eyes. Usada Pecora was someone I would have never expected to come face to face, especially when it comes to her and her little cadre of builders to create an invention that, after taking them here, self-destructed, and erased a fourth of the garden attached to the house. I need some more background. I believe you are leaving out some important elements about this individual. She is a comedian. She also seems to be a mommy girl. Her mother is really going to give her a lecture after this is all over. If this is all over. When? There is someone I believe will come and pick them up with ease. The spots beside her were occupied by an orange-haired girl and a plum-haired one. The first one was wearing a sleeveless orange jacket and miniskirt, her vibrant pink eyes trying to catch every single detail of the living room in an effort to keep her hype personality under control. Atop her head, a light red hat sitting on the right side and a white, chef-like small one on the left. Takahashi Kiera really didn't seem to mind the spotlight, no matter how awkward it actually was. I was really worried if she was going to be the catalyst for another arrival. Knowing who her unofficial wife was, I doubted that this was going to be the end of this crescendo of people joining from that universe. Is she aware of the situation? She is an immortal bird that can resurrect after pretty much any kind of death. She hardly has anything to worry about this kind of situation. That seems incredibly overpowered. It matches with her girlfriend's power. But I don't think I should bring this up right now. Why? It's too troublesome. The same calm coming from the chicken or phoenix wasn't shared by the second girl. The uneasy-looking young woman was wearing a white jacket over her black tank top, a short white skirt with a big black belt keeping it up. She was also wearing knee-high black boots and, the poor girl was actually panicking a little more than her boss. She is the calm and quiet girl that is legitimately a responsible individual. Yet she is stuck with these people. Pecora is her senpai in Taicho when it comes to the construction building. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the device itself was a project she herself made. What a smart girl. I hope you don't plan to say anything too hurtful. I will moderate myself. The fourth and last element looked tense but not overly nervous about the matter. And what I could have imagined more than the elite gamer herself. Wearing a set of clothes that reminded much of a Shinto priestess, the young woman wasn't pure enough to be one. Sakura Miko was quietly considering the situation they were in right now. She seems to be plotting world domination. How do you know that? Womanly instinct. I believe that's out of our hands. Arg. Ms. Yusada. Ms. Hashinova, Ms. Takanashi, and Ms. Sakura, I began speaking, sparing a quick glance to Sienna. I believe we have a lot to discuss. Yeah. We plead the fifth. Ms. Sakura, we are not in the United States, and you are Japanese. Miko, things will be fine, Muna spoke up. You've heard Kanata, Mr. Bukharin is trustworthy. Thank you. Does this world have chickens? Kiera asked, her tone naive and representing her distracted mood. Yes. But no KFC. She muttered sadly, before looking excited. I could build it myself. That would be awesome. I shrugged. You can try. John. Don't digress, Sienna interjected and I blinked. Right, so, the rules would be the same as with these three. You help around, and you get food, shelter and the chance of building up your own income independently. Can be done. Pecora exclaimed with a serious tone. Like hell we are going to be leeches. Glad to hear that, I replied with a nod. Still, I believe I have to mention that there is a limited form of the internet. How limited? You can't stream, but you can make videos. We can work this one, Muna pointed out confidently. But I like streaming, Kiera mentioned. And you will be able to do so once you are all back home, I pointed out, gaining some nods from the girls. Don't worry, Mr. Bukharin, Pecora finally proclaimed. The Usada construction company shan't disappoint you. We can help you around, Coco suggested. It's actually very homely. I bet you will like little Nora. I think you will love Ren, Muna, Kanata mentioned. Oh, who is he? John's nephew. Really shy and cute. The violet-haired girl seemed interested, perhaps finding some ideas in taking jobs as a babysitter as she usually did at times back home. And you will absolutely love John's shirts. They smell good. I frowned and turned to glance at Suisei. What? Nothing. I feel like I finally found who has been stealing my underwear. She stares at you. A lot. She is just admiring him. With maniacal intensity. Oh well, despite that, maybe things aren't going to be that bad. Did someone mention me? Another idol holding a tall scythe mentioned, coming out of a portal together with 3 more girls. Oh, hi Kiera. Loyal much? Gasp. Callie. Yep, things are going to end poorly today. Chapter 51, Omake 19, First Issues, c. We have to prepare the child for the path, not the path for the child. Tim Elmore. I sighed calmly as I immersed myself in what was actually turning to be a really interesting fight. It was a spar, but I really was impressed by the progress made by Nora. Just as predicted, the girl decided to pursue an active duty to try and become a fighter after seeing how well her big sister was faring in the militia. Cinder had advanced quite nicely in 2 years of working her way in the ranks. She was still far from any serious position, but Sienna mentioned that many of the officers were fairly positive that she was going to reach the top ranks by her mid-20s. She was respectful, but still capable of offering some polite opposition in case the orders felt close to harm her team. Her initiative wasn't born out of arrogance or anything that would have usually pissed off any higher up in the military. In fact, it was so clear that her drive was mostly logical that some of the big shots were keen to listen to any report coming from her. I was fairly convinced that it wasn't something that came from reputation alone. I had my own contacts to check if any of the officers in the upper section of the militia leadership was actually planning to use her as a pawn to further their power, but after a full year of checking, I knew that they just were afraid of trying anything. They thought about it, but those ideas didn't see a reason to exist beyond mere ideas. There were just too many individuals that would have freaked out at any manipulation attempt, and that spared me from handling all possible chances of facing anyone trying to influence Cinder into doing bad things. I had worked so hard to make her grow on her own into a fine individual. She was far from perfect, but she was 17 now and she was only going to refine the small issues she gained by going through the harshest bits of her puberty. She was growing fine, with her speed, strength, precision, and beauty equally increasing under some loose control from us. She was aware that she wasn't 100% free of doing what she wanted at the house, but she long learned to respect the fact that it was only for the best if she was left with some limits to handle. Nora was a little tougher to deal with when she started to interest herself in huntsman school. Duck. I complied to Ojban's word, dodging a cheeky jab that Nora had tried to arrange while I was distracted with how I was supposed to face this very problem. The girl was physically close to my capacity to fight, but definitely far in terms of experience, knowledge, and grasp over what she had within herself. Her potential was largely untapped, but her semblance was already showing some minor changes from the one I remember her using. Maybe it's because someone was actually nurturing her to improve it through self-learning and suggestions, but the end results were undeniably a change for good on her part. Where the original Nora Valkyrie would have used this semblance mostly when attacked by electric attacks, Nora Bukharin had developed something that was definitely going to be making the difference in any eventual battles. High voltage was now actively reaching out for electric particles within the air, giving Nora the chance of absorbing this electricity, build up within her own body, and then allow her to switch to a boost that severely heightened her combat capacity. It didn't last longer than 20 minutes at best, and didn't make her as strong as Yang, but the drawback was significantly easier to manage. The after effects of using this phase weren't as debilitating as the ones the blonde brawler had to keep track of while busy in a close-quartered fight. But while this gave Nora a clear advantage over someone like me, the truth was far from that. No, despite the fact that I would have had some trouble in a normal circumstance, I've practiced long enough to make proper use of the set of skills I had under my control. While I had the chance of just testing my magical prowess to create items from memories and touch, I still had an impressive capacity of thinking up tools that easily worked against someone like Nora. The girl was growling while trying to get some hits through my swift weaving. My hands were covered by a pair of reinforced rubber gloves that easily allowed me to deflect any attack coming from her without having to worry about being electrocuted. Frustration, impatience, those were still weaknesses that easily made it impossible for Nora to win. If she had been a touch more attentive on the matter, she could have given me extra stress to endure while I worked to put an end to that eventual long fight. By beating her, I also rebuked for the umpteenth time her request to be sent to study to any of the few available pre-combat schools. The ideal one would have been Signal since it was easier to access. I had trustworthy people relatively close to me in there that would have easily helped Nora improve her current skills, but then I had to deny on the basis that giving her that much of a freedom would have just enticed her to ask for too much. First Signal, then Beacon. Summer was already having some trouble convincing Ruby to consider other choices instead of directly aiming at that kind of career, but the little girl wanted to be a hero and I doubted Summer was going to keep her from leaving without taking some really drastic decisions to avoid complete annihilation on that front. Why not? Nora inquired in complete stress. I understand you are worried and all, but I believe combat schools are supposed to be the safest place where to go and study. Not always, I remarked quickly. There are many instances of incidents unfolding in each school. Some even make use of trials that can easily kill or crush many good students in the making. All because of old traditions that surely do not hurt prepared huntsmen. How do you know this much? She inquired, surprised by how opposed I was at the idea. Because I was aware for a long time that you just wouldn't have accepted a peaceful job when you got old enough to think about your future, I replied with a sigh. You have the need to fight in your blood. To fight for what is right. But why did you let Cinder train and even visit Atlas at times to spar with Winter every December? That's because Cinder isn't planning to pursue any career as a huntress. She has long accepted that she wanted a job that was honestly aimed to bring peace and safety. Huntsmen do that, Nora stubbornly pointed out. They fight Grimm, they save people and do much more than that. Else there wouldn't be any difference between a huntsman and a militiaman, am I right? What is the difference, Dad? I sighed, patting her head as we both sat down on the ground. There was no one around, and I felt considerably too tired to even walk to the bench and resume the conversation there. A militiaman does what you just said. The primary purpose of the job is to be sent to exterminate Grimm, protect the borders from any invasion, and serve as peacekeepers if the local police force is unable to step up to that duty, I explained with a serious tone. Huntsmen are more than just that. While it's true that Grimm are their natural enemies, the Corps' tasks can be scouting, aiding the army, or even being the army of some kingdoms, being special law enforcement if the police is unable to keep up with spikes of crimes and handle brutal criminals with lethal force. This isn't a pleasant job to take on, mostly because, if you decide to retire and have a life beyond it, you are generally left without a job. But I remember Cinder mentioning that the militia allows people to join civilian duty if they are done with the military side of things. Yep, I curtly answered, gaining a shocked look out of Nora. Why isn't it the case for hunters? Because they only care for warriors. Beyond that, the only hope they have of getting a job if anyone decides to retire is to become a teacher, I continued. You've heard what Uncle Ty and Uncle Crow had to say about it. It was luck on their part that they ended up being the best candidates among many to become 2 new teachers at Signal. That's stupid. Ouch. The situation is far more complicated than just the school's mindset. The councils are also to blame for never raising this kind of issue. I believe only Atlas has something to provide work to their former soldiers, something to prevent any dangerous uprising if they angered too many veterans at once. Yep. Which is why I don't want you to become a huntress, I replied to her. I have nothing against you pursuing something like an exciting and, sometimes dangerous job. If you train this hard all the time, then I will never doubt that you have the capacity to be ready to fight your battles when you are old enough to do so. So, if I wanted to join the militia you would still need to train a lot and wait until you are 15. I believe that, compared to the age requirement for huntsmen, this is much easier to wait. She nodded and I continued. You will go far, and I know you will make us all as proud as worried, I finally concluded, and she smiled at that. I will make you damn proud. I huffed. Language. She giggled, knowing that this was the least of my headaches since we were now going to explain to Sienna why a mere stroll in the park turned in a full-fledged sparring session. She was sure going to be pissed when she wasn't around to train Nora herself. Her and her maternal instincts. Chapter 52, How John Looks. Chapter 53, Omake 20, The Meeting, C. But perhaps victory is in the simpler things that you've long forgotten, things that require a smaller, more honest soul. Ojbin. I should have refused. I really should have. Yet I had to take on the invitation that summer had sent us to visit Patch in Signal Academy. Despite her new unwillingness to become a huntress, Nora still wanted to see how students at these schools had it compared to those that studied to join the militia. It was a simple request, one that I saw no reason to be worried about. It wasn't Beacon, I thought to myself, gaining a sigh out of Ozma and a quiet hum from Sally. The trip was smooth and uneventful, granting me just enough comfort to feel that something was going to happen the moment we were to reach Signal. My danger instinct proved to be as sharp as they were after a few years of getting refined by awkward situations and sudden brawls. It was like a coincidence, yet I could tell it wasn't. On the very day that I was visiting with my family the small island, a certain individual I had tried to avoid at all costs had decided to come and visit the pre-combat school which Yang had joined just this year. Since it was the end of the school year, these few days saw many parents and their children visiting the academy to confirm their support for it. Raven was the tensest, keeping the farthest possible within the group as we ended up approaching the principal of the school, the man busy talking with someone I was more familiar with. Ojbin looked particularly normal. There was no difference between the one I was looking at and the one that was shown in the canon timeline. The moment we were close enough, there was a strange jolt going through my mind and, into one of its corners. I feel him. And, knowing our luck, he feels us too. Lucky for me, if the headmaster was really aware about this, then he was doing a fine job hiding away this very notion. I could notice his gaze on me, and his greeting felt particularly forceful, as if he was holding back someone to ask me directly. The little meeting didn't look much at first, but I would soon realize that the situation wasn't as calm as I would have hoped it to be. The visit became a complete tour as I was granted full sight of the building there. Signal was really impressive and, after checking the building for a while, we eventually were brought to the principal's office. It was there that things seemed to pick up in pace. "Your children are getting close to adulthood, Mr. Bukharin," the man started the conversation fairly calmly. "I suppose you have already taken steps to secure their future." "Yes. Cinder is already well set to reach the top through the militia, and Nora has mentioned that she wanted to follow the same footsteps as her sister." "What about young Emerald?" "She was interested in working as an assistant to Mr. Watts. The green-haired girl wasn't exactly a fighter, so it made sense to her to actually try her hand into studying and getting a job that was still going to make a huge impact. With her understanding of standard machinery currently quite good, she was easily taken in by Emma to work at the labs. She was learning every day, and she even started to do some paperwork. The former thief was now sympathetic every time I brought up the massive burden of paper and ink that I had to face every single day. I would have expected for one of them to at least considering of becoming a huntsman. I blinked, faking ignorance. And why would that be important? It's only a surprising element. Many young men and women tend to aspire to one day rise to become the paladins of humanity as a whole. Which is why they preferred the militia. It's quite similar, I replied. I believe some would just improve faster by becoming huntresses. Debatable, Mr. Xavier. The exchange eventually took a longer and sharper turn of events. One escalation after another, a single conversation stood out. "Mr. Bukharin, I've seen many terrible things. Some of which, I presume, you could have prevented," I flatly remarked, drawing a surprised look out of the headmaster. "I've heard this spiel way too many times to actually feel it matters. I don't know how much you suffered, why, when, how and with who and what. In fact, with all due respect, I don't see why I even bother talking to you, good sir." There was no continuation to that and the visit concluded shortly after as I saw no genuine interest to continue with the tour. The principal was surprised by this choice, but he didn't say too much about it as we were finally freed of being around RWBY. But as I left, I saw the old headmaster staring blankly at the floor, his eyes unfocused and devoid of emotions. Despite his self-disappointed self, I kept on walking back home and groaned when I ended up sparing a private conversation with Sienna about the matter. She easily sided with him when I mentioned what I knew RWBY was capable of and we decided to take a careful stance now that I had gained the headmaster's interest by being around for him to notice. Yep, those were going to be some tough years. Chapter 54, From Ashes, A New Story, 1. Home is where you go to find solace from the ever-changing chaos, to find love within the confines of a heartless world, and to be reminded that no matter how far you wander, there will always be something waiting when you return. Kendall Robb. Fair warning, if you haven't read the canon Omax, you will not understand a couple of things happening from this chapter onward. Reader's discretion is advised. 6 years. I've been in Remnant for 6 years now and many things have changed since my arrival. Many important things if I have to be incredibly honest. While I knew that I hadn't prevented the worst to actually happen since Mommy Salami was still alive and taking new turns to her previous plans, I hadn't remained idle during this time. New technologies were created by Watts, Menagerie had officially conquered the fullest of its territories with the new updated weaponry and equipment at the militia's disposal, and I was quite proud of my kids. Cinder had, much to my immense relief, taken a very positive take on her own ambitions. Sure, she still aimed to reach the top the quickest possible to impose changes and do things for the best, but there was always a hint of competitiveness being her rise to power. Something within her that urged her to rush things at times and get some minor mistakes made that made things awkward for her. Nothing too big, and definitely not permanent, but still amusing when I was the one noticing those. A little more than a year ago she had decided to join the White Fang and rose to the rank of captain in a little less than 2 months. While that ascent into the position should have gained some suspicions concerning her family ties, nobody seemed to question that the decision was still a brilliant one. With an excellent career within the militia, she was set to be a treat for both pacifists thanks to her moderate views on retaliations against the rallies, and a favorable pick for the Warhawks within the organization that wanted some figures to rely on thanks to her experience as a frontline fighter. Things then took a higher turn when Sienna decided to send her to lead the branch in Vale and the young woman proved to be more than qualified for the job. I had studied the matter myself and that had been a nightmare to fix. One that I believed her capable of working on, and definitely one that she managed to do so while exceeding any expectations. What was considered the Vale branch was more of a small building that was housed by a dozen of recruits that were ill-equipped for proper rallies. Cinder's arrival led to a sudden restoration of the main building itself to fit more than just a couple of dozens of people. It was reshaped and reorganized so that it properly fit as a headquarters for the White Fang in Vale. Receptionists were selected among the unranked mass of people that were part of the branch, with a couple more set out to act as promoters rather than active members. It was a decision that was aimed more at creating an administration within the branch that could have worked out a better intake of people. And that seemed to happen overnight, when a more aggressive recruitment campaign was optimized to attract partial members. The objective wasn't to establish a big army, but to create a steady flow of supporters that were keen to at least let out a minimum bit of their money or even take part in the rallies. The duties weren't exactly as tall and big as those were in the original timeline, and it was all thanks to the fact that the White Fang hadn't militarized ever since Gyra had retired to take the role of chieftain. Because yes, the big guy did take on the job once Sardella took a sudden heart attack as a reason to step down and get away from the stressful paperwork. With that decision, Sienna was quickly pushed to replace him as the leader of the organization. And I was directly chosen as the second in command. You literally became a subordinate to your wife. She doesn't abuse that power over me. I believe she has more than enough influence thanks to cuddle privileges. Because, while I didn't mind sleeping on the couch, I was rather annoyed when I was deprived of some long-deserved cuddles after work. The paperwork was a monster that can never be tamed, so I would seek relief in the form of sleeping in the bed with my wife and child. Just about 3 months ago, a new element joined the Bukharin family. Tiny, very receptive and demanding for closeness from either his father or mother, Damien Bukharin was born with an adorable bundle of joy. Dark hair, tiger-like black ears atop his head, and a pair of curious and joyful brown eyes. He was incredibly cute. I couldn't believe that something out of me would have been conceived in such a heartwarming form. A little brother for Nora to spoil without reservations. Of course the girl wasn't as hyperactive as her canon self. While she was still a giddy girl that loved her family and friends the dearest, she had grown a little more mature thanks to training under both me and Sienna while also starting her own career in the militia. Our talk did well to turn her interest into becoming a huntress into doing more work in the local garrison. She had her fair share of experience of fighting Grimm, to try out her abomination of a weapon that was Magnhild X on the bastards themselves, and also understand how boring policing people was when she needed to go through that part of her duty. Things at Menagerie were definitely less rough than in Vale, with the crime rate fairly minimal despite the growth of the cities within it. Some of the smaller settlements in the island had become outright villages themselves and had some leaders appointed by the chieftain himself. With the entire main island cleared from dangers, and resources available to fully expand, there was a serious increase to the economic balance in recent years. That and the fact that with new fishing equipment to deter marine Grimm did double the money made by fishermen in the last few years. Things were flourishing for everyone as taxes were lessened, expenses were the lowest in the last few decades, and I had to work double time to get this economic miracle to wane off or even cause a full economic collapse in a little while. Some of those good things weren't meant to last forever, that is if someone like me didn't take precautions to soften up the knockback that was going to happen the moment the growth had stabilized to a slower rate. I was way too familiar with recessions, and the last thing I needed was being the guy that failed to prevent the Great Depression from happening here in Remnant. I wasn't even joking much about it since the risk was rather real and I ended up wasting long nights to get through some of the paperwork and other documentations needed to avoid that kind of disaster. I'm still thinking of the chances of my other self using an economic recession to get some horrible thing happening. That's a scary thought but impossible. She would need to have someone among the higher-ups at the Menagerie Bank to do anything that damaging. And I have plenty of security locks to prevent minor infiltration. It was a front I knew I couldn't afford to leave untouched, so fixing it so any effort through it wouldn't go through became a priority that would get monthly checked just to see if there had been any situation regarding the matter that I should have been concerned about. And, nothing, there was no attempt on that opening. Beyond that, things were going fairly well for the family as a whole. Damien was looked after by trusted people if both Sienna and I were busy at our respective work, with the two of us making sure to come up with ways to get back at home as quickly as possible to be around the newborn. Sienna had it easier since her job wasn't as complicated as mine. She could delegate some of the paperwork to other people and be done a little before lunch each day in exchange for working from home during the afternoon and early evening. I would still get the chances of leaving work with documentation to sign at home, but I never tried to delegate anything too important out of fear of things getting messed up or misinterpreted by my subordinates. Good people, but just a few knew how my mind worked at the job and how I wanted things done. Considering how stressful the line of work was, I was relieved I had some trustworthy individuals to rely on. Finally, the quietest but the more active member of the family regarding civilian-based work. Ren hadn't kept idle despite his disinterest for fighting. Sure, he would still be to train with me on a weekly basis, but he was still interested in drawing and writing. That kind of combo aided him to offer his own assistance to Ilya about her books. And also foster his relationship with her. I spotted them being fairly close, blushing, holding hands. I was quickly concerned of what these two bookworms were going to make out of this. Possibly a ship that, albeit abnormal in the original timeline, was blessed and much supported in this one. Seriously, why would I try to sabotage that adorable setup? With their careers improving even more, these two were able to secure a future for themselves and any eventual family they were going to create. 3 books had been produced since last time the first one was edited and published, and they were all successes in their own regards. They weren't sparing themselves when it came to producing good pieces, and I was glad to see the duo growing into proper self-sufficient workers, in good part. They were still quite far from actually being given the chance to go through the paperwork behind their kind of job, but I would sound unfairly dishonest in saying they weren't in the road to get things done well even on that front. But the more I thought about how nice things were after 6 years of hard work, and I still couldn't shrug off the idea that Salem was still going to pull something so cunning and unexpected, that I was really going to have to work on things I hadn't planned to handle until that point. The worst part? I had a couple of suspicions, but nothing that really hadn't been approached by the Queen of Grimm's. For now the best course of action was wait and see, and hopefully get the chance to counter any dangerous move before it had the chance to fully unfold against me. I wasn't overly confident things were going to remain quiet for too long, but I was relieved when I was given confirmation that Salem hadn't done anything that big during those 6 years. But as I enjoyed those days as much as I could, I was finally given a big event that needed some serious preparations. Something fairly important to me and that saw me take a good amount of free time to get things ready to accommodate the return of someone I hadn't seen for 5 months now. Cinder was finally visiting for a few days. With her work in Vale mostly over, it would take her a few more months to be properly able to leave her workplace more than a few times each month. I wasn't expecting her to abuse that opportunity as much as others would, but I was quite confident she was going to make a couple of trips for family-related reasons. But what really had me interested wasn't how many times Cindy was going to come back home, but about her reaction to her baby brother and how she was going to handle him. That, I was going to have countless photos about. I woke up alone in the bed. A blink, then 2, and yep, I was really alone on the mattress. No Sienna, no baby. I heard noises from the kitchen. I quickly realized what was going on as I heard something on the stove, cooking. Milk, for Damien. Pulling myself off the inviting softness, I knew that I had to get my mind out of the sleepiness. While today I took a day off at work, I still needed to be impeccably early with my usual routine to be ready for Cinder's return. I slowly made my way through the hall and into the living room. In those 6 years, the house has been subjected to 2 renovations. Each was meant to bring a bigger size to the rooms and expand on some spaces that required a unique room rather than a combined one with another. Specifically the kitchen and the living room. There was enough money to get it all done and more. The garden was expanded too, but there wasn't that much interest in it. Neither Sienna or me found it interesting, and the only one that seemed to pay it any attention was Ren, but even then that was rather minimal and more stress relief than anything serious. Without wasting too much time slouching around, I arrived at my current destination and took a moment to greet the 2 individuals already sitting there. Ren looked, still sleepy, but nonetheless active as he greeted me with a curt but still calm, "Good morning." Nora had her head neatly placed on the table, looking more asleep than awake, but still able to let out a slurred "morning" before nuzzling her face on the cool surface of the wood. I paused near to her, patting behind her neck and replying to them both with a simple "good morning" myself. After that I entered the kitchen and studied the situation there. Damien had been placed in his special chair, giving me a satisfied look since he had just finished his breakfast from the small stains of milk that were on his tiny desk. He started to pat the small table as soon as he noticed me, a giddy expression on his face and happy gurgles leaving his mouth. "Good morning," I muttered glancing to the side, right where Sienna was trying to handle multiple things at once by the stoves. She blinked, turning to stare at me in surprise as if I wasn't supposed to be there in that exact moment. "I thought you would have remained to bed a little more," the tiger fauness explained, and I hummed, frowning at her. "Why? Today is such an important day. And I would have expected you to get some more rest so you had more energy in handling Cinder's visit. I might have long work hours, but I'm still far from being an old man, I replied with faux annoyance. And I see that you need some help with the rest. I'm doing just fine, the woman tried to defend her pride, failing miserably as she quickly panicked over some pans that were now smoking a few dark clouds over them. It was comedic, but also not. That was good food getting wasted. I quickly moved in to help her through that task, knowing that the proof advanced by the scene itself was more than enough to silence any reluctance to give me space on the task. She might have gotten better at this, but I was still several steps above her abilities in the kitchen. But my Padawan was getting better and I took immense pride in aiding her to the correct path. Cooking is a journey best loved when you tease your student. Especially if they are your lovers. Am I right, Ozma? No comment. Once breakfast was served and everyone was given the chance of getting over with their bathroom routines, we quickly took a moment to visit Watts and check on a couple of things I had to make sure before reaching the landing grounds. The rest of the family had moved on their own to wait for the big arrival, while I had to retrieve a little gift I had planned to give Cinder once she was done greeting the others. I found Adam waiting at the entrance of the building, the young man having grown in a fine young man that spent most of his time between helping his mother around since she had just recently grown a pregnancy-induced belly and she turned clumsy because of it, helping around at the labs with his new father and then training with Raven. That last bit had happened out of pure coincidence. The red-eyed woman had decided to look around Kuana during one of her visits and, during her boredom-induced journey around the settlement, she ended up finding Adam, the bull faunus busy training with a wooden sword. The moment the two meet, things really took a strange turn for both. Raven found herself surprisingly invested in training the red-haired teen and Adam found a reason to be involved in showing his new teacher that he was no pushover. The first times were humiliating for the guy, his temper rising to a level that weren't ever shown ever since he came to Menagerie, and, for the first time ever, the bull faunus came to meet his own demons when it came to fighting someone he wasn't truly attached to. And that state of true revelation only aided the Branwen to help him turn that anger, that fury, into a weapon rather than a drive to help his resolve. Pain, sweat, and lots of determination helped up shaping an individual that knew how to jump between ferocity and intellectual placidity when he wanted either one or another. Uncle John, he calmly muttered and I nodded. Adam. I see you are up and already up for some hunting. He was wearing something close to his original outfit, except he didn't have a mask covering his unblemished face. Well, mostly unblemished since he had a tiny scar that came out from pissing Raven during a spar. It took him just a poorly given insult to ensure a vicious retaliation from his teacher. I will leave for a mere scout mission. I will be back a little before lunch, Adam replied with a nod. Still, I suppose you're trying to get to father, right? He should be in lab 2 right now. Something about the surprise you two have been working on. I nodded. For now is an experiment, but I believe he has plans to get you something cool the moment you hit captain in the militia. Something a new prototype for the sword you asked him to make. That response had him perking up with attention. Do you have any info you can spare about it, uncle? Not much. Plus, if I knew a little more, I wouldn't tell you, I rebuked mirthfully, ignoring his frown at that comment. It's a surprise. A big one at that. I don't need to explain to you how a surprise is best enjoyed when the subject isn't aware of what it actually is. Fair enough, he said with a shrug. I nodded at him before entering inside the large manor. Watts did make a fortune with his inventions despite his small prices set for each product. He had played the long game and won big time with his risky offers. The price had been cheap, but the massive selling had still resulted in a hefty fortune for him and his family to enjoy. Which resulted in this manor becoming a mix of living quarters and laboratories. Some more assistants were hired, but Emma was still the second-in-chief as far as Arthur was concerned. Still, I ended up finding the researcher in the place Adam had told me he was working by. The man's attention was aimed at the workbench where he was adding the final details to the gift I had asked him to complete after paying him a decent amount of money. It wasn't expensive, but this was just an addition to an already existing product. Arthur, I greeted quietly. I hope I don't find you too busy. The scientist paused and glanced at me, nodding as he replied to my comment. I'm mostly done. There were a couple of issues I had noticed earlier this morning. I had to fix some of the additions to it but, it should work. He moved away from the bench, bringing with himself the small parts he had been applying the finishing touch to. He placed those inside the small bag I had prepared for the occasion, but he held me by the wrist before I could leave. I need you to promise me that she will not let those to waste. Differently from before, I don't believe I have the material to get those add-ons created again. So she better give those uttermost attention to. I nodded, surprised by that warning. She will be careful. It's Cinder we are talking about. That seemed to be enough to convince me to let go of me. I spared a curt greeting before leaving him for his usual work. After a couple of minutes wandering the streets, I arrived at my last destination just in time to see the airship coming from Vale softly landing over the planned landing area. I paused just a moment by Sienna's side, glancing at Damien and giving him a little poke on his nose before glancing at the descent of the passengers. Cinder wasn't the first or the second, nor the third. She might be a prideful young lady, but she wasn't far from pompous, especially for petty things like this one. Eventually we spotted her leaving through the only exit, right behind her a certain mint-haired tan girl following her down the ramp that led towards us. Emerald looked quite fine, maybe a little annoyed by the flight if not more than how Cinder had to have felt about that. I took just a couple of steps forward, wanting to be on the forefront for the reunion and, that proved to be a mistake. The moment I did so, Cinder seemed to realize that I was there and, dropping her luggage behind, in a pure action of absurd childishness, she bolted towards me. Before I knew it, her arms were wrapped around my neck, her head was happily nestled on my left shoulder and she almost tackled me on the ground by the sheer power behind that hug. Surprise swelled at that action, but I felt calming almost instantly when I heard her utter a few warm words. "I'm back, Dad. It's been a while since I heard her talking." Sure, we had our conversations through the phone, but it wasn't the same as speaking by person. The warmth, the relief, she felt nostalgic. And I too was happy about her return. I sighed, still amused by her words, patting her back and enjoying the hug myself. "Welcome back," I replied to my daughter. Chapter 55, From Ashes, A New Story, 2. He was a father. That's what a father does. Eases the burdens of those he loves. Saves the ones he loves from painful last images that might endure for a lifetime. George Saunders. The return of both Cinder and Emerald was received positively and celebrated for a few hours. Both girls were keen to accept the comments that happily expressed many of their friends' interest at their arrival, while they were less so regarding those asking questions about their current situation in Vale. May them be about insignificant like how it's the weather there compared to Menagerie or something a little more spicy about the White Fang situation in the area, I deemed it more than correct in their regards to put a personal block to this very topic for a while. Some were confused by this request, but I could tell both girls were relieved of this little reprieve as they were granted the chance of enjoying the return home rather than being put through an interrogation after another. What took most of their attention immediately after the hugging was over came to be the little boy that was equally excited to meet his big sisters. Damien squeaked and reached out for Cinder as he saw her approach, a giddy smile on his face that was slowly matched by the young woman as Sienna allowed her to pick the toddler off her hold. It was a cute sight, especially when Emerald herself tried to get hold of the child, ending up in a quiet bickering with Cinder herself. It was rare to see these two arguing so divisively and kind of amusing due to the context of the circumstance. The two still paid equal affection to Damien, and the little faunus didn't seem to mind the rapid exchange of hands between his two old siblings. Who minded was Nora herself as she tried to jump at the situation and bring her baby brother out of that stupid tug of war. While the reasoning had merits, the same wasn't the way she was trying to actually keep her brother to herself. Look at them. Having their first siblings problem. I thought they had some already. But not one that was as deeply amusing or entertaining. And it's the first time I see Nora being this annoyed towards her sisters. After we were done with the first minutes of speaking at the landing zone, the next stop was home where others were waiting to greet the arriving duo. Adam was rather tight-lipped about speaking with Cinder, mostly because both had been going for a rivalry for some time. Nothing truly well-defined or really important in their friendship, but regardless fairly modest within their relationship. I could already tell that the reason why he was holding himself so much was about his restraint to not instantly demand a fight with her. He wasn't that driven into fighting out of nowhere, but he was definitely going to ask her to a spar. And that spar was going to be as vicious as the ones I remember assisting from the sidelines. Ilia was next as she was done with her few hours of work with Ren. Both greeted Emerald at the same time, since both were more close to the green-haired girl than with Cinder. Not that they disliked the older daughter, but they were keen to be closer to those around their age. Cinder was one step a little too old, which was normal to hear as a reason from some teenagers nowadays. Nonetheless, the return home was pleasant. Cinder and Emerald took their time trying to get to rest by their rooms before joining the rest of the family for some time together. It was a pleasant day for sure, but then something came up just after lunch. I was mostly done with cleaning the plates when the two came up to me. "Dad, can we talk in private? I think there is something important we need to tell you." "About Vale." I calmly nodded. "I'm almost done here. If you wait a little bit by the office, I will be there in just a moment. They accepted this and went on to check that very room. The office section was one of the most recent aspects of the latest renovation. Particularly small, but modestly big to house some shelves by the side with books regarding the old registry from Menageries Bank, a tiny desk, a few chairs and some holographic system to talk from home to the workplace in case I was sick and I had to skip being around at the page. I was done with the chore 10 minutes later, slowly making my way to the room and taking my seat behind my terminal. I spared a quick glance at both girls, and I couldn't help but notice that they looked fairly serious about it. Torchwick. It sounds the simplest thing that could get them this annoyed. Or maybe there is something else we have to worry about. So, what did you two want to talk about? Anything I should be worried about? Concerned too? Not, really, Emerald admitted, picking up her ash device and tinkering with it. One moment, I'm sending you a folder. I blinked, waiting for the operation to be done, and soon I opened the folder that was uploaded in my terminal. The screen lit up, showing the mainframe of the terminal, and gave me the chance I studied the files in it. Oh. That's not good. It could be good depending on why they searched this matter thoroughly. In front of me, numerous pictures of the same person, a couple of illustrations, and some excerpts from old texts connected by the same subject which I could only perceive as the reason why they were asking for my assistance. An incomplete study about the maidens. I was surprised, but nonetheless confused by the fact that they were actually studying this specific topic. Not only was it so sudden and unexpected, but I was immensely fascinated by why they were seeking my guidance in this very situation. I looked at them, then back at the terminal, and finally back at them. I see that you've gone for a deep research on this curious argument. May I ask what drove you to go through such great lengths? Cinder sighed, clearly ready to tell the truth. 2 months ago, while we were patrolling a street where a couple of our members had been harassed, we ended up rescuing this young woman from a group of people that were trying to pass as part of the White Fan, she began explaining. This isn't the first time we reported this, and while we received support from some agents sent to handle this unfortunate case, the problem isn't going away. Nonetheless, the important bit is Dash. The young woman. This. Amber? Yes, Emerald answered. That's the name she gave us, and the one which helped us find out more about her. That's quite odd. I remember having made sure to remove all info available about Amber when I first found her. Are you sure of this? Quite. I was rather convinced that anything could have been used by Salem to upset the play I was trying to get through, and maybe my counterpart didn't have that actual worry. With the defeat of so many of her pawns, perhaps you went for a lesser security about it. And maybe these mysterious, White Fang members are actually part of Salem's new circle. We never thought about that possibility, and we definitely needed to get someone trustworthy to check on this matter and solve it at once. If that was really the case, then we had to check up our current ranks and see if we can spot any possible traitors. But how do we do this without turning into Stalin and pulling a great purge but in Remnant? I'm not familiar with these references. Horrible dictator, killed anyone or anything he thought was plotting against him. Oh. You really dug in my head, didn't you? It's been 6 years now, I think I know you well enough to know what you would want for dinner tonight. Sounds fair. I suppose there were some Minders around this girl. People that were entrusted to keep her sake. We know those men and women are tied to Ojban, Cinder said while nodding. But we don't know exactly why they are guarding her and why they were so quick to get her off our custody by showing orders from the council. Falsified. That would make some sense. But you have to reason to me. Emerald spared a quick look toward Cinder, noting how the older girl wasn't actually answering that question, and decided to be the one to speak up. That's because Amber didn't want to leave. She said that she trusted Cinder the most. And I actually frowned at that comment. Can you please elaborate on that? I questioned with a confused look. And I'm asking this to you, Cinder. When I was fighting to fend off the attackers, I felt my semblance growing stronger for a time. My glass constructs were enchanted with fire and my speed and general might increased while I was around Amber, the young woman explained. And, just like Amber, I felt like I had to trust her because I felt a connection. Not emotional, not physical, it felt more like Dash. Something tied to your soul. She blinked. Something like that. Curious stutter, it was rare for her to react in such a way. For her to be influenced heavily by something like this. And I knew that I was missing something big about it. Did Amber try to argue staying with you? Yes. I sighed, slowly coming to terms with the fact that something interesting had happened, and I really didn't know what it was all about. Any clues? It's tied to their souls. It could be that this Cinder actually fits as a successor to Amber. Since she doesn't have a child and since Cinder might have a soul fitting to become the next host of her powers, she might feel pulled to her. That's actually possible. There have been rare circumstances of this happening, but due to the fact of how sheltered some maidens are, it's only recorded that this kind of pull is felt when around their daughters. Since Cinder wasn't taken in by my counterpart and since her soul wasn't tarnished by the Grimm parasite, there is a chance she is actually more prepared to be Amber's successor if she died. Which means I have to tell some of the truth now or things will go and explode in our faces. I leaned back on the chair, offering the most serious stare I could offer to both. This story isn't exactly one that many can know. So I don't want to hear you two trying to spread it because it can and will create a massive hysteria if the public learned of this, I warned with a stern voice. I want you two to swear to me, by your own ideals and beliefs, that you will not do this. Dad dash. I'm not joking, Cinder. This is the kind of information that can destroy society as a whole if it ends up reaching everyone. I interrupted and I waited for them both to give out their promise they weren't going to do so. Is this really that terrible? Cinder had to ask with a concerned look. How many knows about it? Just a handful of people. Good people, I elaborated. And the reason why this is something that is restricted is tied to two major topics. The first is, the maidens, while the other is more tied to the Grimm. The maidens are real? Emerald asked, sounding surprised, and I nodded. But that's not, we have evidence to believe that it's the case since, Amber's powers dash. Are the ones owned by the current Fall Maiden. Because she is the Fall Maiden. But why do I feel attracted to her? In the sense of our powers dash. I know you don't mean it the other way, dear, I interrupted while smiling kindly, feeling rather amused at the little blush on her face at the tiny hint of tease I employed with that response. I can't answer with utter certainty the reason why you two are connected beyond the fact you might be a possible inheritor to her powers the moment she passes away. That answer had her tense up and almost stand up at my response. What? And by that I don't mean she is going to die soon or anything like that. What I was referring to, is that her powers will go to another individual, a maiden to be more precise, when she will die. And I'm a candidate. I nodded. That sounds about right. How do you know this is actually true? Emerald quipped with a perplexed expression. How do you know that maidens truly exist? I smiled at that comment. That's because we all know one that is frequently around the house. They both looked shocked by this and yet Cinder seemed to realize fairly quickly. Raven is a maiden. I know, kind of surprising considering how old she is, also how unexpected of a situation it is too. Emerald snorted, but it was just a brief noise of amusement considering how serious the situation was. A little entertaining note before we entered the real Grimm explanations. Still, yes, Raven is the Spring Maiden after failing to save the previous one. Which means that she is being guarded by us or dash. It's Raven, Emerald, Cinder rebuked. Of course there is no need for protection, that woman knows how to disappear when she needs to. I shrugged. That's her all right. I took a moment to allow them to digest the new info before moving on to the next topic. And now it's time you also learn about why there are people interested in capturing the maidens. Because what you were involved in wasn't just a simple group that is going to stop just by dealing with these rogue members. Someone is aiming to capture the maidens. Is this tied to the Grimm topic? The one you brought earlier? I nodded at Cinder's good questions. This is perhaps bigger than the previous question, and now I want you to be careful with what will happen next and keep an eye out for any suspicious happenings about the safety of the maidens and Vale in general. The Grimm have a queen. What? A queen as in dash. A controller, Cinder interrupted with that guess. Someone that creates them, leads them and, is behind many horrible events in human history. That's correct, I confirmed, and I saw them give me confused looks despite the oldest having understood a great part of it. When I was in Atlas, when Sienna got hurt, it was about some time before I took Cinder in, I ended up taking part in an operation to capture the attackers behind Sienna's comatose state. Wait, really? You actually dash. Fought my way through a Grimm-infested mantle together with some other agents and a good part of Atlas army? Yep. Your dad is still a badass when he wants to. Never doubted that, Cinder mirthfully added, but sobered up rather quickly. Still, how is this tied to the queen being real? Because I personally met her there. Wait, really? Emerald inquired in pure shock. At this point the poor girl was listening and seeing a bigger world than before. You met her and dash. You fought her, the older girl muttered quietly. Which is why you were injured when you returned back. Yes, I fought her. And you lost dash. There isn't exactly a chance to win against something that can regenerate from the worst injuries, I remarked calmly, staring annoyingly at my oldest daughter. I tried to kill her, she was annoyed by it and returned the shotgun blast back to my arm. Her name is Salem. She is a being of darkness, filled with malicious intentions and driven by the simple goal of killing one person, I further explained. A manipulator that weaves her web in a way to entice those that are interested in power, money, revenge and much more to join her to see their dreams attained. Cinder sneered. What's the catch? And that's my daughter. Gah, you don't need to remind me. You were wrong, I was right, again and again. Cease with the childishness. Nah, he is right. For once, take the loss with style. Oh, quiet you. The catch is that it's all words and no real intention to grant anyone anything. Power. She will just give directions to attain power while also tying these individuals to her so that power can't be used against her. Same for money and revenge. But why would anyone join her? She is quite known to appear motherly. A fragment of what she once was, a normal good person that was wronged by the gods. Wait, the gods are real. That I count as a win. And I'm glad you think highly of me. As you said, it's been 6 years now. You might know me well, but I reckon I know you well enough. I heard Sally smirk from within my head, but I kept on speaking with the girls as I went on to answer more of their questions. A lengthy conversation but a relieving one that freed me from some of the weight I had held for a long time now. I could trust these two to not reveal this to anyone else, and I knew they needed this information to avoid getting caught in Ojban's plays. Nonetheless, one thing was clear to me as the discussion came to an end just as dinner was meant to be prepared. The big game, the one between Ozzy, me and Mommy Salami, has resumed. And the Queen got her first piece in. After the private conversation, I ended up spending some time with the girls by the living room. Damien was sleepy and, as usual, he was put back in his crib by Sienna while I handled the rest of the family as, a certain someone was finally interested in pressing for something important with her big sister. So, is it true that you've been stuck with paperwork all day long in the last months? Nora asked, giving her older sister somewhat of a fascinated look. On most occasions, yes. The rest I was to spend handling the recruits' tasks, make sure nothing bad happened and dash. What about training? The younger girl pressed, giving a fair inkling of what she was trying to go for on that very occasion. I've taken as much free time as possible out of my role to train, Cinder replied, taking a calmer approach compared last time she was challenged this subtly. But I think you're not asking me if I kept training. Nora could only grin. I bet I can beat you. That's some funny comment you just said, Nora. But it lacks the usual amusement you pick, I can only assume you were acting to appear it wasn't a joke. That had her actually frown. I can totally kick your butt. Ah, if only you took my advice to become a comedian. Those jokes could give you a wonderful revenue without having to rely on Dad's pocket money, the young woman added mirthfully, drawing a scowl from her sister. Emerald could only stare, actually as calm as I was since this wasn't the first time they handled this situation like this. It wasn't the first time their personalities clashed for a brief moment before a solution appeared out of thin air. The girl looked at me and we shared a sympathetic nod as we both looked at the two sort things out in their own way. I will start working for the militia soon. I'm no longer a kid dash. And yet you still have trouble accepting help when given it to you, Cinder remarked flatly, stopping the annoyed rant from happening. There was a hint of surprise appearing on Nora's face, but the young woman was far from over. I've heard a fair lot from my old contacts in the militia. You're strong, you listen to orders during exercises to train and prepare for live missions, but you still refuse to listen up to any advice they provide you regarding your fighting style. It's not true dash. Did you work on the little problem regarding your inability to properly dodge while using Magnhild when attacked from in front? Did you take precautions about the timing to get the weapon to switch to other functions? Nora, I understand you are unwilling to be called out on these mistakes, but those comments aren't meant to be condescending, Cinder pushed onward. Did Dad wait for your return when you first left for the preparatory mission? The one where you actually fought some Grimm? Yes. What's about that? Did he stay up and worry while you were out on the field? Yes. I see where she is going with this. Me too. Yes. Yes. When I had my first real mission, he did the same. I didn't try training with the other militia members until I was old and ready enough to join the group. I was really surprised by a couple of things myself when I started, and I would be lying to say I was perfectly confident at the time to know things would have gone smoothly. You know what I did after I went back home and sat with Dad until dinner? Nora shook her head and the older sibling hummed. I thought of all the mistakes I made and how many bad things have happened during that very mission. How those could have turned for the worst if things had gone differently, she admitted, gaining my surprise and worry with just those words. I was unhappy with myself, upset that I had gone out for something this important with just a sliver of being unprepared for everything. Of course, it's impossible to be prepared for all possible cases, but one can always take precautions by having their own flaws handled and worked on to become strengths before those events. You want me to work on my flaws dash. So those don't leave you in an unpleasant situation that can hurt you. Mine isn't an effort to make you feel weak, mine is an appeal to have you be stronger and more ready for what is going to come eventually, she interrupted again. So, how about we go and take a spar? I spot any issues with your combat style and give you something to do to fix those. You might not like listening to others, but I hope you are not going to ignore your sister too. Oh, of course not. Nora remarked. Still, I will try to kick your butt. Bring it. I sighed, shaking my head as I saw them both quickly leave from the main door. I slowly went to retrieve the first aid, while Emerald waited for me by the front door so we could follow them together. While I was mostly calm about this, the girls seemed to pick up something I had kept quiet about. Is there a reason why Nora is unwilling to listen to other trainers? She didn't seem to have that kind of problem when we were around. I blinked, granting her a nod but holding on to the truth for a little longer. In 2 months from now, there should be a tournament in Mistral. One of those competitions to try and win a big trophy to show how amazing kids are, I started to explain. Nora wants to take part in it. Wait, really? The girl asked, surprised by what this situation was since Nora wasn't exactly someone that wanted to compete in this kind of stuff. A fighter she might be, but she wasn't out for publicity. I mean, shouldn't she be more concerned about preparing to enter the militia? She said that she wanted to be prepared for it. That's because she isn't planning to just get the trophy for the sake of it. She is planning to give the victory to someone that will be there. Emerald paused at that, a confused look sticking by her face as she thought about the case and, she blinked. Will Weiss be there? Sighing, I gave her a nod, confirming her suspicions. The Schnee family will attend the event since they were invited by Mistral's council. All for the sake of boosting the presence of people. And now Nora wants to be there to make a show of something. I already know what is going on, I pointed out, drawing a frown out of her. I've noticed, there is no need to cover for them. You don't mind that they are dash. I wouldn't mind if it was real love. I doubt things are that easy to understand at the age they are. Hormones can be fairly difficult to keep in check and I really can't say if Weiss returns this much affection, I replied without hesitation. I know they will just ignore the publicity, but by going this far Nora will just put the spotlight on her, Weiss, and our families. And gossip journalists will have reasons to make hell for all of us. So, it's all about the image? No. It's about the way they approach it. By going this suddenly and without planning out how to handle it, if they end up messing things up, they will suffer. Not for me, not for Willow or Nicholas, it will all be from the people they are trying to find confirmation from, I explained with a serious tone. It will happen, but slamming this fact on everyone's face will not gain them any favor. Only condemnation. It sounds tough. This is what happens when you are a parent, Emerald. When you will be in my situation, things sure will make sense dash. But for now I will keep being young, amazing, and not old. I snorted, making her giggle at my faux-annoyed reaction. Let's get going. At this point they have to be at least a tiny bit bruised. Meanwhile, I wondered what to do about Nora's own stubbornness to let go of this matter. I wasn't definitely budging from that position but I wonder if there is another way to deal with this without being too stern about it. Chapter 56, From Ashes, A New Story, 3. My father gave me the greatest gift anyone could give another person, he believed in me. Jim Valvano. A blink, I woke up in a familiar place. It wasn't my bedroom, and yet I could still feel safe as I recognized it as my mindscape. The place hadn't changed a little bit, possibly because it became the hub of 3 different souls, with 2 of those absolutely loving the scenery. It took me just a few moments of quiet thinking to properly get up and shrug off some of the imaginary dirt on my clothes. It was weird when this occurrence became a thing a few years ago but I knew what was going on. Humming quietly as I began taking the correct steps to my current destination, I paused just as soon as a small battleground entered in sight. Sally was quietly reading a book by a table near to it, while her husband was quietly swinging his advanced cane around in a precise set of motions and attacks that I had already tested on myself. With the chances of Salem coming up and becoming once more a problem, I had taken the last couple of years to actually train myself up to a point where I could be a little more helpful in case of trouble. It wasn't enough to set me off against Grimm and expect me to win without proper equipment, but I was versatile in fighting against any pawn from the queen or anyone that wanted to cause issues to my family. Ozma paused in his striking, turning to look at me with a serious look. He had eventually settled to take an appearance similar to his first life, with the only difference being that he looked older. It was like a mirror that told me what could have been if things hadn't seen him die so young. I approached him taking the wooden tunfas before entering the ring. He gave me a nod and I sighed. I swear, we need to find a way to bring some music on these occasions. Something that can match with the intensity of the fighting or even relax during magic training. And give you a reason to be even more distracted than you are. Ozma sarcastically asked, a sigh leaving his mouth. Right now we have other things to discuss about, young man. Especially when it came to what Cinder told you about Amber. I blinked. What about it? A tiny scowl was set on his face as I inquired about it, quite confusing since I was quite sure Cinder had been really honest about what happened with the Fall Maiden. I tried to imagine what he could have been referring to, but soon my mind was drawn elsewhere as I quickly blocked 2 rapid strikes from his cane. Ferocious hardly matched with the aggressive style that Ozma had with his weapon. It wasn't like with Ojben, where his combat stance would be more defensive due to the state of his body. Without any limitation since his current form was none other than a manifestation of his soul within my mind, he was at his prime and, very eager to remind me of this every day we train in these conditions. I huffed as I allowed the wood of the 2 small weapons to creak at the furious early steps of this battle. My mind cleared up at once as I prepared to strike back with similar might. The idea of using tunfas wasn't one that I had exactly got early on. It wasn't even something I would have imagined having so much fun using while genuinely learning how to fight. Sure, at first it was a cumbersome stance to get accustomed with, but with the passing of time I began getting ready to use the wooden weapons the best way possible in close encounters. Against someone like Ozma, that wasn't still enough to actually win a fight against him. Just as I retaliated his first hits with a kick and an attempt of slamming the left tonfa on his face which was promptly dodged, he started to talk about the topic he brought up. I think your daughter didn't tell all the truth about Ojben's reaction to this discovery regarding her and Amber. Frowning even more at this comment, I took a couple of seconds to think up of a proper answer to that. I knew that I should have answered faster, but it was really getting difficult thinking up of something to say right now without making things too awkward for me during the fight. In fact, Ozma rushed closer to try and slap my face around with his cane, but I carefully deflected the attempted assault by crouching and slamming the left tonfa on his right knee. He gasped in frustration at that sneaky attempt, yet I didn't press the advantage. If there is something I learned after fighting this bastard for years, it was that the moment he recovered from a wound was way too immediate and way too vicious for me to handle if I wasn't cautious about it. You think he did more about this? I was forced to drag that last word since he was back on me with even more aggression. I deflected a couple of hits thanks to the tunfas, but I could feel the might behind each attack reaching onto my arms. An annoyed look settled on my face as I could tell this was going to be tougher than usual due to the distracting conversation we were having right now. He did this on purpose, there was no denying it, but I knew I should have expected him to be an outright prick when it came to this kind of stuff. Way more than just go and pick up the maiden. There is no way that he just ignored Cinder's sudden magical bond with her and, you should ask more about it. Damn you. I chuckled as I dodged his furious kick. To be fair, he was in the right to be pissed at me after that cheeky hit on his chin. The bastard was rubbing the bruised spot, a pissed glance aimed at me as he silently promised me eternal punishment. Sadly for him, I knew that I wasn't prepared for that, so, instead of allowing him to have a joyride for this training session, I just pushed away and eased down. I think we're done for now. There is something more important to discuss about after all. Not a complete session for sure, not even close to it. Yet, even though Ozma was giving me the deadest look possible, he couldn't deny that we both weren't going to do much with the current situation we needed to address. He calmed down and we soon marched up to where Sally was happily enjoying some sunbathing. She was wearing a simple bikini that was soon covered by her dress as she noticed us arriving. It wasn't the first time she went to that degree of laziness while waiting, but we both didn't mind as she didn't really cause any trouble with that. So, magic training or dash? We're going to talk about what to do with Cinder, Ojben and Dash. Salem. I nodded at Ozma's interjection and we quickly took a seat by the table, my mind providing some vivid maps of Remnant that I had seen way too many times while handling international-related tasks in the last few years, both for the bank and the White Fan. The tired man tapped at Shade and I frowned. What about it? I was thinking about expanding our little circle of friends with Theodore. He is the headmaster of Shade Academy. He might not be open to speak with my counterpart, but considering your personality, I think you two might actually form a connection of sorts. One that can hold when it comes to telling secrets. Presumably. Theodore might trust Ozma, but he is also wary of him. I still remember how unsure he was when I discussed the dispositions of Amity when the fall happened, Ozma admitted. It might be a big shot, but I believe we have a way to actually approach him for the occasion. I frowned at that, but soon his finger moved to Atlas. I doubt James is going to be open to help us calling a fellow headmaster, I reminded, but Sally hummed. I believe he is referring to an event that will happen this year in Atlas. The Vital Festival is going to be hosted there. I felt my entire body tense up. If the headmaster of Shade Academy is going to be there, what are the chances of your other self being there? None. I actually felt my frown deepen at that response. What? One thing that I noticed in the last few days as you checked the economic situation in Vale is that they are going to soon have a problem regarding Beacon's budget. While it would normally be easy for the council to just cut into the income due to the lack of major Grimm increase, I know he will fight to the end to at least preserve the current budget. He can't leave Vale for this occasion. So you think it will hold for the months needed for Vital? It should, Ozma confirmed with a nod. I doubt he will do something harsh if he doesn't know you're going to be there. I nodded. So, I had to make sure Ironwood got me and my family the chance of paying these tickets without sponsoring my arrival. Considering how nice things have been in Atlas after Jacques' arrest and that whole mess in Mantle solved, I could only hope he was in a really good mood to allow me to do that. I knew he was a big guy with a big love for his country, but he was also a friend and he knew how to not piss a friend like me. Nonetheless, you should still try to think of a way to discuss what is going on with Amber with Cinder, Sally reminded with a concerned look. I know she has been quite honest, but don't push it too bluntly on her. It might frighten her to lie or do something stupider. And those two things are crazily bad considering how smart she is, I reminded us all. And yes, I plan to do the dad thing and wait until I'm sure she is alone and then approach her there. If I put her in the spotlight she might react badly. Well, now that this is done, we can start our lesson, Sally hummed happily, preparing some bombs, which were actually a mix of dynamite sticks and grenades all bundled in a basket, and explaining why it wasn't just the first step into achieving nuclear devastation in this world. Today you shall learn how to redirect explosions away from you and back to your enemies. That sounded incredibly scary, stupid, but overall exciting. I giggled at the idea and my amusement soon matched with the blonde as we both rushed away from the table to begin the clearly insane lesson before us. Ozma stared at the scene from afar, a distant look in his eyes as he stared at us trying to handle this intense task without exploding too many times. I was glad that this was my mindscape, else this would have ended in quite the unfunny matter for us all. Nora was annoyed. It was something that I could just spot the very moment I gazed at her. Eyes narrowing at the wall, cheeks puffing in a semi-pout and a furious expression plastered on her face. I knew my daughter too much to realize what was going on, especially when I noticed the uneasy look Cinder was giving me early this morning. I could tell that something was brewing, but I definitely had the brightest idea to solve this upset mood of hers with something we came up with last night. Carefully following her around, pissing her a little more by sticking nearby for that long, eventually she decided to take this upon her hands and she marched up to the garden and turned around to regard me with a serious glare. This is going to end up poorly. Poor girl has to deal with you as a father, John. Remember to be restrained about this. Don't worry. I got this. What do you want? While her stare said, I am going to murder you, her tone was all about, I am unsure what you are doing, please stop Dad. I have good news for you, sweetie. If before she was annoyed, now a degree of curiosity coming straight from her usual personality started to poke its cute head out and I took this chance to directly show her something I had retrieved during my small trip to the bank to recover these pieces of documents. Her stare was upon the tickets, her interest doubling as I waved those at her, gesturing to her to pick them up and check what they were about. She complied, her fascination beating her irritation and soon her eyes were widening in surprise at the revelation. And the Father of the Year's award goes to Taeyong. You, I can't say it isn't true. I would have thought you would have accepted that older men have better chances to be better dads if they have more interest but same devotion as you do. Ah, the defeat tasted so horrible and salty. Like the ocean, minus the water. And minus my wife in a bikini running around towards me with interesting intentions and, oh right, not the right moment. It's not the fun tournament you wanted to go to, but it will be easier to convince Willow to take a day off and bring her kids to see it too, I explained to her with a pleased hum. It would also be cooler since you get to see some real fights instead of those mostly staged ones. Nora glanced at me intrigued, but she didn't seem completely sold to the entire idea and I had a little hint of what it might be. Still, I allowed her to think about it and soon she brought up why she wasn't really that amused by it. But I wouldn't be fighting there. It's only to watch and dash. Try to spar with any of the defeated huntsmen, I stopped her mirthfully, gaining a frown from the confused girl. It's not unusual for some of the huntsmen to accept sparring sessions with anyone that wanted to try out. Heck, I heard the teachers are more than happy at times to be referees if this means bringing more rep to their schools. Her eyes were now glowing in pure delight. Really? Does that mean I can fight and spar and dash? Only with those that are fine with that. Some of the guys and the gals there might not like the attention, so you have to behave well if you want to make an impression on your love interest, I reminded her with a half-stern tone. She nodded. Of course. As if I would miss this chance to actually impress. Panic suddenly exploded at that comment, and I chuckled at that. Now dash. Dad dash. It's alright dash. It's not what you think dash. I don't mind dash. Weiss and I just exchanged a tiny kiss during her birthday and, wait, what? I was surprised myself. You already kissed Weiss? That I actually didn't know about. I guess that explains why you were both blushing red during the gift-giving moment. Dad, what do you mean with that? How do you know that I was dating Weiss? I blinked a little more at that. Well, I knew you and her were being rather close romantically speaking, but I didn't know you already started something. I guess I'm not that aware of what is going on about this matter. Still, you aren't angry that I'm dating a girl? Considering that I don't see any trouble with the girl in question since I've known her since she was a little girl, I don't see why I should be minding this that much, dear, I admitted with a serious tone. In fact, I'm glad to hear that you both have taken steps into that direction. Oh, I guess I was expecting a rougher reaction, Nora spoke with such a soft tone. Nervousness having completely taken her off from the ground of dread as she was left in pure disbelief at my reaction. I mean, I don't want to say you're mean about it but dash. But you thought I was going to be mad because you were dating chicks and not dudes. I still like to look at guys but dash. Weiss. I offered and she nodded. Weiss. She didn't put any resistance as I pulled her in a big hug, lifting her up and clutching her dearly. She nuzzled at me and I sighed at how I could remember the times I would pull her little version in those embraces and expect her to giggle so brightly. But right now I found her looking so little and fragile, all because she was handling such a troublesome topic that many traditional dads would have been rather upsetting about. You're my baby girl, of course I can't hate you for just being in love with someone, I muttered quietly, allowing her to latch herself more, and I could already feel tears drop onto my skin. I started to hum, lulling her calmly while softly caressing her hair. Those were getting a little longer once more, and I guess a visit by the hairdresser was going to be due to make a good appearance at that event. We were lost in a moment and the vibe that I almost didn't feel someone tiny wrap his tiny arms around my legs. Daddy, is Nora right? I chuckled, glancing behind me and seeing Damien giving me a confused look. We were just talking about some silly stuff, sport, I replied quietly, yet I paused for just a moment to realize that something was off about his sudden intrusion. By the way, weren't you playing with your mama? Guests. The child exclaimed giddily. Auntie Summer. Uncle Tai Dash. Taeyang. And cousins. And Ruby and Yang. Oh. I guess that was something normal to happen. It wasn't unusual for them to visit from time to time, but I was actually confused by the fact the child didn't mention neither Crow or Raven in that cute list of guests. What about Auntie Ray and Uncle Crow? Mama said Auntie is buying thing. That was really strange but I guess she was buying some booze. Or something for tonight. Not all visits from Raven are meant to be of that nature. Yet none of those that were of that nature had her wandering around to buy something. That's a fair point. She can be wrong. A woman is never wrong about women's stuff. Most of the time. Still, despite my concerns, I decided to go and check what it was all about. Nora remained stuck in my hold as I followed little Dammy inside to see how things were faring in the living room, and as soon as we stepped inside there, I saw a red missile of roses rushing up at me and stopping right before me. Uncle John. Rubes, look at you. You're a few centimeters taller than last time. You noticed? She exclaimed eagerly, her bubbly personality showing to the fullest as she smiled brightly at me. A tooth was missing due to a recent situation that saw the arrival of the tooth fairy giving the giddy girl a couple more leans than usual. Something about Crow letting her test a high-capacity sniper and not telling her about the powerful knockback. At least it was just her tooth and not her nose. I think that, at that point, Summer would have neutered Crow and left him to die on Patch's pearly beaches. That or worse. Of course, I did, kiddo. By the way, I've heard that you're planning to join Signal in a few years. You sure you want to go through the boredom of books? Guns. She replied determinedly, and I ruffled her hair with my free hand. See, Nora. Your surrogate cousin understands the pride of deadly guns, I muttered happily, noticing Nora shifting her face so she could show a tired smile at Ruby. The short girl frowned at the signs of tears on her face, but didn't question as we were soon approached by someone else. John, long time no see. Ty, you look close to perish. Tough days at school. I greeted back, getting a snort from the blonde as he walked up to stand beside his youngest child. There are a couple of pests. Nothing new, but exams have been fairly troublesome to handle with how much annoyance those kids can be at times. I'll make sure to make Dad proud, Ruby assured, and her old man nodded in agreement. You do that, sweetie. Less trouble than your sister and you will be off to a brilliant few years at Signal. I frowned at that comment. Young is still having trouble with bullies. She caught 3 more last week. I swear, I don't want to punish her since she is proving to be effective, but she is a little too creative about this, the former huntsman admitted, looking slightly drained about it. But I think I'm more surprised that these stupid kids still keep trying to corner younger children for money or just for the sake of trouble. Just give her a boxing bag, tell her to practice there with their faces, and then tell her to be more restrained about it at school, I suggested, and he scowled at my legitimate proposal. Really? Come on, I'm trying to get her off from being too direct about it, he whined calmly, allowing me to chuckle at that comment. If she starts using indirect ways, then I believe the real problem will begin. She is a smart cookie, I tell you. Speaking of the devil, Yang walked up and pulled an unsuspecting Ruby in a tight hug. Her hair had grown long enough that her previous hairstyle just couldn't do. Now she was a few steps close to becoming the Yang I remember her becoming as she let this small mane free as it grew well beyond her shoulders and by her mid-back. Uncle John, you look older, the cheeky brat greeted, a happy smile on her face. Yang, you look hairier, I rebuked mirthfully, her smile widening just for a moment. You know you will need to cut some of that if you want to fight properly. And then dropping the one thing she hated the most. That is not needed. Mama Dash, the little blonde quickly jumped to defend her decision to keep her hair long. Get stuck a lot while moving around. She is too prideful to say that, but that's one of her biggest flaws, Taeyong flatly interjected, turning to look at me with a neutral look. By the way, she went to buy something for you and Sienna, for later. God damn it. Aha. I won. You know what that means, darling. I thought it was one time. This shouldn't become a thing. Nope. Tonight we're making some fireworks happen once again, sweetheart. I still looked a tad bit nervous about it. I'm still Dash. It's alright. I'm long past that and I can say that you're treating her well, Taeyong interrupted courteously. Still, I hope these talks aren't that tiresome. I wouldn't want to see my fellow man drown in pure water in desert for many. It was an interesting metaphor, and I could only nod at that. I swear, it just feels so wrong talking with him about it, yet they really seemed through with their relationship and I will have to eventually drop that embarrassment about it. Time has passed and these things have long been the norm in this bizarre set of relationships. So, what's up with Nora? Ruby asked. Is she sleepy? I felt the girl's grasp around my neck tightening and I hummed. She is just hella tired and happy because we're going to see the vital festival of this year, I explained curtly, and that seemed to do a fine job about it. The one with the hunters competing with each other? A giddy Ruby asked, soon followed by her big sister. Like, where the students fight to win that big amazing trophy? Yep. Dad. I want to go there too. The little Rose asked, turning to her father. Please, I've been good, Yang will surely be nicer and I will make you a cake. Taeyang chuckled at that fair amount of bribery, but he was too accustomed to it and he decided to turn this to a better negotiator and the one that could make or break that kind of promise. If Summer is fine with it, I don't see why not. The two children bolted away to reach the currently distracted woman as she helped Sienna prepare some food for lunch. I looked at them, chuckling as I soon returned to speak with Taeyang about this entire vital festival situation. I didn't bring up the real reason about it, nor why Nora was so excited about it, but he seemed to catch on that my baby girl was planning something else beyond just watching some matches and sparring some of the losing huntsmen. And, as Ruby and Yang ran to eagerly convince their mom/aunt about joining that interesting trip to Atlas, I couldn't help but feel like them coming with us could be a mistake. Yet. I just couldn't remember why exactly. Chapter 57, From Ashes, A New Story, 4. Any man can be a father, but it takes someone special to be a dad. And Geddes. It's been a while since we were here. Atlas seemed to have actually changed since I first visited and I could tell that it had something to do with the little economic purge that ensued after the fall of Jacques Schnee. With him, other elements that dominated the elite society were either investigated and removed from power, or forced to adopt moderate approaches to not be hit by the wave of serious and incorruptible actions against them. With bribery growing less prominent, one could easily say that the next few decades were certainly going to see some good growth for the nation's prosperity. Not only for Atlas the city, but also Mantle and the other settlements that were part of the kingdom. Mantle in particular seemed to finally start to grow on par with the main city, showing that the old capital had some determination and stubbornness to stand up proud despite what happened 6 years ago. With investments reaching into the funds of the city due to the available space there, it was clear that despite Atlas' finest efforts to try and expand vertically, Mantle was still going to be a rival in terms of industry and available space. Still, I wasn't there as an ambassador, but as a tourist and I planned to enjoy this first day here as calmly as possible. James was actually glad that I called him. It wasn't like he had plans to contact me at this point, but he was really in need of a break of sorts. The comment caught me off guard, but he mentioned that it was just politicians, well, being politicians. One thing that didn't change was the fact that the council was still under the control of conservative elements. Not outright traditionalists with some strong connections with racism or stuff of the kind, but, well, annoying due to how inexperienced they were in trying to handle the military budget. Some proposals, just like with the other councils, were particularly silly, and so it wasn't that much of a novelty that James, being one of the top-grade leaders within the military, had to endure that kind of issue on a daily basis. Poor guy really needed something like a hobby, or even a wife that kept him busy in his free time, and I wasn't sure who would exactly fit well with him at the moment. Like really, I couldn't think of a name that could match that personality and lifestyle. It could be Glinda. I can tell the two would work well together. I tried to get the two to tie themselves in a serious relationship, but I recall some trouble from Glinda herself. While James was interested, well, she wasn't. But why? I always thought these two matched well together. And so I did. But then I realized that the element that killed that prospect was her job at Beacon and his own as a military man. I believe both decided against dating due to these circumstances. This really makes a good couple impossible to happen. Quite a pitiful predicament. Still, we could still try with. I don't know. I really need some hours to think about this matchmaking operation. So, without wasting too much courtesy on the call, I went for the main point and asked him what were the chances of accommodating 3 families for the vital festival. He didn't have any objection, except for the fact that he would have expected for the Belladonna family to come too. I did ask Callie and Gyra if they could come. Knowing how Blake wanted to see Atlas once again, I really wanted to realize that wish of hers, but her parents were both busy. Which meant that the girl was going to tag along with us as part of the Bukharin family for the trip. It was a small development that didn't change much with the entire situation. In fact, the real quandary was to find a compromise over how we were supposed to move around without getting hounded by the press. Last time it was easier because it was just 2 individuals, but now there was a full family to it. I doubted Summer and Taeyang were going to have any trouble not being given too much attention, but I could say some problems for them might arise when they would come one day after we did. When they were supposed to visit the Schnee Manor for a pleasant visit together with us to see how the family was doing. I shared a quick conversation with Willow on the phone and I was relieved to hear how things had gone well for her after what happened to Jacques. Sure, it wasn't a sudden recovery for good. In fact, there were times where, when the last time we visited her home, I had to spare a few words with her the moment I saw her indulge with the wine. It wasn't depression, and it wasn't any addiction to the beverage, she was just a need to let out some stress that was riling her up after she took over the SDC. Willow might have gained some freedom without her husband, but the backlash of his arrest was enough to make the stocks fall for a while. Nicholas was a temporary leader as he had to let go of the company to his daughter. The woman was a strong fighter, but one that was caught unprepared when it came to business of this scale. She tried to work with a burning schedule, and that only ended up chipping at her integrity with how intensive the work hours were. I didn't blame her to think that overworking would possibly solve the problem, but I had to take a couple of steps myself when it first started. Willow was, by good reasons, annoyed that a friend was asking to reorganize her work schedule in something more effective. But her annoyance soon vanished after a few weeks of working things out with the new hours. The work was redistributed in a stabler timing that offered plenty of chances for her to enjoy breaks from the long hours and put her in the conditions of actually having time for herself. I still remember when she nagged at the fact that a reorganization wouldn't do much to her plight. And then she discovered that you had just split some of the work-free hours so she could have smaller but more pauses each day. I remember it was Nicholas. I think it was Nicholas first, and then he told Willow about it. 3 years after going with the same schedule, Willow was finally granted the chance of enjoying a more lenient work time due to the recovery of the stocks. Less need to put risky gambles and put herself into the work more than the family. She managed to have more hours at home by year 4, and last year I remember her taking time off from work for a week or 2 at times. Things at the company were going fairly smooth. New investors, new partners, and the SDC became a better organization that managed to have willing workers that steadily increased profits. New rules about welfare and workers' rights were the primary reasons why confidence was restored. With that in mind, I was really looking forward to the visit for the next day. Beyond the fact I wanted to see how little Weiss was going to react to the fact that I knew about her interest towards my daughter. Sure, I knew that she didn't exactly fear me or anything like that, but I was going to milk a little bit that she was going to try and ask me for her hand. Traditional as her family was, I expected that kind of circumstance. And I am going to love it. Couldn't you just let them be without the teasing? Sorry, Sally. It's a dad's duty to be a pest when it comes to this. Not too harshly and not too lenient. Just enough to gain the maximum amusement. Dear, what is that supposed to mean? I let out a yawn as I felt the warmth I was in leaving me a bit sleepy. Sienna snorted as she held on to me tighter while we continued our little walk around Atlas. We had just arrived a few hours ago and the kids had decided to spend the time until lunch to rest by the rooms we had bought for the rest of the week. It was nice since it meant Sienna and I could leave Damien with them while we enjoyed a little stroll around the city. It was a nice way to get reaccustomed to the place and also enjoy some time alone while in there. We were supposed to meet with James later that day to discuss the security details behind our stay for the Vital Festival, so we weren't planning to go too far from the hotel we were staying by. The city itself was packed with people from all corners of Remnant, and so even trying to get too far would just leave us stuck in one of those massive crowds we were carefully dodging. Do you think Mr. Polendina is going to be open today? The tiger faunus asked, and I pondered for a while over it. It's possible. With so many possible clients, I think all shopkeepers are going to keep open for the occasion, I replied with a nod. So, any reason to visit him other than courtesy? The woman gave me a frown. What if it's just a simple visit? Then I would still go even if it had other motivations. But I would like to know so we can be sure that it's nothing too odd. I'm not trying to do anything odd, as you say, dear husband, Sienna huffed. I just wanted to check on a specific topic that I remember the man mentioning about. I was just curious. Penny. Could be this or something similar. What are the chances that the doctor changed his early plans about her? The chances exist. That's all I can say right now. I suppose we can visit him and check on that. As she nodded in glee at my agreeing tone, we didn't even take the first steps towards our destination that I noticed someone was rushing towards us. Yellow lighting cracking around their frame, we both paused and instinctively at the approaching figure, but I eased down as soon as I recognized where I first saw something like this before. I know her, I muttered, suddenly gaining the interested look of my wife as we both waited for the blur to stop before us and reveal a clearly older girl than the one I remember. Taller, happier, and she had a mohawk. She stood there, waiting for a moment for me to say something, and I took this chance to notice that she was wearing an Atlas Academy uniform. She did it. Gah! She looked so giddy. Yep. To both. Long time not see. Harriet. Her pink eyes widened and her grin soon followed. You remembered. Of course I did, I huffed at her disbelief. Do you think that just because you got tall, got yourself enrolled at Atlas Academy and got yourself a haircut I would just forget about you? Her jaw dropped and I chuckled at her reaction. Dear, do you remember when I was assigned to Clover during our first visit? I do recall the time period. I guess you meet her, at that point. I nodded. I remember a young girl that had a little issue with confidence. And now? I paused as I looked at her, the student tensing up at my gaze. And now I see that she has grown up into someone that will become one of the finest huntresses Remnant can hope to get. My first intention by saying this was to get her all emotional and nothing more. What I failed to take into account was that the girl, albeit clearly a tomboy at this point, was still really soft when it came to this kind of compliments, especially since those came from me of all people. I froze when I saw some tears starting to form by the edges of her eyes and I sighed. I set myself up for this. Definitely. Sally only giggled as I spread my arms open, with Sienna realizing what I was trying to do and allowing me to go through with it. I was surprised by her eagerness to let go, but then I realized as Harriet took the chance to steal a tight hug out of me that she just wanted me to watch the scene I had created through simple words and fluffy action. Plus, as far as I could tell from the woman's glances, she knew that she was not that kind of trouble, but a case similar to Nora when it comes to this degree of affection. After the embrace concluded roughly 5 minutes it started, we took just a moment to discuss why we were here and where we were going at that moment. With the promise of talking together some more, Harriet was more than happy to be our guide during our stroll and it was a pleasant walk with a chirpy young girl that truly bloomed into a fierce fighter. If only I had known that someone else had paid us a visit while we weren't at the hotel and delivered an interesting discussion with a certain unsure girl. Nora's POV. Nora blinked silently at the ceiling of the bedroom as she tried to find a good reason to fall asleep. It's been almost an hour now since her father and mother had left the building to enjoy some time around Atlas and she was bored out of her mind about things she could do while waiting there. Sure, the trip had been tiring but she thought she would have had something to do instead of being in that specific situation. Damien was sleeping together with Blake. There was just something unique between the two that made the cat fawn as something of the ideal babysitter for the young boy. It was so that Ren could actually wander around on his own and check how the hotel is and what is going to be served for lunch. Without Ilya to keep him some company, he was bored too and it wouldn't do for two bored siblings to be in the same room with plenty of things that could be used to cause a complete disaster. They might not be little kids anymore, but boredom is a terrible incentive to create chaos. And her dad was the finest example of people that couldn't be left bored for too long before something bizarre or incredibly destructive unfolded around him. It wasn't an insult to him, only a confirmation of his weird luck when he felt at peace and away from trouble. Something that Nora felt she could relate to for multiple reasons. While this only occurred when she was busy fighting Grimm, there was something that would make her self-jinxing particularly effective. Did the girl feel like the threats were too weak? A bigger and stronger Grimm would appear. Did she feel at ease with the number of monsters? She would be forced to handle a sudden spike of Grimm presence meant to keep her busy and distracted for a while. But even though this was prominent in combat situations, there were plenty of instances where her luck would just twist in a strange manner even when she was busy with other things. Like homework, there were times where she would try to get all homework done for an exam back at school and then the exam was removed due for a reason or another. It was one of the rare cases where she really felt frustrated with school-related stuff, but she knew better than to blame an individual in particular as it was all driven by the case itself. A huff finally left Nora's lips as she started to wonder if it would have been best to try and tag along with Ren. That could potentially stave off most of her boredom, but also leave Blake and Damien alone by doing so. It wasn't a complicated decision to take and so she was left once more to ponder about her situation and find something to do. At first she just wanted to pass her time altering Magnhild some more in preparation for some friendly sparring after the first matches of Vital were over, but Nora learned that the hotel didn't allow this kind of operation to be done within its premises. And she was left without much to do. Should I call Weiss now? No, that would be a silly idea. They had already planned to talk privately the next day as soon as the visit at the Schnee Manor happened. They had much to tell each other, and she preferred to have some genuine privacy when discussing the things she needed to tell her girlfriend. So much that opened many doors for the revelation of their relationship to the others. And despite the fact Nora wanted to hear Weiss after so long, the desire was easy to push down as she didn't want to mess things up. Dad said that it was best to be judicious about this matter. I can't just rush things up. I have to be mature if I want to be with Weiss. Just as she thought that she was going to remain a potato couch until her parents were back to the suite, her ears perked as she caught the doorbell ringing. Standing up from the couch where she had been resting by, the girl slowly made her way towards the door and checked through the peeping hole. Her dad had taken one of the copies of the suite, so it couldn't be him ringing that bell. A quick look through the hole confirmed that it wasn't him but a masked soldier. Who are you? The figure tensed in a surprised posture, gaining a frown from Nora as she tried to discern what was going on. The door was still closed and she remembered how the receptionist had mentioned that the doors were made by sturdy and strong materials, capable of withstanding the charge of a Borbotusk if needed. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was the suite owned by Mr. John Buchanan. More reason to be concerned. Someone that was searching for her dad but he never mentioned anyone visiting there while him and Sienna were busy with that talk. See, can you identify yourself? Why am I stuttering? Maybe it isn't even something that big. Specialist Rosa Garden. I'm a friend of Mr. John Buchanan and I was expecting to discuss with him in private, the woman replied calmly, still keeping a sense of seriousness and tension both in her voice and posture. I can offer you my ID if that will solve any trouble about this. Why yes. A few moments later and a quick control through her Ash device, Nora was now certain this individual was a verified member of the military of this nation. It was surprising that her father had connections with the military beyond General Ironwood but there were many things that he never told them about his visit in Atlas with Sienna. Either the topic was never brought up that much or they just didn't feel the need to tell them anything about it on a casual basis. So, I suppose Mr. Buchanan isn't here right now? Dad went on a walk with Mom, Nora blurted out calmly, still unsure how to take the fact this individual was trustworthy. He will be back soon. A hum reached out from Rosa's mask. Understood. Then, if it's not asking too much, I will just wait outside for their return. If the woman is a friend of her father, would it be rude of her to just go along with this idea? She could still remember getting chided plenty of times by Sienna for being laid back when it comes to handling guests but does this fit with the situation? Nora wasn't exactly that sure. Still, due to either boredom or a complete state of uncertainty on the matter, the girl still offered an alternative. Why, you could wait inside, Ms. Garden. Another stutter, this was definitely leaving her more humiliated than it should. She spoke with people of different ages and cultural groups, but this was the first time she felt this much, childlike. So nervous when talking to someone, even a minor stranger at that. Much to her chagrin, the officer accepted and soon she was invited inside and led to the living room once the door was closed. From a closer look, Nora could perceive a sense of upset from within her appearance. Rosa was wearing some high-grade armor and a mask. This was a little more than what a normal specialist would wear, especially when she listened to Winter's spiel on the matter. The state of equipment of a specialist was directly compared to the degree of threat and danger they were meant to be subjected to. And right now, that kind of armor was overkill. Still, the woman sat down by the small couch in front of Nora. The two shared a stare before the girl looked elsewhere as to think why she thought this was a good idea. Sure, her Ash confirmed that this was a registered user within Atlas military, but what if it was fake? As much as she wanted to believe that, it was just implausible. Atlas registry for members of the military hierarchy wasn't something that could be breached with ease. Weiss had explained to her how advanced the registry itself was when they discussed secure terminals to handle information. A little idea to ask what's to work on when he could when it came to ASHE. A private program that was meant to be used by a limited amount of people to share private conversations and messages without anyone knowing. This is a nice suite, Rosa suddenly commented, drawing Nora's attention back to her as she looked all over the living room. Very spacious. I don't think I've been in a place like this one before. The girl nodded. It's modest. Compared to home, it was definitely small. Incredibly limited, it was easy for her to say that it wasn't meant to house a family of 7. In fact, she doubted that an only bathroom would have been enough to even make a family of 4 last for long in such a situation. Still, her response garnered a hum from the guest. I suppose home has to be really big. I think John mentioned that he had plans to expand it 6 years ago. He went through with it, didn't he? That was a detail that further added to the reason behind her visit. Rosa had to have spoken in private with Dad before and she knew about his plans to broaden the house back in Menagerie. Yes. It was a necessity. A house for 4 people can be quite big compared to this, the specialist admitted, this affirmation gaining a frown from Nora. 6. I don't think I caught that. 6. We are 7 in the family. Is that so? Nora nodded. Dad, Mom, me, Ren, Cinder, Emerald, and Damien. There was a brief pause after that response and the girl stared at the young woman with a curious look. There was a clear shift of mood at that answer but, why? Did she know something that Nora didn't? Maybe she knew about some of her siblings but didn't know they were part of the family. That's a big family, Rosa admitted. I suppose it can be quite taxing to be a big sister and a young sister. Nora smiled nervously. At times, but those are my siblings. And I love them a lot. A pleased sigh reached out from the mask. I'm glad to hear that. I heard from a good friend of mine that it can be tedious to be the youngest sibling of a large family. Really? Does that mean that Damien will have trouble of sorts when he is older? She just couldn't imagine. Really? She decided to ask, and the woman hummed thoughtfully. I mean, he was also the only brother with numerous sisters, so that also played a big role in that. And that explained it all with ease. Even though Nora was a girl, that didn't mean she couldn't imagine the sheer teasing the poor guy had to endure with numerous sisters. It was easy for girls to sometimes gang up with the simple teasing. It was something that she noticed happening to Ren a couple of times, but it was usually childish stuff and nothing really troublesome for someone like him to handle. But if it had been in this circumstance and at their age, there was no doubt that could be nerve-wracking. It sounds really complicated. And messy. I had the chance of meeting a few of his sisters, and they were keen to keep around a couple of things that would work as blackmail for my friend. Well, that's normal. It was only right for people to keep something to poke fun at their siblings when required. It was an implicit rule among siblings, to have a platform of teasing available all the time when things were fine and well with one and the other. Just as Nora concluded that line of thought, her attention snapped back at the door as she heard the sound of keys being used to unlock the door's mechanism. Dad was back, she hummed to herself, and the girl spared a quick glance at the guest. Rosa turned to stare at the door, her posture calm as the door opened to reveal the couple now back from the wandering. It's time to get some lunch done and dash. Nora's dad paused by the door, staring at the officer still sitting by the couch, and snorted. Why, hello there, Cookie Monster. Ah. That's not my name, you jerk. Of course, I didn't mean to hurt your obsession with that kind of sweet snack, dolt. Breaking away from the previous attitude adopted towards Nora, Rosa actually snarled at the head of the family, wrapping her arms together and close to her chest at that greeting. What is going on? Chapter 58, Vital Assessment, 1. What? Blow something up. I already did that. Tony Stark, Iron Man, MCU. The visit to see Pietro's workshop left me much to think about, and I knew I could only start to give a serious contemplation to the details I learned from the man's current work only after I was done with the unexpected meeting with old RWBY. I knew I had forgotten something important, or rather, I was subconsciously left to ignore her through her lack of interactions with the unusual individual in this timeline. I remember asking her to write to me once I was back in Atlas. At least twice each month. And yet I never heard of her until now. Even James seemed to have forgotten to bring her up in any conversation, which made me incredibly disappointed in him and really annoyed at her for backing down from that promise. Let's just say that I was modestly irked through the entire conversation. It's not that terrible. Then why did you decide to not do anything about what we promised each other? 2 letters per month, Rosie. I think we can both agree that you faced worse assignments back when you were at school, I lamented with some irritation. Sienna had lost the first half of the conversation as she went to check on both Blake and Damien before sitting down with me by the sofa in front of Ruby's couch. Nora had gone to the bathroom, and I could tell she just wanted to be away from that conversation for some reason. I doubted she was just going to remain quiet and ignore the whole thing, so I was careful enough to not be too direct and blunt when it came to the entire situation, or else I would have to worry about more than just an awkward conversation with old Rubes. That's low, and I tried to write to you, but I had to go through missions and be a teacher. You know, tough stuff. She should still have the time to write even small letters. I don't see why she is making such a big deal of this. I think it's tied to her reluctance to open up to others, especially what happened in her timeline. She still thinks that her interactions, that her own exchanges with people would just endanger those. And she is doing her best to cut all interactions the shortest possible. Which is only hurting her. And thus I knew that trying to get angry at her for too long would only give her reasonable motivations to keep behaving like this. Something that Sienna spotted with ease due to her keen attention to the fellow woman's bodily language. She knew of the situation itself, about the time traveling involved on the matter, so it wasn't difficult for her to draw her own conclusion on this very situation and try to help me get through with this. You're an awful liar, Rose, the tiger fauness pointed out. I thought you would have thought of a better excuse than just that. The comment gained a sigh and a shake of head. It's not like that. I was really busy. So you got busy on purpose, I accused calmly, my eyes narrowing at her mask. I'm quite sure I had a conversation with James a few years ago about you not having a commitment to intense actions. You decided to be busy and I hope it wasn't because of that letter situation. What if it was? What if I didn't want to contact you because we are not friends? What if I had other and better things to do instead of, wait, why are you laughing? I wasn't exactly laughing, but I definitely had a grin on my face and I felt moments away from actually chuckling at this little attempt from the girl. I had heard of better versions of this in the past. To try and seem like she doesn't care about this kind of stuff just highlighted how much she just was reluctant and nothing else. I didn't do anything to deserve that kind of treatment and so I knew that she wasn't meaning it. It's true. Ruby lamented quickly. It's not like we are close friends and dash. So I guess you don't want the batch of cookies that Sienna and I were planning to get. The shop is just around the corner, but I guess you not being our friends mean that dash. See cruel. You're so cruel, she interrupted, her voice giving out a faux sense of hurt that only got me to let out a snort in response. And you are so irritating when you can't be honest, I rebuked firmly. Just tell us the truth, I will not get angry. I don't think Sienna will but dash. I will not, my wife confirmed while sighing at the exchange. It wasn't like we were really trying to intimidate her, but it was clear she just couldn't be left to her own devices. Even though she was a different individual than the young and cheerful Ruby I was more accustomed to both for the original timeline and the one I was living in, I knew some core elements were there and that those were blatantly ignored for the sake of some inner motivation. I could understand if it was just us, all because of the connection I had with her family and her former friends, but I felt myself doubting it was just something she was restraining to this single situation. I would have to ask James more on the circumstance to have a clearer understanding of this situation, but I felt particularly sure of this first assessment so I merely nodded at the young woman. There was silence from Ruby's part, the young woman thinking about this thoroughly before, groaning. Fine, I didn't know what to write in. I kind of pushed the idea away for years. How about that? It's stupid and dash. Reasonable. You're just joking now, the masked individual accused. You mean to tell me that the fact I couldn't come up with anything legitimate to write down is more reasonable than being busy? Having nothing to write down on a letter means that you have been giving this thought for a long time, only that you didn't find within yourself the topics to bring up. Which is technically fine dash. It sounds better than just you being completely busy when both John and I manage to find time for people when we have so much to do with our respective works, Sienna interrupted, adding to the matter herself. You know, I think we can solve this easily. I don't see why James would hold you before dinner time. So, would you like to chat more thoroughly for dinner? I could hear the metaphorical sound of Ruby's jaw hitting the floor at that development. That wasn't something she had exactly prepared for from the way her body tensed up once more and I could tell that Sienna had predicted this from the mirthful smile on her face. I don't wish to intrude. You wouldn't, the tiger faunus replied without hesitation. Plus, I would really want to know if my cooking skills have improved and are better than Atlas standards. Is she referring to the military standards or the societal standards? For common sense, the former would be more sensible. But considering how much pride she has placed on her skills, those that have been honed and sharpened by her beloved husband, I think it's a little more than just that. I don't. Ruby sighed, shaking her head. Only if General Ironwood is fine with this. I smiled. Then I guess we will have to make space for a guest for dinner. I could just feel Ruby's own body betraying her current efforts to hide away her reluctance and annoyance at being treated this way. At the same time, it was amusing and she was legitimately fine with it if she wasn't snapping back at it. The teasing was just part of the bond we had, and I knew that she really wanted to remember that element that had driven so many good memories in the past. With the situation with old Ruby solved as the girl had to leave to get prepared for the vital festival, it was time for me to personally see how the situation with the rest of the suite's occupants was. I spotted Blake holding a sleeping Damien in her arms silently walking to the kitchen, perhaps getting a snack for both, and I left the two to Sienna's care while I decided to check on Nora. Much to my instantaneous amusement, the girl was actually waiting by the hall that led to the bathroom and the bedrooms. Back pressing on the wall, the girl had a distracted and thoughtful look on her face as she seemed lost on some pondering. "Wanna talk about it?" A simple question that still gained a little jump from the girl. Her panicked look was temporary as she gave me a sudden pout once she realized that it was just me. "Dad, that wasn't nice." "It wasn't. And here I thought I just wanted to help you through your procrastination." She huffed. "I wasn't procrastinating. Brooding. No, Nora said, this time cracking a smile. And I'm not telling you. I allowed a fake pout out. And here I thought I could have told you something about it now. Well, I guess you will never know. Wait, you mean it? You would tell me about Dash. Rosie is a friend your mother and I made during our first visit to Atlas. She was one of the soldiers that was sent to retrieve the bad guy that hurt Sienna while we were visiting Auntie Willow's house. I started to narrate, interrupting her and quickly gaining Nora's attention with my words. We had the chance to speak with each other, Anne. I learned a fair lot about her. The reason why we are this pushy about interactions is tied to the fact she had lost many friends in the past. And that left her hurting a lot. So, that's why you want to talk with her about what happened in the last years? I nodded. As you know, talking is a good way to solve issues like the one you had when it comes to not knowing something. In this case, the talk is to help her let out some steam. Some fights, some trains, others have to talk because the frustration is more emotional than physical. I see, but how nice is she? She is a cookie monster. In fact, if I have to be quite honest, she is really similar to little Ruby. Only older and grumpier. The girl thought about that interesting correlation and giggled at it. That means she whines a lot too. At times. I think you heard her doing that during our conversation. Nora nodded in agreement and then I decided to also bring up something else she might be interested in. Also, I had the chance to speak with someone that would be interested in sparring with you. It doesn't have to be the one with Weiss, but I think you two could become good friends, I suggested. It's a student from Atlas Academy that I met a few years ago. And trust me, you will like her. Despite an early reluctance to accept this, the girl's eyes widened. Oh. How is she like? I would say you share the love for big explosions and flashy abilities in combat. She is a speedster, but I think you will do just fine in a fight. Dad, you can't just tell me so little. Tell me more about her. What are her skills? I chuckled. Now, isn't that a little cheeky of you? Trying to get your old man to give you important info for that spar. Ugh, I'm fighting a student from Atlas which is older than me. Can you just give me something to work with? Fine. But, you're joining me and your mother in preparing dinner tonight. Nora blinked, taking a moment to think about this deal and she nodded. Fine. I chuckled, deciding to spare her just a few more details about Harriet's combat style and leaving the rest for the girl to work out when the spar would really happen. Right now I had a lot to think about, especially with what I discovered from my visit with Pietro. Hopefully this time around, a certain cute butt wasn't going to die to some silly mastermind. So, what do we draw today, kids? I asked while quietly sitting by the couch together with Damien and Blake. Since it was going to take a while for dinner time, I decided to take this pleasant few hours to have some relaxation with them. Nora was using her Ash device to study some more about Atlas Academy's training workout, trying to understand what she could work on against Harriet from the public archive. I told her that wasn't going to give her that much of an advantage, but she still stubbornly latched on that idea. So, instead of annoying her for too long, I gave some attention to my little cub and my adorable cat-eared niece. The child was smiling happily while holding his empty piece of paper. Blake had hers in one hand and a pencil already prepared in the other. I was planning to give pastel to draw with, keeping most of the attention on him to avoid any attempt to eat those during the drawing process. The cat Faunus was going to just take the chance to find a subject to draw and then try her own hand at it. Much to my surprise, Blake had some impressive precision when it came to drawing. Similarly to Ilya with her writing, the dark-haired girl was a prodigy with anything that required a drawing. There was even one time where Zardula received a portrait from her, all colored and well done. It was still exposed at the entrance of his house, regarded as one of the greatest gifts he had received. It was a good sign that in case the girl wanted to have a career beyond the white fan, she could have given some attention to painting and professional drawing. Everyone has multiple chances at life. It's only that most of those are either unattainable since birth or they are just received negatively from personal and/or second-hand experience. Could it be that Blake was never given a chance to explore the idea due to her never-ending trouble back in the original timeline? It's possible. She might have put interest in her studies, but her focus was aimed at making sure the white fan wasn't lost to the corrupt ways that Adam Taurus was pushing for together with Sienna. Things are different now. They are. You still shook the board and you might have created new pieces that we have yet to notice. Fair enough. You still helped and saved so many people. This isn't an admonishment, rather a reminder. We will have to face more threats. I know. I decided to hum quietly as we ultimately settled to draw a little bunny. Sticking by simple proportions and to a cute style, I calmly started to whisper to the listening child the various bits I was going through. I could say for sure that I was far from being Bob Ross with my own skills, but I knew the basics and I could get something pleasant out of something so little and cute. Blake decided to take extra steps in her own planning. More proportions were taken into account and I could see she was planning to also take time drawing details for the eyes and the long ears. The bunny I drew with Damien's help was small, adorable, and with a lovely brown coat. The ears were laying flat, the cute thing trying to be the cutest possible. Its eyes were given a flat black tonality with a few spots of white to highlight the illumination of the scene that was being portrayed. Some grass was colored by the child, carefully making sure none of the green ruined the bunny itself, adding 2 red flowers and a blue one, before ultimately getting the dark green and other darker colors out to get the shading done. By the time we were done with both drawing and coloring, Blake had taken the last few steps for the drawing process. Her bunny was standing on its hind paws, its posture highlighting a sense of tension and alert as its right ear was stretched more than its flatter left one. It was trying to listen to something, maybe a continuation of a noise it had heard moments earlier. On the ground just below it a few carrots that it had retrieved previously. From the color palette she stuck with, the girl was planning to give it a sandy blonde coat with a few light brown spots by the ears and a couple more by the flank and the paws. It was an impressive piece, and I ended up spending the rest of the time Blake was using to start coloring the piece, humming quietly while holding Damien closer. The cub nuzzled at the contact, the child endeared by the drawing too, but understanding that it wasn't still done. Ever since he started to be interested in drawing, the child just liked to keep around Blake. And Blake loved the little boy's company since she could spoil him with cuddles and have someone to watch her drawing. There was just a sense of judgment whenever it was an adult, and that didn't seem to happen when it was Damien. I could only assume it was because the child saw the process and was in love with it regardless of the few flaws on it. Even now as I held him tightly, the child was purring at the mixture of warmth and delight coming from watching the circumstance unfold before his own eyes. Still, the girl concluded with a little signature on the bottom of the paper and I could say she rocked it once again. Really well made. As soon as we were done with this, I had plans to take a moment to spend some time with Sienna as she was checking on the paperwork she had brought here in Atlas. Nothing too serious or too troublesome, but still I knew how nice it would have been to help her free some time up and got us a little less than an hour of snuggling by the couch. That was the plan, until I received a message from someone I had visited earlier. What does Pietro need? Could be tied to the project you commissioned him for. And Ozma was actually right. The content of the pictures he sent me were actually schematics and blueprints regarding the construction of a special suit similar to the one I have worn during the situation where I had to hunt down Hazel and Tyrion. The main element of this suit was the capacity to self-improve and adapt through some AI that could process situations and create responses on the outward aspect of the suit itself. I thought about going full crisis suit, but I realized how the nano suit was something that was meant to also influence the user and sometimes could be more dangerous than not. If a strong enough virus was implanted within the suit, it would kill off the user. I've read the Civil War comics with Iron Man using Extremis in his suit. I knew how sucky it really was to go for something that troublesome. Which is why my interest was in something that wasn't symbiotically attached to me and that was removed whenever I wished for it. Something that could even be weaker than the example I've brought up, or even more similar to Samus Aran's power suit when it came to acquiring new abilities. Magic was nice and all, but I doubted I was going to harness it to the fullest in a short amount of time, especially with how slow my process had been in the last few years. A suit like that wasn't overkill as it was more of an addition, something that I could use if things got serious enough to be in a tier above normal huntsman situation. I was going to be prepared when the real trouble started. And I wasn't planning to give the Queen any advantage after what happened last time. The schematics looked fairly advanced, but there were a few other pictures attached to those that highlighted what each numbered element represented within the scheme. Estimated production was a full year, which was nice considering that Arthur had expected 2 to 3 years at best. He had been interested in this project too, but he had been too busy with other things and the requirements of this project would just take a toll on what little free time he had, and more. Pietro Polendina had a team that helped him. Atlas was the main producer of the materials required for the project so it curbed most of the costs behind sending it all to Menagerie, and finally he had more experience in this kind of business. While Watts had worked in part on something tied to this kind of topic, it was Pietro the one that had worked the most in developing exoskeletons and battlesuits for the Elysian army. So asking him to go through this task was a must if I wanted this project to actually succeed and that's why I got the chance to actually find out about his latest big masterpiece. Hidden away from Ironwood until it was properly completed, or at least brought out to beta patches, Penny was already being worked on. Right now there are two processes unfolding at the same time. First was the creation of an AI whose purpose was to learn and improve on its own. Through Asimov, I knew that would have normally raised a couple of eyebrows, as that was a risky bit to go through. The second part was the necessity to create a body which could be used to house the AI, create natural aura through an injection of his own, and be able to function properly as a human being. That, I think, he will have to give up to others. Not that he could have done much about it. Penny was supposed to be a girl that was close to adulthood through her mindset, something that he couldn't have personally instructed without creating misunderstandings. The fact she managed to find someone like RWBY was good enough to establish a solid basis where to develop social skills. Not the best due to how RWBY was socially awkward, but still good enough to develop something about it. And both RWBY and Penny learned to appreciate each other and grow out of their respective flaws. That was an interesting friendship for sure, and, sadly, one that was struck down by some unfortunate event. Thinking about it, it was kind of sad. Penny hadn't deserved that death. They could have done it differently, maybe have her hurt mortally instead of pulling that stunt. In a show where death had been shown so rarely shown, Volume 3 really went ham with the murdering. Then again, it was supposed to be the closure to Beacon Arc. Or something like that. I wonder how the show progressed after the group reached Atlas. I could imagine James being a little tense, but still trusting of Ojban and the rest of the kids. They had all reasons to be friendly with him and kind of understanding, especially with how the guy helped Weiss. And gave Young a new arm. I also imagined Harriet being somewhere there to help RWBY. She was a speedster like her, so the two could bond over it. Speaking of the girl, I remembered how she behaved when she took the role of guide while we were wandering Atlas. Really energetic, fairly mirthful, and definitely happy I was around. I expected her to not be this happy, at least not from just that only interaction we shared. Then I realized something very complicated that opened up quite the can of worms. I was fairly sure Harriet never mentioned anything about her parents. The easiest reason I could think of was that she just didn't have a good relationship with them. The worst possible scenario? She was an orphan and I hadn't noticed her situation when I first met her like that. You should really stop adopting people. One thing is to be legitimately connected to them, but I can say you have other reasons beyond that. There is nothing wrong in wanting a big family. I reckon you wanted 6 children or more. But adopting is different than just making more than one. I know, Anne. I wasn't planning to do anything now. Maybe if I had learned of this before I would have given a serious look at the situation, but now it would just be odd. For both her and me. She is on her way to adulthood, it would just feel incredibly silly and dumb to act now that she was preparing to enter the world of work, annoyance, and daily irritation with lifestyles. I suppose you're right with that assessment. With that conversation over, I sighed and made my way to Sienna, the woman almost done with her paperwork and happily conceding to me the rest so we could start some cuddling sessions before having to prepare dinner. Things sure were shaping up interestingly now that I had to keep track of so many different things. Especially when tomorrow was going to be a tough day while trying to handle a possibly nervous Weiss trying to be extra awkward and asking my daughter out with my permission. I expected that to happen and, yeah, it was going to be deeply amusing. If only I knew that I would soon have to worry about something more than just emotions, growing up situations, and other feeling-driven ordeals. For Salem had made her move and I was soon going to face an opponent I was completely unprepared about. Chapter 59, Vital Assessment, 2. The mind is the limit. As long as the mind can envision the fact that you can do something, you can do it, as long as you really believe 100%. Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know you're expected to not be injured before the tournament starts, Hare. Harriet's body tensed as soon as she heard those words. It was morning, she was supposed to be the only living soul within the premises of the gym area of Atlas Academy at that hour and, she was way too familiar with the origin of the voice. A glance to the entrance and she was swiftly huffing in the general direction of her partner. Standing slightly taller than her, same for the bigger and muscle-centered frame the fellow girl had adopted as part of her style, the young woman that was just 1 year older than the speedster had short green hair and azure eyes. Her skin was slightly pale due to the natural Atlesian temperatures. She was wearing the same uniform as Harriet, yet she had a couple of differences to help her hide better her telling features regarding her nature. But Harriet knew, and she didn't care. In fact, she considered the fact she was a tortoise faunus to be an interesting way to become her foil. A speedster with a propensity to close encounters would definitely need to stress and work on the flaws behind such approach. Thick defenses were something that the excited girl had been working on for ages now, and she had made little to no progress before being assigned to her current partner. Tortuga wasn't as prone to emotions as she was, but that didn't mean she couldn't be quite an amusing element to have around most of the time. A feeling that was shared by the woman herself, as she had tough times getting respected by their classmates. Regardless of her humble origins, there was no denying that she was as resilient to damage as nothing else within the Elysian army. "I'm not planning to get hurt," Harriet finally replied, eyes focusing on the reinforced box bag she had been striking with punches and kicks for 2 hours now. It was a phase of training that demanded her to build up resistance to knockback coming from each attack she delivered. Fast and strong she might be, her semblance didn't completely cover up the strain behind using her pace to deliver damage. She would still feel an equalizing force, a reaction that would impede her from pushing her advantage in a fight for too long due to the drain. "I don't want to make an embarrassment out of myself at Vital." Doubtful, Tortuga remarked. "You're too headstrong to make mistakes. Too careful to make a bad impression on your little crush." "Oh right, she is annoyingly teasing too." "John is not my crush," she repeated flatly, not even feeling that much embarrassed to mention it as much as repeating it. After hearing this for a while, it just felt like listening to a broken record. Something that the tortoise faunus recognized just now. "I just think he is very nice, and I like the fact he can sound so caring without making me feel like, well, that he is babying me. I wouldn't mind if he babied me," Tortuga teased shamelessly, drawing Harriet to a pause and getting a scoff out of her. "He is married and has kids," she lamented, something that her partner rebuked with a huff. "One can dream without hoping for it to become true, darling," the greenette remarked. "Plus, it's not like you don't have your own fantasies about him." The glare Tortuga received was enough to get her upset herself. "Fine, I meant that you have your own dreams of having done or said things to get him to adopt you. Which is not something really that bad, it's. I want to know if that is hurting you or not." The tone of the conversation shifted due to this comment. "I know you're strong, but I want to know if this is leaving you suffering one way or another." Not an unexpected question, but not one Harriet was that keen to answer due to the implications. Did she have some regrets about things she could have said and got her a family? Yes. It was a reality she was at least willing to concede within her own thoughts. There were so many things she could have said, and one in particular she knew would have had the desired effect of giving her a family from the very beginning. But Harriet was not one that cried over spilled milk, especially when her decisions didn't lead to a full breakup of the connection she had with John. It was a simple interaction, but one that mattered more than anything she had before. While many would call this reaction way too much of an overreaction, some would see through the eyes of Harriet why it mattered to her a lot. There were just a handful of couples that had tried to at least appear interested in what she liked beyond just trying to coax her into being adopted. And then Bukharin came and brought this kind of behavior as genuine as possible, without knowing that she was an orphan, as, at the time, she thought he would have gone for an artificial behavior and pulled her in a trap. Breaking news, it didn't happen, and she lost the chance to get adopted by someone like him. It was a reason for bitterness towards herself for a while, but right in that moment she couldn't just be dragged down by her own mistakes as a child. John was here, he treated her nicely, and he had promised to be there to cheer her matches. That was more than she could ask for when it came to this matter, and, if before she was pumped to win the tournament, now she knew that she had to win even more. Which meant she had to train a lot, and... "Can you stop that?" she demanded with annoyance dripping from her words, Tortuga giggling as she pulled away from pinching at her cheeks. "Can you stop daydreaming?" the greenette argued back, her voice coated in a thick layer of pure amusement. "I understand if it's during lessons, during homework sessions, during workout, in the showers, in your dreams, but can you at least stop doing it while we're talking? It's not like you're that much better. I have to listen to your sappy ideas about getting together with older guys." Harriet shot back. "Like Clover. He is more than a decade older than us. Age is just a number when both parties are legal. The wider the gap, well, the more awkward it is, but he is still good looking." Harriet shook her head, unable to just accept the madness that would ensue every single time she was stuck in that kind of proverbial loop together with the tortoise faunus. Tortuga was incredibly experienced in teasing the ever-living out of any respectable individual, especially if said individual was her partner, was called Harriet, and, in her humble opinion, was too stuck up with her own respect for others. Which was fairly ironic, since many had for long defined her an unruly student when it came to rule-keeping. She wasn't the finest role model among others, but she was still someone with limits. Smart-based limits at that. Something that even Tortuga had, but that she was keen to hide through her laid-back and frustrating personality at times. Despite their differences, there was just something within that chaos that made their friendship pleasant and needed in some situations. It was the kind of poking the sleeping dragon approach that irked Harriet out of reluctance before an issue or a threat, eventually pushing her to show her limits as proof of her own worth to herself and others. How about we just train together instead of you wasting time beating the crap out of that poor boxing bag? The faunus interjected eagerly. I really want to see if that sugar daddy rush means something or not. Her lips twitched in irritation at that last comment, but she focused on the challenge behind this conversation. Are you seriously asking me to kick your ass? Only if you kissed the sore spot afterwards. I tend to be fairly red and hurting in my buns after that proper ass-whooping process after all. The fellow woman rebuked eagerly, getting an easy blush out of her partner. It was all for the sake of pushing her in the right direction after all, and amusement. Lots of amusement. The fight wasn't even a fight to begin with. Knowing that they weren't allowed to fully spar during the tournament time, it was more like Tortuga taking a defensive approach while Harriet tried to subvert her seemingly absolute defense with her physical attacks. It was easier said than done, mostly because the taller girl's semblance spread the absurd resilience of her back all over her body. She didn't exactly have a shell, but there were scales on her back that behaved similarly to that and offered extra defense on normal occasions. Tortuga was the absolute tank, capable of sponging all kinds of damage for a long amount of time and being barely deterred by any. The real issue came in the form of her aura dropping in the middle of the fight. Something that was possible to accomplish fairly quickly if her semblance was stressed intensely for a very long while. Something that Harriet could technically do if she went all out on her friend and delivered as many punches and kicks while having her speed boosted by her own semblance. The session didn't even last a full hour as the two decided to just stop training altogether, the two sweating terribly and feeling sore all over, and go to the showers to find some minor reprieve before going back to their room. More teasing ensued, but it was more subdued. Despite her bravado, Tortuga was still someone that knew when not to push some limits. While Harriet's appearance might suggest a particular inclination, there were way too many situations to be focused on that predicament. In fact, as far as the girl could admit, she was still into guys due to her own dreams at night. A huff, the self-inflicted embarrassing jab keeping her from pursuing this train of thoughts even more due to how awkward it all felt all so suddenly. Right when she was showering of all times. A huff later, she was scrubbing herself a little faster, ignoring the cheerful whistling coming from Tortuga's cubicle as she smoothly went through her own cleaning process without skipping a beat. The two were done after 20 minutes of proper showering, with Harriet putting on her outfit swiftly and almost ditching Tortuga in the locker room while she slowly went through her own dress-up. It was clearly meant to annoy her, not just as a teasing, but also as a childish attempt to have her stop around and waste time there. Harriet had to concede that it was working way too well, but not enough to get any major reactions out of her. Once the two were done with that, they went back to their room, with homework being the next task together and... Are you still thinking about your pseudo-daddy? Fuck off, Tori, the speedster replied flatly, trying her best to not look at the shit-eating grin that her partner had on her face as the two quietly kept on helping each other during the grueling session of homework before them. While lectures were over, that didn't mean the teachers were going to slack off the moment vital was over. And they still needed to recover their grades in math as soon as they could. Seriously, how was math going to help them in combat? Hello Mr. Nevermore, what is the root of 121 plus the equation of relations? Yesterday's dinner offered little chance for me to really understand what was up with old Rubes. The woman was definitely happy to see me, but she was also holding something to herself that I could tell was important. Not regarding Salem, but about herself. Some of the PTSD was still there in her mannerism, something that was noticed by me and Sienna, but also by the older kids. Minor hiccups in some of the actions mid-dinner, some reluctance to answer, looking away when the question could be a little too much for her and all of that. We didn't discuss anything private or related to the Grimm, not when the kids were around, but she still put some resistance when it came to be genuine about her lack of interaction with us in the last few years. I had the chance to call James before that event, but he seemed almost as clueless as I was about this situation. He even went through to mention how RWBY had mentioned talking with me a few times a week. Which was wrong and incorrect, enough to raise the interest of the general as he promised to investigate the matter himself. Still, I got the opportunity to also fish more info about Shade Academy's principal. The reunion was set to happen tomorrow, with the beginning of the tournament, but I was still up and trying to get as many details as I could about the guy. Not much beyond Ozma nagging at me about this matter and confirming stuff that James was willing to part away. It's not nagging if it's a confirmation of these facts. James might be a friend of Theodore, but I was the one that knows him the most. And yet he wasn't your friend. Because of diverging perspectives. Not everyone likes to keep a slow pace in progress. And we know that didn't age well. Funny. I don't hear you laughing. The new day started in a hurry. Everyone had to get ready for the planned visit at the Schnee Manor, and it was quite troublesome to go through the bathroom routine when there were 5 people with just 2 bathrooms. The pace was quick, some mistakes unfolded, but we all eventually got through with this madness and were soon moving to reach the airship that was going to take us to the manor. I was a little curious considering Nora's own nervousness at this visit. While she was excited, that didn't mean the girl was a little frightened by the idea of her dad being a dad and made it awkward to greet Weiss now that I greenlighted her relationship with her. I had so much potential behind that, but knowing how tense these two were going to be, I decided to allow her some breathing space until the relationship came out in the air. And at that point, I shall strike with no mercy. Oh, you cruel man. With that in mind, I knew I would also find a way to discuss this with either Nicholas or Willow. Preferably Willow, considering how close she was to her children and how her word mattered the most in this kind of circumstances. I was quite sure that the conversation was going to be tense at first, but I knew that the background of her visit at Beacon was legit to the one where she had some not-so-hidden romantic allusion to being attracted to Dent's Raven. Was it a full-fledged thing? I didn't know, but I was willing to take that big jump if it meant sparing my baby girl some trouble in the near future and also prevent some misunderstandings in the process. The landing procedure was smooth and without issue, with the ship completing the entire process with ease. As soon as the ramp descended and allowed us to disembark, I noticed that 2 individuals were already waiting by the gates. The shortest of the 2, a little kid with lots of interest in bolting as soon as he could rush at me. I chuckled at the approach, crouching down a little as I prepared for the big tackle coming up from the most unexpected individual one could imagine a tackle on if they had heard of Whitley and his canon personality. The boy was definitely different when it came to attitude and reactions to people. He was more open, less jock-like and closer to his siblings and mother. John. He greeted loudly, and I pulled him from the ground while chuckling. Whitley. How are you, little rascal? He huffed a little bit at the nickname, but one thing that I learned the hard way when it came to face an extrovert Whitley was that the little fellow was prone to cause messes, in an almost same amount as little Ruby. Something that was quite ironic considering how close these two were whenever one was visiting the other. There were instances where Whitley would be allowed to have a sleepover in Patch, and it proved to be a novelty for me and his mother to learn that he loved beaches. As in lying on a towel and actually trying his hand at surfing, which wasn't much considering how old he currently was. Another shocker was how he connected better with Crow of all people. Maybe it was because I had somehow become his father figure and because Crow was the best element for the risky but still cool uncle to be in all most of the time. Either that, or he was just milking the fact that he covered a lot for the kids' messes and took the blame of those a fair amount of time. It was really frustrating when someone as hard-headed as Crow just wanted to be a childish moron at times. Nothing. In fact, I've been a good boy so I can spend lots of time with you, the others and Ruby. Ruby got the special treatment. The girl behaved the same when it came to Whitley. That's what tended to happen when 2 kids were nurtured close to each other. They were inseparable and within a bond that created no little trouble for poor Taeyong. I understood the man's plight when it came to trying to protect his baby girl from being taken away at this young age, by someone that young, but the protective feeling was also clashed by a sense of care towards the young boy. He might be a pest at that due to his stubbornness flaring at unusual times, but Whitley was overall one of the quietest and happiest children around. There wasn't much for him to lament about except his own reluctance to see Rube so happy and quick to make the promise of marrying Whitley instead of her own dad. It was sad to hear that. Luckily I had stored the recording of Nora saying that and I was going to keep it forever, just as a memoir of sorts. I was fairly sure Nicholas had one of those recordings too if I asked him about it. Still. Speaking of the founder of the SDC, the man was the second individual waiting by the entrance, but had been unable to approach us when we came out of the airship. We started to approach him and I took note of his wheelchair. Taking a small fall at his age was going to leave him hurting more than other individuals. The old man was frail, a clear sign of his advanced age, but still as sharp as I remember him being. John, Sienna, he greeted us both. It's good to see you both. Nicholas, the tiger faunus replied with a smile. I see that you're looking better. Only partially. It would take 2 more weeks before I'm out of this silly thing, the elder lamented before turning at me. And I see that you stole a certain grandson of mine. Whitley giggled, hiding his face onto my chest as I returned the greeting back to him and hoped for his quick recovery. He huffed again, this time not replying to this as we were quickly led inside by him and a face I had seen a few times during our visit. Klein had gotten promoted due to his good service and was now serving closely the Schnee family by taking care of the children while Willow was busy with work. A jovial individual, and one that was amusing with his curious semblance tied to his personality. "So, I suppose that Willow and Weiss are currently training right now," I muttered, my comment raising the interest of Nora as she perked at the mention of the girl. "And Winter," Nicholas added with a small grin, gaining a surprised look from mostly everyone there. "I thought that Atlas Academy was keeping their students at school to train those teams planning to join the tournament," I pointed out, and the man sighed. "Winter's team was deemed unfit due to a couple of disciplinary issues caused by one of their members," the old man explained. "The girl is a little annoyed by this, not completely angry at it, but, you know. She is in a bad mood." I could see how the girl would feel bad about that kind of stuff, and I could see her mother try to use some of their free time to train up and see how she had improved ever since the beginning of the year. With that in mind, I wasn't much surprised when we arrived at the inner courtyard to find Weiss sitting by the bench, looking tired as she drank from a water bottle, while her mother and older sister were going at it fairly intensely. Despite the similarities in style due to their choice of weapons, both ladies were using their rapiers in different fashion. While Willow was a little more strict when it came to some posturing, Winter had taken a more rebellious approach to it. Her attacks looked less focused and strong, but centered around speed and dexterity. The capacity to dodge attacks and gain the maximum damage out of each strike was a good way to counter a stance that had been refined by practice and experience. While Willow was far from her prime form, she was still an excellent fighter with that kind of sword. Their skirmish was fairly intense, enough that they didn't notice our arrival. I heard Nicholas sighing at the sight, clearly unhappy with how vicious his oldest granddaughter was being with the current leader of the STC. All that frustration felt unhealthy, but it was clear that the sparring was doing miracles in purging this stress out of the girl's mind and body. Our quiet watch was interrupted as a certain young lady noticed our arrival, and I was quick to set Whitley down as he could keep close to his grandfather as I greeted his older sister. "Little Weiss." The girl huffed at the nickname, but still replied with a polite tone. "Uncle and Auntie," she greeted back happily, turning to Nora and sharing a longer look before greeting her too. "Hello, Nora." Weiss, the Orangette, replied with a restrained tone before allowing the girl to greet the others. I took this chance to look back at the mother-daughter fight, taking note of the fact that Winter was still wearing her Atlas Academy's uniform. She had grown taller, and a little more developed by her arms and legs to fit with the necessity of mobility and power. From what I've studied through the few times I reviewed her grades, she had been an excellent student and one that strove for more. A behavior that sadly enabled some awkward situations whenever the teacher wasn't allowed to go too far from the curriculum without catching the attention of anyone monitoring the staff for any favoritism. With the pace she was going, even though she wasn't planning to join the military or the Hunters Corps, the girl was still going to keep a massive amount of knowledge and practice in fighting both criminals and Grimm. As the battling intensified, Willow seemed to notice that Weiss had left her previous position, with her gaze eventually landing to us as she looked around for her. Her eyes widened in a mixture of realization and embarrassment as she remembered why we were here, and, as the two she-girls' swords clashed again, she said a single word. "Enough." That seemed to go through Winter's mind as she tensed and paused, confused at the sudden stop, but soon turning to look at what her mother was looking up. Blue eyes widened in a panic as she bolted from her position right to where I was. I braced myself, and I was greeted with a tight hug from the girl. "Dad." If this hadn't been the first time she addressed me like that, I would have been shocked. Same for the others. While Weiss had taken it upon herself to just address me and Sienna as uncle and auntie, her older sister took a closer approach to it and merely addressed me as Dad. Sienna was Sienna or auntie, with the main purpose of that decision being tied more to the fact I stood up to her as a proper father figure. I doubt it's that difficult to break that record with who was her biological father. But it can be incredibly tough to be remembered as Dad by a girl her age. I wasn't shocked, I didn't demean her interests, and I definitely encouraged her whenever she needed the praise and the pep talk. In the span of knowing the girl for just a year, it didn't take too long for her to quickly call me that. It had been quite the surprise, but not one that was delivered without explanation. She wasn't exactly claiming me as her newest father, merely recognizing me the best way she could do to how kind and caring I was towards her. Something that was surprisingly enough accepted by Nicholas, Willow and Sienna. The tiger fauness just found the idea logical, and she knew that taking the title of a mom would have just made things weirder for the girl. In the end, I just rolled with it, and it was kind of a nice way to entertain the close bond one had with Winter. She was really honest when I asked for her progress, or for any mistakes she tended to make at school or at home, something that didn't seem to be that open towards Willow herself. I reasoned this behavior to the openness I had shown her when she inquired about my sister. I could tell that the conversation had remained in her mind and her heart as she recognized I was more than happy to help her because I understood some of her issues at times. "Sweetie, I've heard of the little tragedy. How are you?" Her lips twitched as she placed her chin on my chest, her eyes aimed upwards to my face. "Angry. I'm sure next time you'll get the chance to compete. And I promise we will visit," I pointed out, gaining a slow nod from her while I turned to gaze at Willow. Despite the fact she was slightly older than me, it would be wrong for me to assume she was no longer the beautiful white rose I had seen a while ago. Despite the tiredness on her face and the fact she was a little sweaty due to the workout, I couldn't help but smile brightly in her direction. "Willow, long time no see. John, Sienna, and do I see little Blake too?" I heard someone shuffling around and I saw Blake herself walking up to greet the woman with a hug. "Aunt Willow," she muttered, accepting to be hugged tightly by the woman. "You grew tall, dearie." "Same for you, Nora." "Auntie," the usually cheeky girl replied mirthfully, with her attention aimed at Weiss as the little Schnee girl had moved closer to Nora. After the woman was done with that hug, I took this chance to finally address the situation as I knew I would be unable to do so the moment Summer and the others came to join our little meeting. Since they had arrived just 2 hours ago, I expected their family to be done unpacking in an hour or so from now, so I had this much to work onto. "So, I know this might be sudden but I wanted to ask you if we could talk. In private. Important things?" "Potentially, yes." She huffed, clearly wanting to go and catch herself a quick bath before having to deal with anything after that fight but, as she looked at me once again to gauge my seriousness, she nodded. "Fine, but I hope you're planning to be brief." I nodded. "I'll be the briefest without skipping any big detail." And while I left Sienna to handle the rest of the situation together with Nicholas, I decided to finally face the big challenge at hand without wasting further time. Chapter 60, Vital Assessment, 3. You don't develop courage by being happy in your relationships every day. You develop it by surviving difficult times and challenging adversity. Epicurus. Willow's office wasn't the same one Jacques had used back when he was still leading the SDC. It had been a decision that had been taken by both Nicholas and the woman to just further add a layer of seriousness when it came to the need to change things from good, a full twist from the path that the previous leadership of the company had taken when it came to handling things and providing new policies. The room chosen for this role was slightly smaller than the previous office, but lacking a good part of books that Jacques himself had acquired to fill the multiple libraries that had been placed there to fill that room with culture. A proof of the man's intellectual nature. I wasn't really sure about what was the real purpose of the books, but I doubted he had the chance of reading all of them due to how many there were and how most of them were about economics. With what happened during my first visit at Atlas, I just couldn't imagine Jacques having a solid understanding of how screwed he had been back then, thus effectively denying any good possibility of him having any decent grasp of economy at all. Willow had personally selected the books that were going to stay, deciding to outright burn those that she found unimportant or even far too off her tastes in literature. Minor nutshots at a man that wasn't there, of the kind that no one but a few could flinch at when it came to vengeful divorced wives rightfully taking this many steps to assure their own freedom from the past's order of things. I didn't blame her, nor I would have expected any less considering how much Willow despised her former husband. Jacques had been an imposition she never stomached, one that grew more upsetting with his own lording over her and the rest of the family, but also for his smugness in exerting his position as the man of the house to put on his own rules in front of those of the family, those rules that had shaped and formed the aristocratic but still strongly capitalistic take of the Schnee family. It was as we took a seat by our respective chairs that I noticed something in particular of the office that one couldn't perceive until they stood in front of a seated Willow. Right behind her, stuck by the wall to cover her left and her right, 2 large portraits were set to represent the core aspects of the Schnee family. On her left, a portrait of a younger Nicholas Schnee, the creator of the SDC and the one that elevated the family to the status it was now. On the right, a portrait of her current family. It had been taken a few months after Jacques' arrest and, compared to the old one, had a strong sense of happiness and genuine relief plastered over the entire scene. The smiling just felt natural and way more fitting with the idea of family behind the picture. The essence of family as the driving force behind the company. Truly a pleasant theme to add to a new leaf. It also creates the idea of a caring environment, or at least one that is invested into giving safety to the workers. Something that Jacques SDC would have never thought of letting happen. "So, can we start discussing what you wish to tell me, John?" I nodded, almost allowing the embarrassment of getting caught staring around and delaying our talk influence my expression, but I managed just fine to maintain a calm but still tense look. As you know, a little while ago we had this conversation about trying to understand if our kids would have started to find love and dating. I started to explain, painting a little situation for Willow to start grasping at as she quickly remembered that very conversation. At the time it had been just mere thinking, but it wasn't something driven just by the amusing chances of teasing the children but for the fact that they were getting to the age where the first loves were meant to actually become a possibility. I'm familiar with it, yes. I suppose something has happened for you to bring this up to me. Which one, Winter or Weiss? The woman asked, clearly fascinated by this entire matter but unsure which of his daughters would need to be teased a lot over her current relationship. Weiss, I decided to carefully reply, knowing that delaying this too much would have been perceived as a reason to worry and misunderstand things. I wasn't exactly sure how to word out the entire thing, but I knew what to say to at least put her in the mood or the mindset to access this information as properly and calmly as possible. Willow had to be level-headed to address this matter and that seemed to be the case when she nodded, her interest intensifying at the mention of her youngest daughter. And you know who is the one she fancies? Is the love returned? Yes, on both occasions, I answered while nodding. Let's just say I know who it is and I trust them to not hurt her in any way. I could tell I did something wrong with my wording when the woman regaled me with her eyes narrowing at me with suspicion, my assurances managing to convince her just barely from the looks of it. Them. John, are you suggesting she is dating a girl? The woman asked, more fascinated and worried than outright unnerved by the situation. Still, I couldn't help but grow concerned about the chances of this devolving in an unpleasant conversation he didn't exactly feel ready about. You sure don't know how to make it properly subtle. It's not that easy. I would argue that it is, but, then again, Ozma would take his time when it came to handle this kind of news. Yes, and I don't mean to say that I'm taking this long to go through this revelation because I doubt your take on this matter. I'm well aware that you had your own moments when it comes to infatuation, I remarked, drawing a brief blush out of Willow as we were both aware of her little crush on Raven back in school. Of course, I have to ask if Nicholas would mind or not in such a situation. He would be surprised, she admitted with a tense tone. But I think he would be able to push any bad thought if it came to Weiss and, if he can accept whoever she is in love with. It's love, not just a crush, right? I nodded. I can say it's love. Especially since the emotion is matched on the other side. And you seem rather protective of this individual, Willow pointed out, lips twitching as I tensed a little more at her comment. I don't think there are many options. Either Blake or Nora. It took me a moment to grasp how quickly this came down, but I was even more surprised when she spared me a little smile when she brought up my daughter's name. It's Nora. Her smile widened. Then I can see Father accepting that relationship, at least because he knows Nora isn't someone that would steer his little Weissy away from the right path. Nora is another granddaughter in his opinion. And I guess he would appreciate having a better way to apply that claim, I pointed out mirthfully. Still, this isn't exactly what I worry about. I believe you can understand this relationship is going to become the main opening for any reporter to try and make it a scandal. Yes, she dragged the answer a bit, irritation flaring at the mention of paparazzi and gossip. I suppose the topic of this discussion is dash. How do we protect them? Surprisingly enough, the woman looked a little stunned. I thought you would have preferred to cover it up. I thought of offering this too but I realized that it wouldn't do well for two principal reasons, I argued before dropping a tiny sigh. First, I know from Nora's perception of this situation that she wouldn't appreciate having to hide this bond she has with Weiss. I expect Weiss to share this kind of mindset considering how strong-willed both are. And that wouldn't be easy to discourage, not when they might feel it as an attack to their relationship even though it's more a worry than else, Willow added dryly, taking a brief moment to think about this. But what is the second reason? It's more personal than else. I know from experience that hiding something this big away adds an extra scandalous layer when it is discovered. If dash. When, I interrupted before she could even start that, knowing well enough that the only opposition to that was the hope of any cover-up to last forever. Which wasn't going to be the case, especially when, as they reached adulthood, they would have to tell the world or live a life full of secrecy from all corners. I don't want them to be forced to a gilded prison. And they will not, Willow agreed with a serious tone. Do you have anything in mind? Something, but I believe it would be best to wait for them to make that kind of announcement before going for it. Isn't that risky? The woman pointed out. I concede that doing anything now would just create issues but dash. I'm well aware of the chances of the timing being our enemy, but I have an actual plan behind it, I promised her with a small smile. And I know this is asking much, but I believe it will work as a PR shield from any malicious journalist trying to get a scoop out of this. Fine, but I would also like to address another matter that I believe ties to this very one, Willow added with a serious tone, drawing a confused look out of me as this wasn't exactly anything I was prepared about. Something tied to Nora and Weiss. In what regard? Just as I wondered this, the woman stood up from her chair and started to walk up towards me. When you first mentioned you were going to visit, I was called by Sienna that very day. Regarding something that she had been thinking for a while now ever since a few conversations we had when your family last visited, the Schnee matriarch finally stopped in front of me, looking down with a smile that promised a lot and I was a little worried. And I think it's time for us to vacate this conversation. See you later, John. Ozma didn't even say anything on that, but I could tell the situation was just what my brain had conceptualized. And I could tell Sienna had plotted for this to happen. About what? About the possibilities to actually bring our families even closer. Of course, within closed doors. I felt the tension heighten when Willow carefully settled herself to sit on my lap, her face mere moments away from mine and further adding tension to the scene. Why? Why do you think it's a fine idea to risk yourself in that regard? I argued nervously. Sure, I may or may not have given off a genuine sense of honesty and many other attractive elements, but why do you think it's all worth the trouble? Because I've been declining offers of marriage for a couple of years now, and I know you noticed why I did so, especially when I wasn't that subtle. Sienna? She was rather accepting of my situation. She mentioned the arrangement you two have with Raven. Of course I would end up in an avalanche because of that. Who's next? Mommy Salami? I almost shuddered at that thought, but I dodged that with how much attention I was still staring at Willow. So you think this will work? Will it not? My lips twitched, the ball back to me and I wasn't sure of the throw to make. It depends. On the fact that it wouldn't be a proper relationship considering dash. I will not ask for children. Not when I have already 3 to take care of, Willow interjected. But what I seek right now isn't to settle a family with you. It is to explore the chance of being in a relationship I want to be part of. I couldn't blame her for her thinking as I realized the context was more than appropriate for this take. Of all the times Willow had the chance to settle down with someone she cared about, she ended up with Jacques that provided her with an upsetting take on being in a marital union with someone she didn't love. She might care dearly for her children, but there was no shame in her simple opinion of hating her ex-husband. And even now, I couldn't exactly say no to that since I kind of liked her too. Not to the point where I would take any initiative as I was terribly loyal to Sienna and I wouldn't do anything if she wasn't part of it too. That was a bit of our nuptial vows, and even now I remembered it dearly. And, your father Dash would probably think that something is going on, but if I mention to him that I don't plan to ruin any relationship or to cause any major scandal, he will be more subdued to this, she interrupted again. I wouldn't be lying if I told you that father would have ignored any offer from the richer families had he got the chance to meet you and set you up with me. That sounded exaggerated, and my thought flashed in my face which caused the woman to snort. And I mean it. Father was impressed by your take in economics. While not the brightest ideas, some of the suggestions did increase the production without sacrificing anything about the workers' rights, she indirectly praised, her face growing closer to mine as she delivered this. But I have yet to hear your answer. I'm not going to push you if you don't want this as Sienna was adamant your opinion mattered a lot in this situation. And I couldn't exactly go with either, yes or not. Not with how packed the entire matter was. I could only grimace at the pressure before eventually having to give a definite answer. One that definitely felt imperfect due to the timing, but also particularly difficult to word out. I believe this question should be delayed. At least until we're through with the situation with Nora and Weiss, I remarked quietly, drawing a surprised look from Willow. This is not a refusal but I believe taking this chance now would just make things more complicated and I want first to make sure Nora is able to handle the pressure that could come with that relationship. And then I will give you an answer. It's not something that can be decided on the spot due to how important it is. To all of us, I recalled with a calm voice. Once things will be settled, I will be the one to approach you, and I can assure you that I will not delay this matter beyond our stay. Her lips twitched, a hint of protest forming in her mind but failing to be voiced as Willow ultimately decided to concede to this fair circumstance. It might sound cruel, but the priority here, as parents, was to the kids. But as she seemed ready to move out of her current position, she was taken by surprise as my left hand guided her face to approach mine more. Blue eyes went wide open in pure shock and bliss as she felt her lips captured by mine. It wasn't anything too intense or too deep, with my pace setting for a chase kiss. I pulled away shortly after, giving her an understanding look. I know it's tough. I've noticed and I know that you have been struggling a lot in these years. I don't want you to feel this was all for naught. It wasn't. She blinked, the only hint of life from her body being that very action as she held her breath. The Schnee matriarch was completely stunned by what just happened and, for a very brief moment, I thought I had broken her mind. My worry was shredded with the same intensity as I was soon regarded through the ensuing kissing. It was more intense than the peck I provided, but it remained chaste despite the impressive strength behind it. Eventually the woman let go, with a mirthful smirk on her face. I guess you know how to make this kind of waiting easy to ignore for the time being. A giggle, but soon we stopped dealing with the incredibly tense moments as she still needed to go through a quick shower and I had to greet the other guests. Because as soon as I left the office and went back to where the others had been moved to, I was greeted by a quick hug by someone that I had met a few days ago. Ruby giggled as I twirled around with her held in my arms, wearing a little red sleeveless hoodie with a "Cookie Lover" sign on its front. Uncle John. To think my lovely cookie-munching gremlin could get even cuter. Are you sure your dad is fine with all of this? Weiss asked with an uncertain tone, her mind filled with many terrible scenarios regarding this discovery. Sure, the fact Nora had come out and told her that Uncle was fine with this just felt so surprising and yet so easy to expect considering the kind of relationship the father-daughter duo had even now. It was strong, fierce and, kind of a reason to be somewhat jealous. Not that John didn't treat her as a daughter despite the different setting they both lived by, but it sure made it feel upset that she could get that treatment all the time. Call her spoiled, or just craving for basic parental affection even from a father-like figure, the young snowflake wasn't exactly known for greed. But that didn't mean she just couldn't get a little tense when John was brought up in a conversation or even when he was around. When she got together with Nora, she had long expected this worry to cease, but it only worsened to a point where she had been so ready to address John as "Dad" when he came in. It would have been way more embarrassing than she first thought if that had happened, especially due to the fact he was now well aware of her affection for the Orangeette. The pure embarrassment was easy to contain, not so when Nora decided to inquire what got her this much. Awkward. The conversation that ensued was, pretty much what made their relationship work. He is super supportive about it. Heck, I think he was expecting you to call him Dad now, the short-haired girl replied mirthfully, gaining a strained sigh from her close friend. But seriously, what's up? I don't feel like rushing it up with him. What if he is just acting so he can protect you and dash? You think my dad is lying? That was the question that stumped away any chance of Weiss bringing up any doubt. Not because she didn't have any, but because she was walking on a fine line from the way Nora's voice changed to an upset tone. It would be a massive understatement to say that Nora cared for her dad. John was the one that gave her the life she had now, with the many friends and family members that supported her. To be fair, Weiss herself had to admit that it came out very poorly that she thought so little of John's own interactions with his daughter and others. Especially when he was the one that got her mother back on track as a proper director at the SDC while getting her the time to check on her family as much as she could. And also the one that got them to avoid a terrible childhood with Jacques. It's been just 3 years since she just stopped calling that man her father. As much as she tried to defend him, there was no reason for her to ignore the clear dislike he harbored for his former wife, especially with how he was caught in that indecent situation. A perfidious man that she had pledged so many times to support despite most of her family telling her that the task wasn't right. That the side she was making a last stand on wasn't worth it, and quite the opposite on that. The girl didn't listen, until her mother told her the truth as to why they didn't want Jacques back. Not after what happened to them all. Winter was the one that knew a lot about the matter herself, but Weiss had stubbornly ignored it as just a personal preference of her older sister to see John more as a dad compared to Jacques. But then her mother came out clean about it and it stung a lot. It wasn't even that she didn't want to hear it, but the harsh truth with pictures and proof of her biological father's depraved behavior both through his work-related actions and at home just shredded what she thought was an unbreakable defense. And she cried. A lot. And she couldn't help but be surprised when Winter came to her to cuddle up with her. She didn't say the "I told you" that her mind treacherously expected, instead humming quietly and keeping her company when she was crying about it. It was the prime point where the strained relationship with the older girl soared back to the state of awe and admiration that existed before Jacques' arrest. She never really apologized to John, not meaningfully at least. And that remained part of the reason why she felt so uneasy around him. He was clueless to that, and she worried about this becoming a problem somehow. But, instead of allowing her silence to tell an answer different than the one she had in mind, she replied to Nora's question with a serious but still meek response. And no, but I can't just ignore the fact that it sounds so easy, Weiss answered truthfully. I know he wouldn't lie, especially about something like this, but you're worried he will think differently of you. Nora struck with her words, gaining a baffled look from the young Schnee girl as she didn't expect her to be this attentive. Like John tended to be with others. The degree of affection the Orangette had for her father also created for a template her personality formed through. While she was still Nora, she was also a Bukharan. In her mind, at least that's what it came to the similarities between the two, the idea of the standard Bukharan meant a gentlemanish person, or an individual capable of formality but still able to revert to a state of modest informality. The mastery of knowing when to be serious, when to be cheeky, and when to be respectful of people's own plights. Oddly enough, it was the very reason she found Nora this attractive compared to others. Weiss never thought of getting together with a girl, but Nora wasn't the classic girl. She wasn't a complete tomboy, saying that would be a massive lie, but she was definitely not a fan of girly disposition before masculine and tougher outfits. Yes, the white-haired girl admitted flatly. You can see through me that easily, can't you? Only as much as you can with me, Weissy, Nora replied lovingly, gaining a swift blush with the pet name she eagerly used. Usually there wasn't one word that would get her face burning red with a blush, but the fact there was so much tenderness behind it just left her stunned and melted at the same time. So, what are you two chatting about? A groan almost made it through her lips as Weiss turned to glance at a smiling Yang as she stood by their left side. Despite the little love she had in a friend like Yang, Weiss knew that the fellow girl wasn't out to annoy her. Just tease her, which was annoying, but not willingly. And amusing and clever at times. Blake was there too, but differently from the amused blonde, she was taking a quieter and calmer approach. She still smiled and greeted the two with a nod, but her attention was taken by the book she brought for the moment. Math, Weiss swiftly commented, easily getting a disgusted look out of Yang as that was the weakness the lilac-eyed girl had suffered the most. Ugh, that's cruel from you, Ice Princess, but I know you were gossiping about something else, the long-haired girl rebuffed, her smile remaining despite the sudden counter. Nora doesn't like math dash. I do like math, I just like it less when it gets extremely complicated, the short-haired girl flatly argued with an annoyed tone. Yang huffed and brought her arms crossed in front of her. Well, I still know it's something spicy. Care to tell us? Blake interjected distractedly. I'm not part of this. Please ignore me. At least Blake knows how to keep to herself. Bah, the kitty says one thing, but she is just as curious as I am. Plus, I can tell it's serious and I want in. Nope, Nora replied with an emphasis by the P. And seriously, what's with this? You got bored teasing Whitley for his crush on Ruby? The blonde chuckled. That? Never. I will fight to keep that right to the very end. And Weiss could agree on that point. There was no way she would ever let go Whitley regarding his blatant crush on little Ruby. They both were of the same age, they grew fairly close to one another, and it was clear that fate had them set into a possible relationship once they are much older than now. Both Yang and Weiss saw the potential in teasing Whitley as the boy was constantly frustrated by how Ruby wasn't exactly sharp when it came to subtle approaches as he dubbed those. So, you don't want to tell us? Why not? Is it really that spicy? Yes, Weiss ultimately admitted much to Nora's surprised look. And it's private, so please, stop asking about it. Yang looked ready to say more about it, but she was stopped when Blake reached out and grasped at her arm. The blonde paused, glancing at the cat Faunus and the bookworm sighed. They don't want to talk about it. Change topic. Ugh, fine. How about we talk of Vital? I heard the tournament this year will be incredibly tough on Beacon since the current bunch isn't much strong. I will cheer for the strong ones, Nora replied cheekily. I mean, do I have to pick a school since, well dash. Not really, Blake argued. It's quite the perk we are from Menagerie since we don't have a genuine reason to pick a school in particular. But Weiss would have definitely liked it if Nora had picked Atlas. A little pleasant touch, but then it would have raised more questions for them both to face if she pressed on the matter. It wasn't something important, but it definitely would have made her feel a tiny bit happier. Sure, she wasn't exactly planning to become a full-fledged huntress, but that didn't mean Weiss was planning to cheer and hope for the victory of another school beyond Atlas Academy. Ironwood was an exceptional principal and she knew Professor Garden had gotten a good part of their students ready to handle the competition offered by Haven Academy. There was no way she would accept anything but first place at this point, a mindset that was shared by both Winter, Whitley, and their mother. I'm more interested by the chances of sparring those that lose the matches. Well, those that are up to that kind of thing, that is, Nora added with a giddy prospect, and Weiss nodded at that idea since it would be a pleasant way to see how huntsmen tended to work and how strong students were compared to those stuck at pre-combat school. Wait, it's actually a thing? Young asked with a shocked tone, a bright smile suddenly appeared on her face. You think I can check that too? I think it's tied to the teachers that are assigned to that kind of situation, but should be open to those that want to try, the Orangeette confirmed with a nod. Still, I'm more about trying to spar with that girl he brought up when we last talked about it. He said he met her back when she was around my age when he first visited Atlas, and he mentioned that I could ask her some advice in combat since I really want to beat Cinder. Weiss could only sigh at the determined approach to such a stupid wish. There was nothing wrong about being stronger than an older sibling, but Nora seemed to take to another level. Something of a competition that Cinder had done nothing but accept and just moderate in most times. It wasn't even like these two were at odds with each other, only that Nora liked to but head to someone she trusted if it meant getting stronger out of it. The main goal was being able to, in her own words, protect those she cared about when Dad was not going to. It sounded so sudden and out of nowhere compared to others. Nora stuff. Very mature, but incredibly grim, as she really looked upset at even considering that eventuality. And yet it remained. What would happen once John Buchanan was lost to the world? Would Nora stand up and be his successor? Cinder? Maybe Ren? Even Winter could stake a claim technically speaking, but she really didn't seem that invested in being the heiress of anything but the SDC and the Schnee family as a whole. There were so many variables to take into account, and Weiss would lose her mind trying to connect it all. Instead, she just accepted the fact that a career in economics would do her better than anything else, as it would give her the rightful opportunity to work at the family's business without getting drowned by accusations of nepotism. Who knows, maybe she could actually reach John's own level of understanding of these topics by the time she reached proper adulthood and try to find her road from that way onward. But for now, Weiss' main goal was trying to make her relationship with Nora official and go through the hardships of Atlas Academy. She was learning at a steady pace, but she was far from being as flawless as Winter at her current pace. By the time the conversation had reached a slow closure, it was time for them all to eat, as both Winter and Willow were done with getting ready to greet the other guests. Yet the time was ticking, and Weiss knew that she would have to do something herself if she wanted to make it clear this relationship was both hers and Nora. And maybe John could help her with that. Chapter 61, Vital Assessment, 4. While all deception requires secrecy, all secrecy is not meant to deceive. Sissela Bach. The lunch at the Schnee Manor proved to be fairly pleasant. The kids chatted and socialized while us adults discussed the current situation in life. Raven mentioned something about actually getting a job, which seemed interesting until she brought up her interest in opening up a training center. With her unique skills and experiences, I could tell why Taeyong was sporting the sourest expression I had seen him showing around. Same for Summer, yet her reaction was more of amusement. Slightly red on her face, the woman had this one moment away giggle expression that just dignified how amused by the possible chaos she really was. At this point, I wasn't even surprised by that reaction, considering how Ruby's mother was so into chaotic matters she wasn't part of. I also had the chance to speak with Crow regarding any action that could lead up to the Queen's moving around pieces. A single element seemed to make sense to have been driven directly by Salem, the Grimm's presence increasing in Mistral and requiring extra huntsmen from Haven Academy. I didn't stop to discuss what this could represent, as I had a clear idea of what the Queen wanted. If she couldn't get the maidens first, the keys, then it would be better for her to just take the doors altogether and then hunt them down once she was sure she could distract herself with that tougher task. Which means that we will have to be vigilant over the chances of the Queen aiming at capturing Raven. She doesn't know she is one of the maidens. But she will realize. Eventually. Still, the rest of the interaction with the two other families concluded happily, as everyone was satisfied with this meeting and were all eager for the one that was going to happen once the tournament was over for good. As soon as I brought the others back to the hotel rooms we were staying in, I received a message from James regarding the meeting I had set with him and the headmaster of Shade. It came as a surprise considering how I would have expected to happen as soon as Vital started, but James just wanted to talk with me, and I agreed on the basis that I had my own fair share of things to bring up to him. And the conversation really had a smooth tone despite the few bumps through the entire predicament, since the man wanted to really talk to me, just not for things I was really planning to speak to him about, but didn't mind discussing with him knowing how important those were for Atlas. Starting with the Ash technology, the conversation didn't go that smooth in that regard. While there had been a large crackdown to handle the nepotism and the corruption reported within the Elysian scientific community, that a stain left about what's unconfirmed experimentation had led to a legitimate opposition to try and even ask for the sharing of this kind of technology. Something that, in James' mind, could be overruled if the blueprints of something similar could be anonymously dropped on the lap of trustworthy scientists and researchers. The exchange would require a legitimate secret deal in that regard, and I was keen to remind the general that it wasn't my calling. Such a decision would have required Watt's input and approval before going through, and that seemed to be something he agreed to, albeit reluctantly. Quite the crafty fellow. I never expected for someone like him to be so interested in going through great lengths to obtain new techs. That, and the fact he would do so without speaking with the council. I reckon Ozma used to do so when still Ozbin, but there are differences. It's a cultural thing. Atlas, and even before that Mantle, is a militaristic society. While the people aren't forced into the army, that doesn't mean the higher roles of the military can't influence the handling of the country's affairs. I managed to pass many laws through years-long favors I had accumulated by being supportive of some choices, most of which proved to be quite beneficial for Vale, but nothing that outright could have prepared it for the fall. The next element to discuss was a possible set of trade deals between Menagerie and Atlas. And that, while not unusual, was something interesting, as I could just reply that I would bring this up to Gyra the next time I met him, and how I could work mostly as a representative of the White Fang than the ambassador role I had backed during my first visit. Once again, James was fine with this. Theodore Strauss, the headmaster of Shade Academy, arrived late compared to the hour he mentioned visiting by. The old man looked mostly stressed, but was quick and apologetic over the circumstance that led him to this embarrassing delay. He mentioned how there were some issues with a couple of his students that were not going to take part in the tournament anymore. I didn't inquire about this matter, preferring to keep into the introduction and get through this first element. To be fair, I had the advantage of a solid and honest reputation that seemed to endear the elder to approach me cordially. I didn't expect to be praised or anything like that, but it offered me the platform to start making my little plan come to fruition. At first I went through simple conversation, as I didn't need to give off a sense of rush on the matter, but I took my chance when we finished discussing some more about the fauna situation in Vacuo. Despite the fracture of the kingdom in numerous autonomous regions, the area was still prone to have a positive take on faunus, as nomads cared little about racial issues. Still, I pushed through and started to bring up the matter that interested this very situation and why I had asked to meet him. So, I'm sure you are all aware of the fact that the headmaster of Beacon has his own secret group when it comes to interesting matters. James nodded, while the fellow headmaster frowned at my words. So, you're aware of this, but are you part of it, Mr. Bukharin? I'm not, I assured with a sigh. Nor do I plan to join, considering that their approach is too passive. Yet your goal has to be similar to theirs. To hunt down some entity that is tied to the Grimm and has been causing extreme damage to humanity through the ages. Yes. In fact, one could say that my current offer gives more than just an invitation to a shadowy group led by someone even more shadowy. And what would entail, John? Ironwood asked, and I smiled. I want to create a circle of people whose main goal is to keep vigilant and be open for conversation. No orders, no leaders, just a group of equals that is willing to handle the pressing concerns tied to the entity you've mentioned, Headmaster, I elaborated with a serious tone. And, differently from Ozbin, I shan't hold back when it comes to the important information that concerns this major trouble. Then how about you tell me what this is all about when it comes to the Grimm? The entity is Dash. A single living being that controls the monsters, I interjected Theodore, the elder stopping and tensing as he realized I had provided him with a curt answer. Salem, her name, is the Queen of the Grimm. She is the one that has been responsible for many disasters caused by the Grimm, back to the Great War, and even more than just that. Ozbin told me that there was a threat within the Grimm, but not that said threat was a single individual. This Salem, how she came to be. How do we know that Dash? Ozbin never told the others in the group, Ironwood muttered, thinking about this matter before gazing up at my thoughtful expression. But I suppose you know the truth. Let's see how you will word it out. I slowly nodded. Many eons ago, a young man called Ozma, a young paladin that was proficient with magic, decided to explore the world as an adventurer, I started to narrate. He was young, dashing, but also incredibly curious and intrigued by tales of old about mysterious creatures and situations. One day he decided to take on the myth of the girl living in the tower, which was a rumor during his time that suggested how a powerful mage had sealed his daughter away in a tower to prevent her from ever being tainted by the world beyond the walls of her prison. The two men listened raptly, and I continued without hesitation. The adventurer found the right path to reach the tower and through his magical abilities managed to overwhelm the barriers around it before being allowed entrance, I commented calmly. There, he found her. A young woman with long blonde hair combed short, her white dress matched her fair skin complex and her blue eyes exuded interest, curiosity, and a tiny bit of childish wonder. Ozma was baffled by her beauty, and she was amazed by his knowledge and hold of the world's truths. The woman was Salem, Theodore guessed, and I nodded. The woman was also incredibly soft-spoken, kind, and prone to accept the friendship forwarded by the paladin. From friends, their bonds grew to the point where the two decided to travel the world. As lovers, I revealed with a grim face, and the clues started to get studied and grasped by my listeners. Tragedy struck when Ozma faced a deadly illness that led to his early departure from the world. Salem was distraught and unwilling to part with the memory of her now dead lover. The headmasters were still listening, their attention completely immersed in the narration as I went on about it. So she asked to talk with the one being that knew of life and that could satisfy her wish. The two gods, the creators of humanity, were still an element known to the first generations of humans. They were venerated and their sanctuaries considered sacred grounds that were known to many. Salem approached the god of light, requesting for his help to return Ozma to the world. He accepted. Ironwood offered and I shook my head, my lips twitched in discomfort at the fact that would have spared so many issues from happening. The god refused, reminding her how life was to be lived once, no matter how early a death could come to fulfill. I elaborated with a brief hum. So she decided to ask the other brother, the god of darkness. He agreed to her request because she lied about him being the first entity she approached on the matter, but his misuse of life led to the appearance of the god of light, which demanded for this heinous act to be reversed at once. After a brief exchange of insults and demands, the two deities fought for a while, before eventually coming to the realization that they had been tricked. For the god of darkness knew not that Salem had asked of his brother first. They both stopped giving her help. And they gave her immortality as a punishment for playing with life, I added to Theodore's assessment. A punishment that would then be exploited to rally the powerful kingdoms of that era and form an alliance to subjugate them. The gods didn't accept this rebellion and decided to do three things. First, they erased that generations of human, resetting effectively humanity to its original template of civilization. Second, they removed magic from the new humans, and what was left are the semblances and aura, and lastly, they departed this world as they deemed this a failed experiment that they will check on once all relics are reunited. So, bringing all relics together will call the gods back to Remnant, and what will happen after that? James asked, growing suspicious that this outcome wouldn't be as idyllic as it sounded. They would pass judgment, and if they reacted the way they did when they first left, I doubt it's going to be a pleasant outcome for humanity as a whole, I replied tensely before shifting back to what was left of the tale. Still, Salem became what she is now by falling into one of the pools of darkness that the god had left behind, trying to gain as much power as possible. And she did, but not enough to restore Ozma. His return was, driven by her own ambitions after turning into a Grimm. It was the gods that brought him back. Even after what they said about keeping by the rules of nature. Theodore almost exclaimed at how ludicrous this take was, but I wasn't the one writing this story. The god of light gave him the mission to handle the one issue that they had left behind, but Ozma didn't follow through. He was happy to be back and Salem took him in without hesitation as they both ruled the new generations of humans as their newest gods, I explained with a distracted tone, still trying to grasp how things went horribly wrong from that point onward. Their life was perfect, and they created a family. 4 daughters that had magic in their bodies and souls. A possible threat to power in Salem's eyes. The maidens were a representation of what was lost when Ozma tried to flee with his children. When he was caught and faced his wife in a battle he couldn't win. He died and he didn't, I interrupted with a sigh. That's where he learned that he too had his own brand of immortality, but he was driven by reincarnations, where he would inhabit the body of specific hosts after his previous death and slowly but surely integrate their personalities and become the dominant element in their souls. That's ridiculous. But true, James confirmed. That is something that Ashbin confirmed himself. This is insane, but the headmaster of Shade Academy paused from going through that sentence and switched to another one. Can we beat her? Ojban said she couldn't be defeated but dash. As of right now, Salem can't be killed by regular weaponry, I confirmed dryly, much to the chagrin on Ironwood's face. Not with how powerful she really is and how effective her healing factor is. And how do we beat her? I took a moment to think about it and gave them a serious response. There is the extreme action of the relics, but that wouldn't do. Not with how risky it would be, considering she would hunt down and destroy anyone that holds those dangerous elements, I argued. Which is why I believe it would be best to address something I noticed when I confronted her in Mantle. She was here. In Atlas? Theodore almost blurted out in shock. Mantle was being put under siege by a sudden attack from the Grimm that had been facilitated by 2 terrorists we took care of, the general answered without a pause. But still, I don't recall you ever bringing up anything about it. That's because it is something I had to think a lot about, as it is more of a theory than anything concrete. And it is about the chances that she still owns a soul, but that it is somehow held somewhere away from her body. This concept had developed after some intense debate between me, Sally, and Ozma. Considering the chances of the pool of darkness having just hollowed Mommy Salami by yanking her soul away and giving her the chance to hold it away so she could still keep her intelligence and immortality, the former headmaster of Beacon Academy confirmed that it was possible for magic to influence a soul that had been removed from its natural location, as it would become an object with nature itself and thus alterable through magical means. That, how? How did you dash? Ironwood tried to grasp what I just said, and I swiftly elaborated on that point. When I faced her, I managed to destroy a good part of her upper body, but that didn't seem to leave permanent damage to her mind despite the fact I blew her brain up, I commented while nodding. While that wouldn't sound much, the fact she managed to survive that kind of injury without retaining any lasting damage means that her magic isn't tied to her body, or at least its activation and concentration isn't within it. It had to be somewhere else, in this case her soul, but her body is mostly Grimm. And Grimm have no souls, Theodore realized as he gazed back wide-eyed. This means that the reason why she is remaining in the Grimm lands and not pursuing a more aggressive attack against Ojban is because it is somewhere there. I nodded. That would seem to be the case. So the best way to beat her is to find her soul and destroy it. Yes. But even then, that is a risky operation and one that doesn't have enough validity beyond theoretical basis. I wouldn't advise going for it, not until we're completely sure we're not sending people to die for nothing when it comes to putting an end to this. Agreed, Theodore confirmed quietly. This is a massive mess that I can't believe Ojban would keep this from the other headmasters. This is ridiculous. My lips twitched at that comment. Actually, Mr. Strauss, you're the only one that wasn't told of Salem's existence. The elder wasn't amused by this discovery, but I knew that this was the ultimate confirmation that he would stand firmly by this weird side of the chessboard. The rest of the conversation didn't stray too far from this point, as the entire plan was simple. 2 mindsets were to be adopted, a defensive one as expected, but also one of active intervention when it came to communicate any issues and verify any assistance from others. It was a proper mutual assistance treaty which was meant to avoid Salem's eventual resurface and attack at us. There was much to define about it, and I was incredibly clueless of the fact that something sinister was already unfolding here in Atlas as we were discussing these important matters. Of the many things Robin Hill could have been involved about, this definitely beat her expectations. She remembered when she got the mission folder for the day, frowning at some odd comments from the one that delivered it to her as she received a warning. The priority is monitoring. It wasn't unusual for the military to provide with some insights or unofficial limitations through some of their own assessment of the mission delivery. Not unusual, but still concerning, considering this should have been a normal mission. Frowning as she handed her binoculars to her partner, she spared a snort at the situation they had been sent to currently study and deal with. There was a group of people, they had rallied pretty far from Mantle's border and looked to be waiting for something. It had to be important if they were exposing themselves to the chance of being attacked by the Grimm. Yet, as she studied the matter, Robin couldn't help but feel like this wasn't just some stupid congregation of mad people. Not with this kind of equipment. Do you think this is the White Fang? Robin asked jokingly. She already knew that there was no way this was the White Fang, not when they had been taking a rather peaceful approach for years and have been fairly successful in securing some good legislation even in Atlas. In a certain way, it also made it amusing that, due to what it meant to Fiona's uncle as the old man was now able to retire with a pension, Fiona herself had built a little bit of an obsession for the two that had created the positive turn-up for the Fang. Sienna might be her favorite since both were chicks, but Robin had taken plenty of chances to tease the sheep faunus up with some comments tied to when the woman had actually met John many years ago while she was still starting her career. It sure was a cute way to waste time and improve the bonding between the girls. Beside her, Joanna sighed tiredly as she retrieved the binoculars, and gave a look herself at the situation. Fiona and May were keeping watch over the trail leading up to the neat spot they had settled themselves by as they studied the current situation here in Mantle. Something was brewing and the command wanted to know what was that. Any contact with the Faunus-led unions confirmed it wasn't something planned by any of those, yet the chance of someone lying was pretty high. Still, there was no doubt in the Huntress' mind that something was indeed wrong about this reunion among Faunus. Something just didn't seem to make sense as to the insignia and the outfits used by the guards dispatched to protect the visitors of this reunion. Some were minors, others looked to be part of the poorer sections of Mantle streets. All Faunus. The guards and those that seemed to be in charge of the event had their faces masked, making it impossible for them to understand what was going on in that strange meeting. They weren't compelled to strike, at least not yet. Not until the situation was clearer for them and offered them an insight of the bigger picture over the entire matter. Right now they knew someone was trying to build up a militia, but it wasn't the first time something like this happened and, it generally ended up poorly for the rebels. If a few years ago Robin would have given her own support on the matter, now she found herself less likely to support these people. Mantle had already started a process of healing, and it would be stupid to hinder it through harsh and radical attacks. Still, as soon as Robin offered the binoculars, something seemed to happen as numerous guards shifted around and changed position, gaining the attention of the four huntresses. They were moving all right, but it was difficult to discern if they were doing so because they had learned they were there or not. Did they notice us? May asked, getting a negative hum from Joanna. I think that what they were waiting for has just arrived. The fellow woman proceeded to return the binoculars, and Robin looked at the situation unfolding within that small area, realizing why Joanna had still kept tense and started to grip at her weapon despite them having not been noticed. The leading figure of the armed group was greeting a Grimm. At first they thought that it was a monster seeing an easy prey, and the fact the guards weren't reacting was tied to the fact it was one of those cults that sacrificed people to the Grimm. And it wouldn't be the first time they would have to face a group as insane as this one, but something happened. And it was shocking to say the least. A Beowulf was placidly approaching, with a few Nevermores slowing down and perching on the higher spots near the populated ground. It was a surreal sight since these Grimm looked far more intelligent than anything they had seen up to that very point. What is going on? Fiona asked with a tense tone, her voice a pitch or two quieter than her usual shy self. And Robin couldn't blame her considering the implications behind such an absurd sight that just went crazier when they saw a dark mist form right beside the Beowulf, with the dust settling to reveal a figure had materialized out of thin air. Was that another Grimm? A new entity that they had to be worried about from now on? Were the Grimm evolving? There were many questions that could be. Gritting her teeth, the leader of the squad turned to May. We need pictures. Now. The fellow girl nodded as she started to assemble the high-definition military-grade camera that had been provided to them as part of the equipment for this kind of mission. The process was quick and May started to take photos of what was going on. They needed proof, they needed to back their ground in case the high command doubted their words. This was big. Really big. And incredibly concerning if Robin had to be completely honest. The white-haired woman that had appeared through that absurd display looked similar to a Grimm, taking a moment to hover around and address the people there. It was the real leader, but was she a human Grimm? Was that even possible? She kept a composure that felt odd, above the usual human being, and something about her presence left chills for the four huntresses to handle despite the fact they were quite distant from the scene itself. The entire group was baffled, and they knew the high command was going to be as stunned as they were about this very matter once they brought back proof of what was going on. Robin knew that engaging now wouldn't have been viable, not with this variable adding a dangerous element to the board. One that seemingly could manifest around without any clues of how to predict her trajectory. Robin turned to the others and ordered May to disengage the picture-taking task as they had to leave. They didn't have the means to listen to what was going on, but they had enough to finalize the fact that someone was organizing aggressive Faunus-led militia that could endanger the vital situation. It was an absurd predicament, but one that left a severe predicament that had to be addressed with the high command and perhaps with General Ironwood. Despite the mild irritation she had for the man, she also knew he had a better chance to plan out a solution to this insane development. As they started to move, the screeching from the Nevermores confirmed their retreat had been noticed, and so a wild chase back to the city's entrance started. They had the advantage that they were fairly close to their destination and that they had a fair distance from the flying foes. Still, a pattern to make interception tougher was adopted during the rush back to Mantle, making it more troublesome for the avian Grimm. The chase was brief and the defenses of the city took care of the pursuing Grimm as the group of 4 women managed to reach the gates and get taken in by the guards waiting there. With the situation settling down, Robin knew that today wasn't a normal day and that now she would have to brace herself for some interrogations regarding the pictures her team had recovered from that simple, scout mission she had been sent to face. Not much could be said about it beyond the fact that something bad was cooking, and that it was somehow tied to the White Fang. And not in a positive way. Chapter 62, Omake 21, October Galore, 3. So, no streaming? The tiny shark girl asked while I tried to make sense of how to not just pull her in a big hug with how adorable she is. Gorgura was one of the most renowned due to her personality, memes based on her streams, and her singing voice. White hair with blue highlights, the short girl was wearing a shark outfit with a matching hat. Nope, sorry. It almost felt awkward to reply with that, especially with the ensuing pout on her face. But just as I answered that, I was met with a sight from a certain gremlin. Heh, it's alright. Videos are still a nice way to make an income, the blonde detective answered with a bright smile, her blue eyes failing to show any hesitation with this comment. Plus, there are so many other games we can try out together with our senpais. Amelia Watson, human investigator, was wearing quite the detective outfit akin to the more renowned fictional character bearing her same last name. Light tan raincoat, parted open to reveal her white, buttoned shirt and her complex patterned brown/light tan skirt. But I love streaming while drawing, Minnie Cthulhu replied while checking on her notepad. It's kind of sad, but I guess there's not much to do. The brilliant artist, the tentacled punster of legend, Ines Ninome was literally a mini Cthulhu with violet hair that matched the same shade of her eyes and extra tendrils. She was wearing a petite purple dress with a pair of wings arching around as if forming a pseudo-skirt. Despite her appearance and nature would warrant some nervousness from those that had read Lovecraft, those that had the chance to see her streams knew that she was an adorable girl. Sorry girls, I should have really set a teleport point back home before pulling you all with me, Callie apologized nervously, a grimace on her face as she barely fought back the tight hugging she was being subjected to from a certain KFC-loving Phoenix idol. The girl had pale pink hair that trailed down until her mid-back, and soft red eyes. She was wearing a full black outfit with a dress that reached down in a half-skirt which revealed part of her right leg. It gave an opening to her cleavage, but it wasn't that scandalous considering how limited that window was. She was also donning a slightly tattered cloak. Her scythe was resting on the side of the couch, just at her hand reach in case things got a bit too hasty on their sides. It's alright. This place is still nice. I think. Amelia argued, still unsure what to think of their current location. Thank you, Sienna mirthfully replied, knowing well enough it wasn't a legitimate compliment, but that seemed to be enough to gain a little awkward look out of the blonde. She had just returned to bring some more coffee, and I took this opportunity to check how the situation was faring with the others while she handled the rest of the diplomatic situation. By the way, John told me that you were one of these individuals that likes to ground pound a specific kind of person. Care to explain to me how this works? Despite not looking at Amelia, I could perceive the degree of dread going through her at being cornered with that question. Sienna was, after all, a mom. Humming quietly, I stopped just in time to see quite the disaster unfolding within the room. I swear I didn't touch anywhere near that fridge. Pecora exclaimed while trying to make sense of what Muna was doing to fix the fiery disaster unfolding in the kitchen. The fridge somehow had caught on fire while she had been around it. She didn't touch it or anything, but it suddenly burned up and created some flames. Muna was expertly using the fire extinguisher we had mentioned having within the room in case of accidents, but I was perplexed by how that fire had happened. Looking around, I realized that the two weren't the only ones in the room. A third individual was trying her best to not appear suspicious regarding the happening and was calmly reading some upside-down newspapers. I silently approached her and took a seat beside her. She noticed but did her best to not appear guilty of anything. So, are you tied to this, Kanata? The little angel kept quiet for a while, clearly knowing she had been caught but, she huffed. I didn't mean to break it. I'm sure you didn't, I replied quietly. But still, how about you apologize to poor Pecora who thinks this is but another of her war crimes? The PP Tenchi giggled at that and sighed. Fine but. Am I in trouble? I suppose you're up to pay for the fridge and the fire extinguisher. Wait, nothing more. I shrugged. You didn't mean it. Had it been a prank, I would have done more. Oh, she hummed before nodding. I guess I can do that, yes. I smiled and patted her head, gaining her irritation since she was much older than she appeared and she didn't really like being called short, brat, or, well, cutting board. I looked around for a while before deciding to start preparing something for lunch. Things really were getting more and more complicated the more Sienna and I tried to make sense of this chaotic escalation. The only ones of the family that were 100% delighted with this were Nora, Ran, and Cinder. The latter one was a surprise, but she seemed quite interested in Coco's dragon-like nature and what it implied in terms of power. Then again, I was sure some of the idols seemed more relieved of the fact they were free to pursue this career with ease, while a good part was still nostalgic about home. If only they knew that two big shots were on the way to recover them. Chapter 63, Omake 22, always looked weird in black. Why do I feel like I am behaving bitchier than usual? John Bucharan's thoughts while slowly growing a closer bond with the Venom symbiote. It was a lovely day at the park and I was spending some time on my own, away from Sienna and the kids to try and recover a bit of energies as the kids really didn't stop being extroverted despite growing up. The fact Dammy was there too meant I had another child to keep track of while Sienna was busy with the others. It was a tiresome job, but it was still nice compared to usual stuff and I definitely enjoyed the time off from work to spend it with the family. It was ideal, and very refreshing from time to time, especially with Cinder and Emerald back after so long. Things were doing just fine and I had no regret whatsoever of this situation, until something bizarre happened as I decided to sit down by the bench just in front of the field the others were playing by. Nothing dangerous or driven by known threat, but definitely perplexing and incredibly concerning after looking back at it after just a few hours since it happened. I was busy looking around, glancing at the passing families and... So, I've heard that your name is John Bucharan, right? The voice felt familiar yet, not. I frowned as I found that someone had indeed sat down beside me. A man roughly my height, he was wearing a trucker hat that didn't hide his dark brown hair, sunglasses that blocked me from seeing his eyes and he was wearing quite the farmer-like outfit. A red squares half-sleeved shirt underneath the overalls and black boots. He was reading a newspaper, his eyes were narrowed at some specific spots about, a discount on cookies? Yes. I replied with a hint of surprise, unsure who this guy was and why I felt nervous about being around him. An agent from Salem? No. He really looks familiar. I think I've seen him too somewhere before. John, he mumbled, almost like he was pondering about it. Is it true that you came from the mystical land beyond Remnant? Some big places? Yes. But dash. I've heard people likes to brag about their country. How about you brag about yours? What? You know. Bragging, the art of throwing in only compliments and qualities regarding someone or something, the unknown man described. Something that is generally done to bring the highness of home back into Remnant. Why would I want to do that? I argued with an even more confused tone. Well, considering your hometown's team uses pink and black as their main theme, I would have imagined some high defense of such awkward element, the stranger remarked with a distracted tone. You know but we also had kings and emperors. We saw many cultures settling within the city and shaping a multicultural tradition that many cities aren't blessed to have within their histories or something like that. You know, that's the point of bragging. While at first I was genuinely confused about this speech, the more he spoke, the more I realized something. The information he was bringing up shouldn't have been easily available to anyone but me and anyone coming from back the same hometown I came from. I was shocked by the possibility that there were other like me, so I quickly blurted out the first of many good questions for that eventuality. Who are you? I've been labeled many things, but I believe the term Choco Fiend or Cookie Monster fits better considering my main diet, the guy replied flatly. But you can call me the Man in Black. That's so cheesy, I pointed out and he whined a bit. I know right? I thought it was cool in my head and now it's just pure cringe. I guess that's what happens when you're administering so many things at once. By the way, lovely family, and I have to go before my wranglers understand I'm skipping my work. Again. I'm not exactly as calm for work as you are. Not anymore at least. Wait, I muttered while taking hold of his arm and I felt something off when I failed to take hold of it. It's like my palm slipped and failed to gain a grip over his wrist. A quick glance revealed that the limb had divided from the body and had reformed through morphing in a black goo. What? This is also familiar. With all due respect, we never saw anything like this before now. You didn't. But I think John did. Did I? I was baffled by the sight and just couldn't imagine what this could have come from. I tried to stop him again, but I paused as I noticed that Sienna was coming up and bringing Dammy in her arms. Nora was still playing with Cinder and Emerald, clearly enjoying this time with her siblings after so long, so they hadn't noticed what had just happened and I remained the only witness of that bizarre encounter. "Is everything all right?" the tiger faunus asked, surprised by my pale face while looking to the side, where the mysterious man had left without saying any other words. It was confusing but I could tell this wasn't going to be the first time I ended up meeting him. Something just told me, he was going to come back eventually. Nothing really important. Just, imagine seeing an old friend, I merely muttered, my words hardly convincing Sienna, but the lack of trouble through the whole afternoon and evening further added legitimacy to my words. I still thought about it and I realized that the more I studied that, the more I analyzed his way of talking and his frame, the guy. It wasn't just a mere insertion or invader. It felt too familiar for being just that. There was something more to it and I knew his words were hiding away the truth of his real identity and why he came by so suddenly. Maybe I was looking too much into it but, yeah, this was going to come back to me eventually. I sure knew that something about his crappy sense of humor just made sense to me. Somehow. Chapter 64, Operation Steel Arrow, 1. Rejoice with your family in the beautiful land of life. Albert Einstein. It's been a while since Sienna had the chance to actually relax while out of her home. Away from Menagerie. Most of the time she went to either Mistral, Vale, or even Atlas generally saw there usually for formal and work-related reasons. And now she was there on a lovely holiday that she could just do nothing else but relax and enjoy the company of fellow women she grew to appreciate after having bonded with them for so long. No looming paperwork to be pressured into signing and preparing to deliver back to either the chieftain or among the other officers across the kingdoms, no chances of being brought back into a serious situation without an emergency of massive proportions demanding her presence on the field, and definitely no need to do anything big while she was coated in questions and praises regarding her way of tackling parenthood. Being the youngest mother meant that she was the one that had to get subjected to the wisdom and the experience of those that had the chances of enjoying, and suffering, for years now. She knew they weren't trying to frighten her or anything, but she was a little bit worried when they mentioned the first years were going to be incredibly difficult for a first-time mom. The final months of her pregnancy were filled with so much nervousness on her part when it came to do a fine job as a mother. While her interactions with Ren, Nora, Cinder and even Emerald had Callie telling her that she was more than prepared for the role, she still had some legitimate concerns about her capacity. She definitely was far from the lovey-dovey lady that the stereotypical idea of mother she had about. Even looking at others made the entire hypothetical view of that future quite unsettling, especially on Raven's side of things with how she reacted early on. Still, John was there to offer some serious support every time she had doubts and was the one that pulled her through that difficult moment in her life. If there was a way to confirm a guy was a good husband, Sienna had a fair amount of reasons that expecting a child and going through all 9 months was the ultimate way to determine what kind of husband a woman was stuck with. Did she regret becoming a mother? Never. Despite the loud nights at times and how high maintenance her cub could get, Damien was still a toddler that was manageable despite how much she heard of children being difficult to handle when they were so young. Not too pushy when he wanted something as he was open to exchanges, instead of an incredibly expensive toy, something that would equally make him happy, but also never too quiet when it came to socializing. In a certain way, it matched with John's own retelling of how he behaved like a child, matched up with her own quiet childhood. Inquisitive, but also quick to back down from pressing too much if a hint of sternness was within his parents' voice, Damien was a jovial child that loved being at the center of attention, but to a limited degree. If there were too many unfamiliar faces, it was expected for him to start crying and ask for either his mom or dad. He was such a sweetheart, and he was her baby cub. "So, how are you and John handling little Demi?" Summer asked, deciding to break the ice regarding that pleasant opportunity presented by the situation they were in. With the kids wandering around the courtyard with Taeyang, Crow and Nicholas keeping an eye out for them, the 2 women that were Summer and Willow had decided to interrogate on how she was handling the toddler. They had asked previously about simple things, but never they had the opportunity for anything to employ the annoyed young mother. "I believe we're doing fine. Allergy checks?" Willow asked swiftly and the tiger faunus blinked. "For now we got nothing, but we will keep checking until he is a bit older," the tanned woman replied. "Vaccinations?" Summer rushed in with another query. Once again Sienna was prepared for this. "We already got all those that he can take without any medical problems. He can handle the rest by the dates the family doctor prescribed." "Oh my, I wasn't expecting you two to be, not that I wish to sound insulting. But you expected us to be clumsier as first-time parents." "I can understand that line of thought and appreciate the worry," Sienna interrupted Willow as cordially as she could. Still, John and I took some serious time while I was pregnant to think how to handle what happened after Dammy was born. We studied the case and we prepared to make sure our baby boy didn't ever have to worry about any sickness this early in his life. That's the correct mindset to take. If only I had been a bit more prepared back when I started to take care of Yang, I would have managed to avoid her getting a little cold when she was 5. But you still managed well enough. I still remember when I realized how tiresome handling 2 young children was. Differently from Winter, Weiss was a little more rambunctious than her sister. Particularly eager to get a reaction out of others, even though it meant causing a mess around her room or even by the dining table, the white-haired woman recalled with a tired but amused tone. She was such a little pest, but at least meant it when she apologized. Now she is, quite restrained, but definitely less formal than her older sibling. And I heard she has already been eyeing someone out of romantic feelings, Summer hummed quietly, a small smile on her face, looking surprised when Willow nodded. John already told me of the situation and I see no issue with it. Weiss isn't exactly going to marry Nora anytime soon and it's just for them to decide if this relationship can work or not, the woman explained. Still, I believe it's only cautious as her mother to be watchful over the two and keep them from straying too much. Are you referring to going too far with it? They are young, and love is a feeling that drives many to drop many restrictions at times. It made people do silly things and I want these two to have the best kind of future, and one that isn't filled by regrets of going too far too fast, Willow argued and Sienna smiled in agreement. They could make a mistake and we need to be there to help them not be forced into anything. I didn't expect you to be this open about it. Not that I was expecting less but we never had this conversation before, Summer. And since my upbringing would make people expect a more traditional view, I don't see it as an insult, Willow interjected the caped woman. Although, I admit I have not much experience handling a possible daughter-in-law. I always thought of being there, holding my blade and threatening the unfortunate boy my daughter found ravishing to not hurt her and to always protect her. But you can't do that with Nora, Summer hummed with a nod. How about John? I think he is already expecting that, hence why he came forward about it and tested the waters himself, the Schnee matriarch answered with a hum. He can be quite thoughtful when it comes to this, especially when it comes to taking some of the troubling attention right at himself. He is a man prone to danger, the tiger faunus agreed. And I doubt he lost that flaw of his even after so long. Summer merely thought about it, knowing that John was so much closer to Crow than how both expected. One had the semblance that threw him in bad situations, while the White Fang supporter was more of a danger-attracted individual, even though both did what they did for good reasons inside their hearts. Deciding that the argument was turning a bit dry by now, the Schnee matriarch redirected her attention to a detail she hadn't inquired about just yet. Still, I thought Raven was going to come here too. Since it is about the tournament and the fighting dash. She would have jumped the fun wagon without hesitation, Summer agreed dryly. I think she was planning to, but she had some other issues to take care of. She didn't mention much, but she said something about an idea she was working on for a while. Did she look any tired in those days? Sienna asked with a frown, aiming her gaze to the caped woman. I mean, she spent a lot of time in Patch, so I wish to know if you noticed any issue like that since I saw her drained in these last few days. I think I noticed she was a bit distracted. She didn't eat as much and seemed to spare a lot of time for Yang, but, wait, why are you giving me that look? I'm just focusing on this matter since I think I know why she is doing that, the tanned woman answered, her feline ears twitching in minor frustration. Still, it shouldn't be anything worrying, or at least anything serious for the time being. Is she expecting? Willow flatly asked, and her inquiry got a pair of wide-eyed looks from both Sienna and Summer. I don't think that's the reason. There would have been more signs and... The Rose's voice slowly turned down as she realized that the reason why the tiger faunus was reacting with wide eyes was more tied to another kind of shock. You don't mean that dash. She is not pregnant, I would have noticed, and, actually, I think you and Taeyang would have picked up that kind of news first since she spent most of the time with you two and Yang, Sienna argued with a serious tone. But I know that she is planning to have another child. At least that is what I got out of her actions while she is around at home. It's been something that Sienna had expected to happen eventually. Damien's birth only reinforced that simple idea and made Raven genuinely ask herself if she should try to do something about it or not to the very least. Something that was upsetting for the young mother, but she couldn't blame this thought to gain this prominence after being so open towards Raven. She had been the one to make things a bit spicier between the three, and even though a kind of affection shouldn't mean the other is attainable, Raven has been the one that took a long time studying a possible relationship that stemmed beyond the simple and mere desire. As much as Sienna hated it, there was a strong logic behind that development, but that didn't prevent her from being particularly irritated by the subject. John might be suspecting, the tiger faunus knew the man had to have spotted some of the signs and drawn these conclusions himself, but he was tactfully trying to not shake the boat just yet. Not until he could see if he could do something without ruining everything else. And she is reacting like this, why? I would have expected her to be more direct, subtle, but definitely bold about it, the white-haired woman pointed out, and Sienna gave her a difficult look to decipher. Not because she was trying to hide away her feelings in that regard, but rather she was unwilling to offer a clear grasp of the matter she had herself. It was so confusing and dreadfully perplexing that she doubted this was going to end well for them anyway, that future talk was going to have. I think she is worried about the implications that would cause. Not only she would have to take the brunt of having to bridge up Yang to a new sibling. That would be a mess to face for her, and at that point there would be no running, since John is the kind of man that would hunt down someone if they have slighted him that badly, the young mother explained properly. Which is why I think she is so reluctant about it and why she is taking so much time to come up with a plan of attack. But would John, are you even fine with this? Summer snapped with a concerned tone. You just had Dammy, and John is your husband. And I had time to consider the weirdness of the relationship we have with Raven. John has been the more reluctant of the two to begin accepting Raven, so I know I'm to blame in some aspects, the fellow mother replied nervously. Also, I wouldn't say she is planning to marry, but she is sticking by John's side a lot while she is visiting. Especially at night. No way, the caped girl muttered in shock. You three didn't really do it. Right? I think her smug grin says a lot, Summer, Willow replied quietly, sounding a mixture of perplexed and impressed. But her surprise wasn't tied to the fact Sienna had opened up quite happily to a broader relationship, rather tied to something else about it that she found worthwhile to expand on. But how would that situation unfold? John is not exactly someone that would merely accept that. Which is why I know he will take time to reflect on it. He isn't exactly someone that likes to make those kinds of decisions. Tough decisions that will, regardless of the choice taken, create issues for others one way or another, Sienna agreed, sighing tiredly while thinking about it. John wasn't going to be happy about it. She knew he was aware of what was going on, and Sienna knew also that Raven had picked up on his awareness too. This was going to be a complicated conversation to face, and that didn't make her worries about other matters any better, but Sienna doubted it was going to end the worst way possible, not when these two had that whole therapist-patient kind of conversation so frequently, making it easy for both to come out clean and understanding to each other. It felt odd to say, but as much as John clicked well with Sienna, so he did with Raven in some topics. In fact, had Raven met John before she had Yang, the tiger faunus would have seen the two slowly but definitely sticking to each other like buddies, and even more. Not only because Raven wouldn't be tied to Ojban, but also because she would have the means to keep being a warrior/huntress without having to worry about being the traditional housewife to keep watch over her children. Willow seemed to grow a bit distracted by the conversation while Summer grilled Sienna some more to learn as many details as she could on this situation. This was the first time she heard of this, so she was trying to do her best to wrap her head about this very matter. Not a very easy task, but she was trying. The Schnee matriarch was also thinking of this matter and comparing it with the conversation she had with John. It was definitely going to be a mess to deal with once Vidal was over, but she couldn't help but see higher chances of success compared to Raven due to what she asked wasn't as damning as the one thing the Brahmin woman was seeking out of John. Regardless of that, the white-haired woman knew that she would have to wait and see, with high hopes of things going positively once her youngest daughter managed to make something meaningful out of the opportunity presented by the approval of her mother. The tournament was around the corner now, and the first matches were due to happen relatively soon. This is quite odd, I muttered quietly, staring at the report that Ironwood had just received. The man had been a bit reluctant to reveal the grim elements that had him change expression from neutral to outright upset, but considering the situation over security, he was willing to show it to the fellow headmaster, and I mistakenly ended up catching a long glimpse of the documentation. What I got out of what I was looking at was that something was cooking just outside of Mantle. The pictures recovered didn't help me think of anything I might know about this group, and I was really worried this was the very point Salem recruited a large group of people I'm not aware of. It was the counterpoint to the fact I had her minions erased or put out of reach for her to gain, and left me a bit off the ground on what to do about this. Of course, I wasn't planning to dictate any line of action due to the fact I knew little of the matter, and I doubted James would have appreciated any imposition from my part due to the fact he was my senior on several aspects, and this was, by all means, Atlas affairs. In a sense, it reminded me of the situation that happened in OTL's Fall of Beacon, except I wasn't Ojban and I was fitting James' role in this situation. Jumping the gun about it as myself would just prove to be as detrimental on a reputation-based situation and a strategic perspective. Atlas had the resources to repel any external attacks, but I was more worried about an internal strike that could be created through some clever moves. The group could be replacing the White Fang as the main force for an attack, with others acting as double agents. It was possible that the whole action, distraction, and infiltration tactic was being used in this very instance, which meant that I would have to keep an eye out for anything strange within the military as soon as a big distracting move happened. I was, of course, theorizing right now as I couldn't think of anything concrete from just discovery. I couldn't decipher the plan that Salem was aiming for and, not even Ozma seemed able to help beyond a couple of curt thoughts on the matter. It's possible that the Queen might be using the same tactic, yet I find the armors particularly familiar. I have seen those before. Any hints of where? Maybe excluding Atlas or Mistral. Those definitely didn't feel close to what I knew about both nations' cultures. Maybe Vale, but this was definitely a new sight for me. I might have a hobby of studying military stuff, but I had trouble nurturing it with Remnant's equipment due to how busy my life was between family and work. No, Valian armors were much lighter and these are vacuum armors. Straight from the Great War period, Theodore muttered quietly, a confused look on his face. The markings, the plates, this. I can't believe it, someone is actually still using those. Maybe a cult tied to the worshipping of the old Faunus Queen. The general guessed, pausing for a moment and sighing in frustration. Either that or it could be some extremists that might have rallied under that idea. 2N. I believe those are from the White Fang. The headmaster of Shade Academy brought it up. Anything you can expand on, John? Variants. More aggressive-looking versions of what we use. I would say that this might be tied to a few issues we had about some strong elements that wanted to be more violent in the approach of the Fang. Some were expelled, others were outright reported to the various police forces around Remnant, but I guess that didn't do any better if Salem managed to rally so many in so little time, I admitted grimly. I believe the Queen is planning something to try and create her version of it. And I think she can create something not strong enough to match the current White Fang, but enough to be a nuisance to a kingdom. And I suppose you and your wife are willing to aid Atlas with this problem, James offered. Even so, with a statement. I will see to prepare some paperwork, but I know for a fact Sienna will be angry at this matter. She isn't really that happy of those that try to exploit the organization's reputation to gain momentum, I commented with a dry tone. Plus, the fact this is happening during a vacation away from normal work and due to some extremists is going to set her off to be quite compliant to an aggressive response. Rightfully so. That sounds like the worst way to ruin one family's vacation. I would exact a death penalty on those that dare to ruin the precious memories of my youngest child too. How do you know Sienna will ask that? We women share a common sense of frustration and righteousness when it comes to protecting our children's happiness. Especially when they are so young. Ironwood's lips twitched, a mixture of relief and worry clashing to muster an appropriate response in that regard. Meanwhile the headmaster of Shade Academy chuckled and nodded in agreement to my words, taking a moment to still glance at the pictures. Still, I believe it would be best for me to contact the council. While Atlas is the one meant to guard the event, it would be best to study the matter back home and see if there is indeed a connection with the Faunus Queen, Theodore offered with a nod. We'll keep in touch about this, but for now I will take my leave. I have much to do and think. As Theodore left to attend his other businesses, my attention shifted to another interesting element I wished to address with James. Specifically tied to my concerns about any internal issue. I would like it if you had RWBY to investigate any possible infiltration, I hummed quietly, while gaining James' focus on me. I know you're already planning something like that to prevent any surprises in that regard, but she will do the best job at that. Are you referring to the fall of Beacon that happened in her timeline? She was the one that discovered the first signs. While I would be more than happy to limit her capacity to not exaggerate with her paranoia, I still believe she would be your best choice. I don't disagree with your choice, but you understand that it would take a while to warrant her participation in the investigations. I need to issue papers to confirm that this is being taken care of by special operatives, Ironwood remarked, and I nodded. I don't wish to impose this decision, but trust me when I say that we need someone that doesn't have any major contact within the army. It would prevent any issues with the investigations. I agree, RWBY would act without ruining her chances to avoid another fall, but I hope you understand I will also have to tell her that you were the one to ask her for this job. I frowned. Did I do something to warrant this much punishment? It's more of a punishment for her. She will have a reason to willingly seek you, and I want you two to talk it out regarding her condition. She needs to talk more than just once in a while with real people. You're making it sound like she is having some serious problem. That's because Ruby is already showing some serious problems. Sometimes she forgets of turning up punctual to lectures at the academy, she blames forgetfulness, but I have reason to believe she has been drinking. A lot. I didn't catch on anything when she visited a while ago, I hummed with a hint of concern. Are you certain? I believe it's not truly grave, but I don't wish to wait until it becomes truly an issue before asking for an intervention. I shook my head. And to believe I would have heard those words used for someone like Ruby and, not Crow. Or Raven. Just as we finished agreeing in that regard, I was about to take my leave when someone suddenly barged in with a serious face, that faltered as soon as she noticed me. General Ironwood, I wish to speak with you, urgently. Robin Hill stopped herself as soon as she realized that the man wasn't alone in his office right now. Robin was much older than how I remembered her being. Not in a wrinkly kind of odd, but she definitely looked tougher and more mature after years spent as a leader of an active Huntress's team. Ms. Hill, at ease, James muttered with a polite tone, clearly annoyed by this abrupt interruption. I hope there is a good enough reason to interrupt us so suddenly. Sir, I wish to know why my request to have my team further expand on the situation we learned has been denied. That's because the scope of this mission requires special forces which, from what I know from your denomination, you're not part of. Sir Dash. It's not negotiable, Ms. Hill, the general interrupted. But still, I suppose your presence here comes at a fortuitous moment, since I believe the current development led to a difficult circumstance. His gaze was upon me and I frowned back at him as I had a strong feeling I wasn't going to like the next words he was going to utter. Mr. Bukharin here is now a possible target together with his family of the group you have found. I believe it would be the minimum we can do if we provided a prominent team such as yours to keep guard over them, Ironwood finally explained, and now I was glaring at him. We agreed to dash. To not provide you with a heavy guarding force considering you were going to keep away from a dangerous situation, he interrupted to finish that sentence himself. Yet things have changed, and it would be quite discourteous if I didn't update your security to match the current predicament we are in. I wanted to refuse despite the fact I knew he wouldn't have listened, but I knew better than just slamming my head onto something that I found so difficult to convince. I could say that it wasn't the worst idea possible due to how things could escalate without a proper look into the infiltration possibility, so a team of Huntresses was actually very needed. And I felt so angry about being wrong about it right now. It's standard rules. Not really. If it isn't, it should be. Think about Damien Dash. Don't give me that. I know that Dammy could be hurt if things really go bad, but I can't exclude the chances of even worse things happening. What if the council decides to send another attaché? At that point, I doubt I can refuse their kindness. And they would have the means to control John or Sienna through that security situation. Not a convenient situation. Sienna will not be happy. And I'm sorry for that, Mr. Bukharin. But your wife will have to accept the fact that extra protection is needed for this very instant. I assure you that once the trouble is over, the security will be reorganized to the one before this issue. No chance of rebuttal, I surrendered to this very idea, and I hoped that James knew what he was doing and that this issue was going to be solved at once. But while I was done with this, well, Robin had yet to begin. Sir, I understand the need, but dash. Your team is specialized in this kind of task. I don't see the issue there. Beyond the fact that we could do more in a direct way. Without trying to disrespect Mr. Bukharin, I doubt my team can handle this big of a task. Ironwood merely nodded. While I value your concerns greatly, at the same time I know that you served a brilliant streak of successful missions, Ms. Hill. Your team doesn't need to burn out because of eagerness to show your worth. And you should know by now that not all missions are meant to be extremely difficult and risky. Much to my surprise, Robin looked ready to push more but went quiet at the long stare the general was aiming at her. With Ironwood scoring 2 wins in that regard, the only thing that remained was leaving to try and address the matter at once with Sienna before the Huntress got her team to reach us and establish our current security arrangements. It wasn't going to be easy, but I could at least say that I wasn't responsible for this sudden development. At least it wasn't 2 teams but just one. Chapter 65, Operation Steel Arrow, 2. Better to fight for something than life for nothing, George S. Patton. It proved to be a bit tough to keep Sienna in the dark about what was going on in Mantle. As I had predicted, she quickly noticed that something was off when we were given a guarding squad in the form of 4 huntresses. Despite my interest in explaining to her what warranted this development, I decided to delay the explanation until after we were back to our hotel. And, she was modestly upset. Not because I didn't tell her at once, as she understood that it was best to not bring these matters to the others and create unwanted chaos, but because the entire situation could have easily put a strain on the relations between Atlas and Menagerie. The ones we had worked so hard to rebuild after we managed to dethrone Jacques from his seat of power and restore a more humane control of the SDC. The woman was more than happy to take a moment or two of her time to write down a strong letter to disown this group as leader of the White Fang and labeling them as an anti-faunus group. The Tiger Faunus went even beyond just that, adding that the responsibility of handling this enemy to the Faunus was up to Atlas due to the location where it was acting on. The letter made James happy since it gave him the ground within the council to make strong decisions in that regard and plan out an operation he had most control in. I knew that meant he had more than enough influence to put RWBY as the head of the operation, but I generally hoped he wasn't pushed away from this decision, as I knew that was going to be the best way to sort that mess out. With that out of the way, the only thing that remained was trying to keep the fragile mask of everything is fine up for the whole duration of the event, which already started to be complicated due to how intrigued Blake was in this very circumstance. She pointed out that the only reason why Atlas would assign guards to them was because something bad happened, or could happen while they were there, but Sienna seemed to find a good way to dissuade the girl from pressing any further by mentioning how it was just a precautionary element that was pushed through by the council itself. The story was that, while I had used a few favors to prevent that from happening, James had been overruled by other military officers and he had been forced to give us a squad of guards. The only thing that pressed her from pushing further actually proved to be the fact the squad of huntresses wasn't entirely tied to the military. Those weren't soldiers and, even though Atlas Academy was funded by the military budget, they still operated independently from it in most circumstances. Plus, there was a faunus among them and one that I soon discovered was a fangirl of mine. Not too obsessed about it, but definitely a defining trait of the first impression and the ensuing ones. I had a good read on all members of the team, with Robin being more than happy to debrief me about the qualities and flaws of the overall squad and what would be best to plan out a safe schedule during the next few days. After a proper night of sleep, things were set for a simple day as it was going to be the one where the first fights of the tournament really started. We arrived at a large arena early in the morning, just so that we wouldn't end up being mobbed by the people that were going to watch the matches that would begin the main event of these important weeks. We were granted a rather protected area, with the rest of our friends arriving at the area in the next minutes. I was actually surprised when Raven finally decided to make her appearance. I didn't expect her to say much about her delayed arrival in Atlas, but I was pleasantly surprised when she actually said something about it. Sorry. I had to deal with something in Mistral. A quick apology, one that was worded with a tone of voice that just blatantly admitted how she was telling this without expecting a response. Still, my eyes widened at that apology as it was quite unusual considering the possible reasoning behind this little delay, with my brain actually supporting the chance that she actually skipped the visit until that point out of boredom then, well, the other reason. It could have been both. We are talking about Ms. Branwen after all. I wouldn't be surprised if she decided to use the more logical reason to drive out the one reason she had been worrying about for a while now. True, but, yeah, I could see her fighting around people just to lose her thoughts about that very topic. To be fair, I have to admit she is unpredictable as a person. So I could see why you would be confused by her this much. Even after knowing her for so long. Raven spoke a bit with the others, mostly Willow as the woman was eager to talk to her after so long, but she seemed to sit by Yang's side so she could discuss with her about something that I didn't manage to listen to due to how far these two were. Deciding against eavesdropping, we ultimately all waited for the tournament to fully start. As I remembered, the first set of fights were teams against teams, with all various teams from the 4 different kingdoms set against each other to advance to the next round. For matches in and the performance wasn't exactly the same I was more familiar with, highlighting how the one that happened in OTL Vale was a bit more intense than it should have been. I had studied a bit of matches from last year's tournament, but I actually saw some more action than what I was seeing there. I noticed Winter huffing after a while, knowing that she really wanted to be there while Nora and Yang were outright beaming at the spectacle. Even Damien was staring at the battles with eagerness, the little boy just loving the complex but pretty fights he was staring at. It was still far from the best possible, with the switch on the pace happening just as Harriet's team were finally called to fight their first opponents. I didn't know much about their respective teams, but from the grin on the short-haired girl, I knew that it was going to be fun. The enemy team looked to be rather focused on 2 smaller squads, so the best way to counter that would have been to disorganize them and then pick them up one at a time. That sounded the most sensible thing to do, but Harriet's team leader didn't seem to notice this weakness and actually decided to match fire with fire as him and his partner went against one of the duos, while Harriet and her teammate went against the other. It was quite intense from the very first steps. With Harriet's team swiftly being put in a disadvantage when team leader and companion got their butts kicked while rushing for the attack, something that didn't seem to happen when it came to Harriet herself. Since her quality was speed, she was the one that overwhelmed the two partners together before her partner came in to slam their heads together and distract them just enough for Harriet to deliver two strong punches on the two enemies' mugs. The double hit pushed them back to her friend, which slammed them back together once more. Their combo was rewarded when they managed to effortlessly disarm and beat the two foes they were assigned to, only to then be assaulted by those two foes remaining. Twins from the looks of it, and their semblances, a mixture of wind and water manipulation, looked to be quite devastating as a powerful defense. In fact, Harriet's partner tried and failed to get close enough to them, the counter that emerged from that simple-looking circle of floating water striking back at her and sending her away in a quick flight. It was just Harriet against the two, and I could tell the girl wasn't really that happy about her current circumstances. The girl gritted her teeth, but not in frustration. Her semblance was straining her a bit as she forced it to give enough speed to outpace her two opponents. The combined semblances didn't seem to be reactive enough to repel fast opponents, forcing the duo to actively try and at least slow down their last enemy. The victory of the match seemed quite close to them, and yet the truth was far different and far more complicated on their side of things. Just as they expected to have brought the number of foes to a single one, there was a hint of surprise when Harriet's companion emerged from the crater caused by her impact. The young woman was grinning eye to eye, barely showing any signs of damage, just like the aura panel detailing her current energy was pointing out. Minimal damage, and yet that should have dealt some incredible pain. Her semblance is now active. Ozma was right. A thin layer of green appeared over her body, making her body sturdier and more resilient to damage. The water tried to strike back once more at the short-haired girl's partner, but differently than before, the taller woman didn't budge. The water struck, but it was soon pushed back, forcing the entire circle to break and for the duo to end the fight at once. The twins looked terrified at this development, and their stance faltered just enough for their entire stand to falter altogether. Harriet took care of one of the siblings, while her partner took care of the other. There was no hesitation, this was their win. And soon the announcer of the fight confirmed this as the aura level of both remaining opponents had dropped below the minimal level. The crowd of spectators exploded within the stands of the arena, echoing with great eagerness the success of that glorious battle. After letting out an excited yell for winning the match, Harriet kept her fists up in the air and looked around until she stopped to stare at a specific spot. I was clapping my hands, joining the applause aimed at the victors of the match and nodding back at her as she gazed at me. Her smile widened and she skipped her way back out of the field with a bright smile. I stared at her retreat for a while before leaning back on my seat and noticing a curious look on Sienna's face. It was aimed at me. Proud? A lot. She is definitely making herself proud with the hardships she had to go through, I added with an amused smile. The tiger fauness nodded, and soon we were looking at the rest of the fights for the day with as much calm as before. All of those remaining ones proved to be quite intense, but none as much as it had been to the one with Harriet's team. I watched all of them, noting how clever these students were and how they were applying their strengths well enough to cover for any flaw they had yet to work to fix. Quite entertaining, but I couldn't help but feel a bit upset after a while. Something felt wrong for a while, and I couldn't help but look at Nora and the other kids. Why did I feel like something bad was going to happen to them? Cinder Fall had seen many strange things during her tenure as leader of the Vale branch for the White Fan. Maybe not enough to consider herself a survivor of most craziness compared to other branch leaders, but she was definitely rising up to catch that achievement too as she finished checking on quite the confusing circumstance. Another long day trying to deal with the main illegal ring that used faunus as slave fighters, and this time they sure managed to hit a serious blow together with the police department of Vale. More faunus were getting freed from this insane situation tied to the underworld, and they could do so much each day when it came to putting a closure to this matter. The police wasn't as funded as huntsmen were, and it was difficult that the council saw a genuine need to dispatch any squad to take care of this criminal affair, with the police being the first attack force when it came to this kind of predicament. Not a surprise, at least not having spent enough time to grow accustomed to this disappointing system. Cinder couldn't help but remember her father's serious concern about this very disgusting element, telling her how it was best to not shake the boat out of gaining more foes and negative attention to worsen things up. She didn't have to like it, but she couldn't exactly put any pressure without getting some stronger and more dangerous one on herself and the whole branch. Despite this limitation, the process of cleaning up this affair was going through smoothly. People were listening to the rallies, and some criminals were getting reported as soon as they were spotted doing anything illegal. It was a slow and small job, but it was one that worked fine for them. Plus, the faunus were being treated even better than before compared to a few years ago in Vale, all thanks to her intense efforts. Still, while she couldn't deny that her hard work was paying off immensely, there were some elements that she wasn't exactly proud of. Mostly because she decided to rely on some advice from her father that might, or might not have burned up the moral high ground that the branch had, at least in a theoretical scale of things. Back in her office, alone as Emerald was sent to check on the squad that had returned with her after this last mission, Cinder greeted the one that had sent her the information to hunt down these scumbags, a silent smile appearing from the shadows while the illusion around her broke to reveal her true self. Petite, short, one could easily mistake Neapolitan as a young girl around Nora or Yang's age. But that would be an easy mistake due to how crafty and experienced the pink-black ice cream addict really was. The young woman was incredibly resourceful and dangerous, but she never acted beyond her boss' reach and decisions, with Roman Torchwick, one of the most renowned members of the criminal underworld in Vale, being the mind behind all these operations, in the name of good. Trying to outright purge the underworld wasn't viable as of yet, so Cinder decided to take a more slower route. By installing Roman as the big boss in a system that didn't outright discriminate against faunus or promoted deviant culture within the criminals, then it would have been less vile to deal with his empire once the worst was removed from existence. It was a gamble, and not one that the young woman was sure she was going to win in the long term due to how risky of a game this was all. Both for her and the Fong's reputation in Vale, and what deadly occurrence could happen if she didn't cover her bases once their deal was off. And that was while ignoring the heat she was going to get from her parents if they ever discovered the troubled play she was setting herself as the main part of. She held back a chill as she forwarded the payment for this operation. Neo's grin widened as she stared at the tiny cup of ice cream placed just above the suitcase filled with the money. She fished both away from the table, waving quietly at Cinder before leaving. No words were exchanged as they both were aware of the rules, and the woman didn't feel the need to start talking to a mute of all possible conversationalists. Leaning on her chair, she took a moment to rest and think what to do next. Recruitment was going wild with the recruits flocking at their ranks, but the heavily regulated limitations prevented some individuals from even going through the first test to prepare them for active duty. Cinder had seen extremists at work and, she didn't like them. They were too devoted and too eager to go beyond for the cause. Too fierce and quick to create more messes than not. It didn't help that some also attempted to take over some bits of the branch a few years ago, hence why the rules had been there before she took over. A sigh left her lips as she prepared to enjoy just a long break before the big day tomorrow. She was going to check on how the holidays for the family were going in Atlas and then. Her trail of thought died as soon as she heard a loud explosion rupture the silence. Tensing and then jumping off her chair, the woman rushed out of her office and down to the entrance. Cinder's eyes widened in shock as Emerald pulled away one of the wounded guards to cover while being helped by a familiar individual. Amber. Surprise painted her as she realized the identity of the helpful lady, the girl snapping her attention to her as a hint of embarrassment struck Cinder's face. The pitch had been close to a gasp or a squeak, which was unusual for her but, well, the situation was rather unusual and sudden. Especially when there was someone fighting through the other enforcers set to stop the assault, with most of the invasion force made up by people that bore armors close to theirs, except darker and with a red emblem than their usual one. A cackle caught her off guard, a wild vine sprouting through the cement of the ground and stabbing through one of the defenders, the origin of that attack coming from a cloaked woman. Her face was masked, but her height suggested she was quite young. My, oh my. It would seem the queen was right, my prey is still here. A scowl formed on the leader's face, remembering one possible individual that had that title and, this wasn't a courtesy visit from the looks of it. Just as she grasped this notion, Cinder swiftly moved to the side, allowing two more vines to miss her by a moment and allowing her to cut those down with a scimitar she made out of reinforced glass. The material was still burning a tiny bit, part of her semblance process which was incorporated to add a fiery addition to her strikes. With her sword drawn, Cinder scoffed. Who are you and why Salem sent you here? Possibly Amber, Cinder thought silently. The explanation from her father rang true in her mind as she knew that it was all tied up to the Fall Maiden. It was the only good reason that could tie things up to this attack and why she was here. But as she expected this kind of response, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes when the head of the attack chuckled. Oh, I'm Summer and, the Queen wishes to send her regards to Mr. Bukharin for his healthy son. She is after me. While Cinder had done a lot in her recent years to warrant attention, never she would have imagined that it would have all led to this moment. To be considered a target from the Queen and, the Summer Maiden was working with the Grimm? Was that even possible? Despite her more hopeful self seeing shock in that circumstance, the cynical element within her mind merely snorted at the stupidity shown into believing this wasn't a possibility. The powers didn't prevent the Queen and the Maidens from joining forces. Especially when the Maiden was usually mistreated by the people around her due to her power. The strength of a cult, to use the weakness of one's mind and turning it into a door into true loyalty from these individuals. She would have held some sympathy, but she wasn't in the mood of chatting while the situation was that intense. There was no further questioning as Cinder was once more forced to dodge more vines, but also some pink-colored blast that seemed to follow her movements. A bit troubling at first, but she learned that her blades easily cut through the ranged attacks. Good news, but she still had to kill her current hunter. The woman giggled as she sent more attacks her way, some being vines, other being pink-colored orbs. But as Cinder started to grow more confident with the pattern, she slowly realized that by being so passive she had just broken one of the rules her father taught her about when it comes to both fighting and having a debate. One mistake that was manifested only when she felt a sharp pain erupt from her left hip, with 3 of the vines somehow manifesting by the ground behind her and stabbing through her aura somehow. If you take your time to grow comfortable with your opponent, there is a high chance they will do the same with you. Annoyance flashed at her own bad move, her brain chiding her behavior for a while before she shifted away after pulling the fine out of her. Blood poured out of the wound, with her mind also confusedly trying to grasp how it was possible that the vines were hitting through her aura. Magic? Was this why her father had been so keen to keep her away from this wild kind of fighting? She could see why, but she was definitely not retreating from this one. Not until she got this annoying bitch killed. First blood. The masked fiend hummed eagerly, with her hands waving at her arrogantly. Cinder was planning to turn that ill trait of hers against her. So she bolted from her position, rushing from the side while throwing numerous glass-made senbon at her opponent. Small and thin projectiles that weren't easy to intercept or move away from. A panicked eep from the enemy seemed to confirm that she was vulnerable through that strategy, but this proved to be a ploy as she saw the thin daggers bounce and fall on the ground while twirling. Numerous vines had wrapped around the girl's upper body, preventing the woman any chance of stabbing through. Oh, so close. Yet so weak. Now this is starting to piss me off. Her anger bubbled at the provocation, now feeling that this battle was getting too personal for her to lose in any sort of way. Just as she resumed her strafing, moving in a more irregular pattern to avoid any sneaky surprises from the infuriating foe, her eyes widened when she saw that the attacks were redirected elsewhere, striking in 2 general directions apart from each other and providing her with a clear line of sight over the defenseless target. There are 2 of you now. The opponent screamed in shock, revealing to Cinder what was going on and why this wasn't a trap. Emerald had to have used her semblance, making the opponent believe there were 2 Cinders running on the sides while the real one was actually standing in the middle of those illusions pattern. Cinder bore a bloody grin as she felt the pain vanishing through the sight of her success manifesting before her. It had worked, and now she was up to claim her spoil. She moved quickly, eager, but nonetheless cautious for any traps laid before her direct path to her defenseless opponent. 1 hit, that's all she needed to win against her aggravating opponent. The cloaked woman gasped, her reinforced vines faltering and losing the strong color they held while covering her upper chest, blood exploding from the cross-like wound that was created by that dual hit. Cut down by Cinder's reinforced swords, the glass sharpened to a degree where the edges were sharper than pure steel just to get through the magical enchanted defense between her and her opponent's vital area. She turned to the downed maiden, advancing to her as she prepared to put an end to her for good. The mask fell and, much to the woman's surprise, it revealed a frightened young girl. She looked as young as Nora, leaving Cinder incredibly upset by this circumstance and seemingly tense at this discovery. How young were the people Salem was willing to recruit for her quest for revenge? Of course, the Summer Maiden saw an opportunity to strike in that reaction, a last-ditch effort to kill her target before bowing to death itself. Sadly for her, just as she formed enough concentration to muster one last vine attack, her mind went numb when a thin blade pierced onto her upper back. The soft pain then turned burning, erasing any last concentration left in her body as the hit proved to be the last one needed to kill her. Her gaze, growing glassy, was now aimed at Cinder, with the young woman frowning at the bizarre smile smugly aimed at her. It was instantaneous, and yet her body soon burned as some form of energy strongly emerged from the dead foe and slammed into her. Her mind ached, but it failed to compare to the horrible sensation which took over her body. She barely held back from screaming, with the intense moments of agony ending with a sharp sensation right by her wounds. They were healing. Despite that positive but absurd sign, Cinder's body was still strained, as if drained of all energies as she fell on her knees in an effort to recover from that suffering. Her numbness was brought to an end when people approached her and helped her stand up. She heard Emerald speaking with a panicking Amber and some of the guards. Despite the gibberish her ears were catching on to, one thing was clear, as it was the very detail both her and the mint-haired girl had discussed about in case one of the two was hit this badly. If things went that horribly, then it was time to retreat back to Dad. An awkward look placed on her face at the idea of being forced to leave her post like that, but, at this point, it was just right to get someone that knew better about the maidens to take a look on what was going on with her and what had just happened after that fight. Her eyes started to slowly close as she was put on board of one of the 3 bullheads registered to their branch, their destination being the airport, and then Atlas through the private airship designed by Menagerie to deliver important white fan VIPs from one kingdom to another. And yet, despite her sense of upset at these circumstances, Cinder couldn't help but feel like something about this development was good. For her. And for others. Chapter 66, Fragments 1, Summer Awakening. The third warms the man's heart, convincing him to step outside and embrace the world around him. Ojban, from episode Fall. Cinder felt cold. A shiver, her eyes were still closed when she felt the chilling breeze of darkness swallow her in her unconsciousness. So cold and yet so empty. So hollow. The young woman had never felt so physically upset until this very moment. Hypothermia? No, there was a clear lack of other symptoms that would suggest that. Her heartbeat increased at the inability of determining what was going on with her. If there was something she hated the most, it was being left in the dark about something like that. Her father might have given her the tools to discern situations she was clueless about from little hints left around her reach of understanding, but right now she couldn't find anything worthwhile, or at least of the telling kind. A sigh, at least she was capable of moving. No restraints, but she was still paralyzed by the cold in most parts. Where was she? Wasn't Emerald giving orders to get her out of Vale? This didn't feel like a bullhead, and the cold could be actually the result of a crash landing. Did they actually crash on the trip to reach Atlas? No. At this point, if this was indeed the case, she should be either wounded or sore, but she didn't feel either. So she lacked a proper reasoning as to why she felt so weak and so numb. It wasn't normal, it wasn't genuinely physical. It came from within, she ultimately realized, and it was possibly connected to what happened with the Summer Maiden. Her dad mentioned something about a maiden's power being inherited not by genetics, but by something tied to magic. The last thought of a young enough woman which could harbor this powerful magic within her. Cinder was quite sure the dying maiden's last thoughts were aimed at her, hateful ones, but still more than enough to fit with the requirements needed for the passing of that torch. The issue she was currently feeling annoyed about. Her dad wouldn't have lied to her about this kind of issue when obtaining said power, so he actually wasn't 100% aware of what happened within the process. Which was reasonably acceptable since he didn't see one firsthand, and perhaps those that experienced it never brought up this nasty after effect. Cinder was still suffering, and she didn't like being in pain. Sure, many wouldn't want to be in pain, but she had a rather unpleasant attachment to pain. One that generally had her lash out with more aggression when it came to real fighting. A good way to drive her mind back in combat, but also detrimental to her chances of survival if she ended up being too aggressive about it. She thought about Mother and how she told her that the greatest quality a strong woman could really feel superior about was patience. If one knew how to handle anger, then they would achieve the ultimate goal of never having to worry about suffering from personal flaws. And Cinder's original goal in life, the one that ties up to her peak performance in a fight, is to never suffer again. Thinking of this, the young woman did what she could to muster all her strength to pull herself up. It's futile to allow these limitations to hold her back. She was stronger, much stronger than this. And she had people to get back to. She couldn't allow this to stop her, not this, not the aimless sense of being lost, not the fact that this cold was leaving her the most nervous she could get. But as she did so, something else happened. Warmth appeared and started to approach. She couldn't pinpoint the origin of it, but she also heard footsteps. Soft, echoing all around and once more leaving her clueless to where this was coming from. She remained quiet, but still kept trying to call forth her own might, ignoring the quiet voice of letting this happen since this wasn't a voice she wanted to hear. Not when it ruined her father in the process. Sure, John was her dad, but he was the first to say that she shouldn't be obliged to forget the past. The only reason for her to try to do so is if she didn't want to look back at the pain. And she wanted to, because, through the pain, she could see the memories that led her to joy. That shaped the first idea of being a good person. The very first concept that allowed her to then grow thanks to her adoptive father's teachings, his patience, his kindness and his sense of duty. Cinder Bukharin, leader of the White Fang's Vale branch, had a duty upon her subordinates. As a leader, she was to lead by example and truth. She was supposed to be the strongest even when she was the weakest. She had to pull her own weight if she wanted to truly show her true self, to show through her action that she was a true leader. And right now, she tried to fight off the restraint, only to be stopped by a warm hand pressing by her right shoulder. It grasped softly, almost nervously but in a caring way. "You don't look well," the unknown figure stated, her feminine voice highlighting an upbeat girl with an outgoing personality. Similar to Nora but more bubbly, less nervous. "Here, let me help." The warmth increased and Cinder spent a few seconds to realize what this new unknown factor had done. Her head was set on a warm lap, she could feel skin but also some fabric tied to short pants. The hand shifted, not longer by her shoulder, but by the right side of her head. It stopped by the cheek, ignoring Cinder's visible unease as it tried to softly mellow out the tension by treating the young woman to a state of calm and quiet care. "This is really unexpected. I never had any of my... Well, Winter calls them descendants, but I guess we're not related, so I would say, heirs." "Yes, that would work," the girl hummed, thinking about the details rather than the general topic. "Still, you are the first of the many users of my powers to reach this point. And I guess it's quite odd since you are stuck in a weird line between life and death." What? Wait, no, I didn't mean to make it sound so bad, it's more like you are still really alive, but your conscience is tapping that line, just enough to draw me here and I really think Winter would make a finer job at this. I'm not really the brain of the group. Or was. What is she talking about? Still, you are here. I think. Your name is Cinder Bukharin, right? Curious last name, let me check on a couple of things so we can chat properly Anne. Oh my. Cinder tensed up, her mind picking up a probe or something like that. A nudge, a soft push to enter inside her. SST. Her lips finally bowed to her command, but not enough to let out a word. Only a letter or two even if she tried her best. Yet, her attempt wasn't left unnoticed as the woman's humming stopped. Oh. Oh no, I wasn't trying to be too pushy about it. Just getting a quick look about the situation. And I'm surprised by, your dad, right? John Bukharin, he sure has dad's magical pattern. And mom's. How? How does a single individual have two magical patterns? Her words stopped making sense to Cinder. What was she talking about? Dad and mom? Who were they? And how did those connect to her father? This is quite the puzzling situation. I really don't know what is going on here but... Yes, I think this will do. Now, let's talk. The world shifted, this time drawing Cinder out of the darkness and cold and into a warmer location. She finally could open her eyes as her own posture changed, no longer lying and being given a lap pillow, but now sitting on a soft-pillowed couch that left her in a state of unnatural peace. In front of her, a girl stood with the brightest smile possible. She had long dark pink hair and eyes of the same shade. She wore a white sleeveless shirt and short pants with suspenders. All in all, she looked younger than she was. Maybe around the age range between her and Nora. So, she spoke with an incredibly excited voice. "Let's talk about your dad." "What? I mean, not that way. The one with creepy daddy attachments is generally spring, I'm normal. I swear." "What?" Chapter 67, Operation Steel Arrow, 3. "No, I think we're just getting started. Master Chief, Halo, Combat Evolved." James Ironwood was normally a patient man. Serving in the military and handling as many orders and cases all at once for many years now was the ultimate evidence of that, and he sure managed to go through all of this as smoothly and properly as one would expect from a man of his rank and integrity. Of course, his job was never monotone or too easy. Not when there were people like Ojban that tried to meddle with foreign affairs without a legitimate mandate. And right now, when he received news that Beacon Headmaster had dropped all businesses he had been attending to suddenly visit Atlas, he found himself facing a big mess that he wasn't sure he was ready to headbutt just yet. Not when there were two big issues with the worldwide situation. The White Fang had been wounded, but not mortally enough to prevent a serious response to what had just happened to all bases across Remnant. The outcry was impressive, and for once the general was glad that Atlas wasn't the target of it all. The magnitude of the reaction born from the harsh message delivered by Sienna was so impressive that even the council had to admit in the most recent emergency meeting that it was best to already pledge support for that kind of comment to avoid any unwanted repercussions on the nation for remaining too quiet about it. The faunist community was, of course, outraged at the circumstances. It was the first time an organization that tried to pledge itself as a stronger version of the current White Fang managed to deliver such a blow, and everyone could tell the idea wasn't a display that did them any favors. It was clear something else was up, something that made him quickly appoint older RWBY to the case and have the sites and mantles solved as quickly as possible before there was a repeat to what happened in the other kingdoms. He was even willing to take heat from other counselors if it meant preventing a tragedy for the country. So, the young woman was surprised when he called her and explained to her the situation. She was even more surprised that she was picked for the job, but James held back why he thought she was best for the case. "You just are," he remembered saying while preventing the true reason to spill up, "you know Salem better, and you can help Atlas through this." She didn't inquire any further, perhaps the answer pleased her well enough to not question this decision any further. Not when there were other worries to be interested about for the time being. The second issue, and perhaps the one that had him the most uneasy for the time being, was John's current state of mind when he went to check on his oldest daughter as she was being treated for her wounds and development. James didn't need to be explained much beyond the fact that Cinder had become the Summer Maiden and the Fall Maiden had followed her entourage since she had been hunted by the predecessor. Salem had managed to recruit a maiden, one that was not dead, but that still left him concerned about the chances of this being but the first of many surprises with this sudden escalation of attempts. This was what they had prepared for some time now, an intensification of the war against the Grimm horde. It was the moment of truth, the time where their efforts were either going to be given worth or fail to be enough to face the upcoming major assault. Atlas was going to be ready for that storm, but the best was for the other kingdoms to be ready too when things ended up crashing down on them. And as he mused over this upsetting topic, his thoughts went to the plans tied to Atlas' general defense. Mantle wasn't going to fall. It was the first line, but also symbolically and strategically important. While in recent times the walls had been reinforced, the effort had been mostly stalled by the councilmen and councilwomen that wanted to siphon most of the national budget into Atlas proper. Due to the crisis that was soon to come, he decided it was time to indict another emergency session, this time to calibrate the budget into setting up defensive positions in the wall's weakest spots. The sight of new threats and the chance of an invasion should be more important to offset any opposition, but there was no way everyone was going to be fine with it. With the tournament in full swing, he could still rely on those that wanted to preserve the tradition from being tainted by any possible danger to not only Atlas but the other countries. The mobilization call for the fleet was something that James was entitled to, but he couldn't do the same about the army, not when most of it was garrisoning Amity for the duration of the tournament. Instead, he decided to rely on a little law he hadn't ever thought of being forced to put in use. In case of national emergency with due proof of danger and possible harm aimed at the people of Atlas and Mantle, the commander-in-chief of the military could call for the activation of the reserves units within both cities. And in this case, the call was way bigger than it would have been a couple of years ago. With the passing of legislation that protected faunus rights, there was a sudden increase of people with animal features joining the military and the reserve pool. Right now, Mantle could rely on 12,000 barely trained soldiers to fill up the gaps and add a considerable force to the defense of the city. He felt like everything was finally getting better as he finished looking at the message he sent an hour ago to get all the new recruits set in militia groups and be aided by a couple of Atlesian officers. They needed manpower and time. Mostly time. And yet someone decided it was still a good idea to barge in to make things even more complicated in the inner affairs as Ojben had arrived just 20 minutes after his call to Mantle. James gritted his teeth, having long expected this act of disrespect to repeat, and yet he couldn't fully fault Ojben with this decision due to the Fall Maiden having been taken here too. It was his responsibility, a responsibility which he allowed to almost die twice now, but still a responsibility of his. One that had entered his turf and that he was meant to report to him. Or something of the kind from what he could remember from the earliest encounters with his group. It wasn't exactly something they could have predicted in the long run, nor could they have expected for this to be a reason to make issues about their current group. His mind went back to what John said about his own offer. It wouldn't be a group where anyone was leader beyond holding a perimeter over their respective zones. Which was fine, and somewhat sensible. As old as Ojben could be, he doubted he was savvy when it came to Atlas politics. Hence why James was meant to be sitting at this desk, keeping track of any dangerous rumors tied to Salem and making sure he could answer this on his own first and foremost. Still James bolted from his office to try and avoid disaster to fully ensue, as John had made it clear that any aggressive visitor was going to get removed from Cinder's medical room. Forcefully if it was needed. The message was quick to pick up due to the young man's natural personality, one that was decisive and tremendously attached to his family. Anyone or anything he perceived as a danger would snap harshly against, and not just verbally. And the most concerning thing was that the doctors were more than happy to give him that right as the father of the young woman. For a moment, James could only imagine the absurd situation where Ojban couldn't actually get inside that room due to this, since John wasn't exactly on par with the headmaster of Beacon but could still prove to be an annoyance and a delaying factor if needed to. So he arrived at the hospital bay, expecting for a particular scenario to happen and be surprised when something else unfolded. The first thing he spotted as he turned the corner to the final hallway was someone getting flung out of the room where Cinder was being treated and then get stopped by a crash land on the opposite wall. His surprise doubled when Glinda Goodwitch rushed out of the room to check on Ojban as the groaning man had indeed been decked right into his face and sent flying out of the door. The sight was as absurd as amusing. Was this the first time he saw Ojban actually rejected like this? Possibly, but this was a memory he wasn't going to forget anytime soon. Not when the rest of the entire situation was far from forgettable. Now, how do I keep things from escalating? Dear Diary, I think I discovered that punching jerks is a good stress-relieving method compared to just seething and plotting anything too complicated. That I actually felt that. Like, the mere sight has me shiver at how painful that can be. Don't worry, dear. If John has to punch you, it will be only during training when you can punch back. That's not exactly pleasant sounding. It isn't, hee. Amen. What about? Yes, what was all about? No thing. It was definitely refreshing. It has been a while since I punched someone that deserved it and that wasn't tied to any form of training. Sure, I could feel Ozma flinch at that response to Ojban's effort to try and get not only Amber but also Cinder back to Vale and under his watchful eye. He tried to put out the spiel of the maidens and magic and how he is the only one that knows best and how we should all listen to him, which I was keen to stop as I brought up that I wasn't unaware of the situation, but I refused outright to budge from any position. Not when Amber told me explicitly how Ozzy was actually making an effort to limit social contact for the girl. Protection is fine, but the smartest thing would have been to give her the chance to talk with someone that wasn't in their 30s or older. It definitely didn't help his position of power when Raven had been in that very room to check on two maidens at once, considering the unusual event. The woman was, of course, pissed at the headmaster. Something that Ojban tried to ignore while returning to charge and bringing up how he could watch them better than he did up until now and, bam. Punch in the face, and send him out of the room at once. I could tell this was the first time in many weeks Glinda Goodwitch had sported a shocked look when she saw her boss being sent soaring through the door. But as I contemplated this satisfaction, I heard a fake cough from beside me, with Sienna holding me an irked look on my face while lulling a giggling toddler as Damien had seen the whole scene unfold. Emerald looked shocked at the sight, same for Amber as both girls had taken some chairs and were sitting by Cinder's bedside. Nora and Blake were with Willow as I didn't want them to see Cinder if she had been taken in any bad state. I wasn't told much about the grade of her injuries beyond the fact she was stable but still unconscious. Not in a coma, but something was definitely keeping her asleep after many hours of pure inactivity. I had already made plans to call the kids the moment I noticed that there were no visible or gruesome injuries in her body before I had to stop and face this little invasion. Still, my lovely lady was fairly pissed, and I had some trouble deducing if it was my rude rejection or something else. Regardless of that, I braved into that storm and hoped I wasn't the one at fault. Too much? I asked my dear wife, with the woman scowling a tad bit harder than expected at my response. I would have preferred that you kept him in here. She paused, seemingly catching herself from saying something awkward. Something that I really wanted to know now. It took me a solid moment to realize what she was thinking, especially with the guilty shame on her face that just started to give me hints on what was going on with her. You wanted to punch him? My words seemed to strike a chord from the scoff and annoyed look on her face. Yes. I wanted to punch the man that was trying to take our daughter from us, she admitted a bit heatedly. Her tone had me smile in affection, almost trying to calm her down as it was clear she was as upset as I was about this matter. But you beat me to it, jerk. Damien giggled while pointing an amused but still accusatory finger at me. Papa jerk. Snorting, I could only shake my head at the scene but still I turned my attention back at the door as Ojban was helped inside once again, behind him a fascinated James Ironwood. I could tell the military man was doing his best and putting his best mental effort to keep any mirthful reaction to appear on his face, but there were just too many signs that alluded to that amused view of the overall predicament. Not wrongly so. I would have been stunned had someone I thought unable to fight. Mr. Bukharin We're not having this discussion. This is not something you can't swat about with ease. There are forces dash. I know about Salem. Everyone in this room does, I interrupted once again. He looked surprised, but this was far from how much he was going to be out of this situation. I know everything about that old tale, Ojban. I know that you don't have a legitimate plan beyond trying to rely on artifacts which are expected to summon the gods and, then what? They will dash. Kill us. We failed. We have never improved from the original humanity. We evolved, yes, but we never went beyond the idea of hating each other for stupid reasons. The moment they come, the first thing they will do will be to either wrest everything back to zero or kill us to start a new experiment. There was no answer to that vicious rant, and the man looked as shocked as perplexed. The blonde beside him thought he could provide one, but there was silence. Even James, still fairly uncertain about dropping Ojban as a leader, was shocked by the fact that the plan they had, the one that was meant to beat their common foe, wasn't a sure one. In fact, there were higher chances of that ending up badly, as the gods were the very individuals that childishly put an end and resetted the first few eras of humanity because we were not what they wanted. We would face the same fate if not worse. They could be doing other things, other funnier things at that. The moment they were ripped off from their fun business, the possibility of having two pissed gods annoyed at humans once again demanding their help would definitely end up badly for us all. Which is why it was only for the best that this scenario never came to happen. I believe you should leave, Headmaster, Sienna pointed out sternly. You have overstayed this visit. And this room is warded off from people that aren't family to the patient or part of the military. Amber is not a patient. And she is dash. Not going to be anywhere if you are planning to do the same as usual. Say you're going to keep her safer from the other disposition but still leave her a possible prey for any agent of Salem, the tiger faunus shot back. The girl will not leave if she wishes not. The aforementioned young woman tensed up, her gaze briefly moving to see Cinder's sleeping one and then seemingly looking down at her hands as she pondered about the situation. It wasn't exactly nice to be put in that spotlight. I would have given her a different setting to choose this rather than this highly pressured situation. Especially when Ojban was keen to have her back under his control. Amber, if you stay here, I can't protect you. Think about it. The girl closed her eyes, seemingly thinking, but it was clear she already knew what to say back to the elder. 3 times. He paused, the 2 words not being among the list of answers he expected to receive out of this very predicament. What? 3 times you asked me to trust you. When my mother died, when I was attacked the first few times, and then when I wanted to stay by Cinder's side the first time around, the young woman elaborated. The first time, you said that I would never be alone. That was a lie. The second time, you said that I would be the safest and that I would have to never worry about the queen getting too close to me. That was also a lie. And, we are here, so tell me, does this mean you lied again when you said that she would have been in danger had I remained away? That response actually left me stumped. Sure, I knew that Amber didn't have the nicest childhood in life, but to hear that all of this was also dampened by lies over lies. I could tell Ojban did try at a certain point, but I couldn't just understand why he didn't do more than that. He could have given her a place in Beacon. She could have been taken in as a ward due to her special semblance and prevented from taking any external mission that strayed too far from safety. There were many opportunities that could have been used to reinforce that bond. He decided to not take them. And now, he was paying for it. General, aren't there any rules to keep unwanted visitors out of the patient's room or what? Did Atlas lose that decency too? Raven snapped almost as fiercely as Sienna and I were. That's dash. A fair point. Ironwood nodded in agreement. James. Ojban raised his voice. You know better than I do that this isn't safe. Is it? Because, as far as you have proven with your lack of answers and honesty, you don't know what to do with Salem. It's not that simple, the fellow headmaster argued. Nothing is simple. Especially something of that magnitude. But you can't expect us to always rely on you when you have always failed to give us a hopeful look. You would always ask for trust and never give us the truth. Can we believe in a victory if we follow you, Ojban? No. The room went quiet as the response came from a now awake Cinder. The girl blinked, turning her gaze left and right before settling to look right at me. Dad? Yes, dear. I felt my chest clenching at how frail and weak Cinder's voice felt. So tired, so fragile. I don't want to go. I nodded, a caring smile on my face. Don't worry, You are not going anywhere you don't want to go. She needs to dash. Be left alone from someone that has already lost any face value today, I interrupted Ojban one last time, cracking my knuckles. And I don't think I stressed well enough that the first punch was on the house, but the next one will have you pay some more for it. He gave me an incredibly unpleasant glare, but I knew from the get-go he wasn't planning to do anything stupid. Not with James already tensing up and looking ready to act to stop any fight. He didn't remain for too long, not when it became clear this was a losing battle for him. Ojban left with Glinda, and I was left to think about what to do now. Cinder was going to get back to Menagerie for a while to recover from the recent ordeal. She couldn't do her work properly in these conditions and I wasn't going to leave Amber in Atlas. We had the rooms to accommodate 1 or 2 guests if we wanted, so that wasn't a real problem. What really turned out to be a problem was an interesting discovery I made while Sienna was out with the rest to check on the others while I remained behind to keep watch over Cinder. The young woman had been awfully quiet despite her current condition, so I was concerned that she got told something bad from the Summer Maiden. Yet, I would soon learn that the reason she remained this quiet wasn't due to something upsetting on itself, but rather, it was kind of awkward to ask and incredibly embarrassing if wrong for her to make an assumption about. "Dad, can I ask you something really important?" I blinked, looking up from my newspaper. "What about, dear? Do you have voices in your head? As in real people?" I put down the paper, frowning at her. "How do you know that? This is unexpected. Do you think that? It has to be that. How come she would know of this if not for her to dash? Summer told me." "Not Aunt Summer, the First Maiden." Slowly nodding, I tried to think properly about what to say in that predicament. Sure, I was going to say the truth, but the dilemma was how to relay that without being too abrupt or too restrained with my answer. So I ultimately picked a curt answer, just for the sake of not being too extensive about it too soon. She was still recovering, and I couldn't make her stress too much after waking up just recently. "I do." "Since when?" Cinder inquired, now intrigued by this performance. "I first woke up in Remnant. I got that first voice there, and the second one woke up when I was visiting Atlas the first time. Ozma and Dash." "Sally. How much did the Summer Maiden tell you about this topic?" "Not much. She doesn't know about your full situation, which is why I wanted to ask," Cinder admitted. "Anne. I had my doubts. You know, voice in my head, another soul, and Dash. You're worried she could replace you. Or mix with my own soul. Am I stupid or Dash?" "No. It's a good worry to have without any info on the situation you are in," I argued kindly, reaching out and cupping her right cheek with my hand. "And trust me when I say that you will not change. You will not end up mashed up. Are you sure? Nothing happened despite having them for years now. And trust me when I say I would notice any changes." The girl nodded slowly, turning her gaze back to her hands. "Also, I didn't exactly ask for this kind of gift. Years ago I would have jumped happily at having more power, but I can tell I will have to train my body back to shape due to the increase in power I just received. I can tell my semblance isn't exactly as easy to use as usual," Cinder pointed out, and I snorted. "And that's not a fun thing to laugh at. Not when I am the one that will have to couch you once again." "Why, you don't have to." "That's true, but you are my daughter and I have a responsibility and duty to help your recovery," I flatly remarked. "Plus, it will be like old times, plus Nora teasing you a bit about going back to the basics. And Amber would definitely cheer you up." Cinder groaned at those mirthful jabs, but she was definitely happier to not have a sword pending over her about her worries tied to this new addition to her mind. This was definitely going to be a mess to unwrap in the near future, but it also opened a rather curious question that neither Ozma and Sally had any clue about. If Cinder could hear the original Summer Maiden, then why doesn't Amber and Raven hear their own counterparts too? Chapter 68, Omake 23, The Burden of a Big Sister, C. Family is family, whether it's the one you start out with, the one you end up with, or the one you gained along the way. Unknown. Nora Bukharin. Many things could be said about her. Cute girl, explosively social with friends and family, cheeky prankster, and also one that didn't shy away from hugging and cuddling with her father and mother. Now, that painted the canvas for a curious and eager child that would easily jump at the role of being an older sibling to a little bundle of joy that just recently entered her family. And she was, so much that she had been taking hours off her usual mischief to plan out with her mother about the activities and things that could have been done when the child was ultimately born. When that day came to be, and Nora was allowed to hold her baby brother, all that excitement suddenly started to be overwhelmed by a sense of unease. She was confused by this since it was the first time she felt this much in distress about something like this. The girl even had a hard time pinpointing from where it came and why it was happening to her so suddenly and out of nowhere. It felt like a lump formed within her throat, knotting air and making it difficult to think properly while holding a newborn that felt incredibly fragile in her arms. She was quick to return the sleeping cat-eared child back to her mother, managing just barely to hold back any nervous expression from showing too much. Something like this only made her incredibly upset, as Nora generally didn't have to worry about this kind of trouble. And yet she was. The girl managed to hold herself from showing some discomfort about this the first few days after the birth, focusing on other things and being less attentive of the medical visits to check on mother and baby. A behavior that wasn't missed by Ren as he decided to press her on the matter. The boy didn't expect her to be quite tight-lipped about it, and in fact was a bit worried when she failed to give him a straight response. And despite all the pressure exerted, Nora didn't budge and refused to offer any explanation about this behavior. In a sense, the girl worried he would have spoken to either dad and mom about this, which proved to be an irrational fear considering they hardly snitched on each other, regardless of the situation and their different ages. Still, her efforts didn't pay off in the end and, much to her surprise, she felt even more unnerved as she failed to find a reason why she just couldn't visit the hospital, as it would be the last few days her mother and her newest little brother would spend there before getting back home. But what was gnawing at her, and why she couldn't handle the responsibility? One thing led to another, and eventually she found herself staring at the silent pond, fishing rod in her grasp and a humming man sitting right beside her. There was a sense of peace and calm that reassured her in a state of quiet which she had yearned in the last few days. "So, what's eating you up, sweetie?" Nora slightly jumped at the question, having not expected her father to become part of the questioning brigade too. Still, the way he did so and the reason why he got interested in it was partly her fault. She should have expected Dad to consider it quite odd that she decided to go fishing with him. The girl never put any interest in the activity due to how boring it normally was, and Ren would usually go with him since they both liked the calm of this place. Now that she was upset with herself, this location felt way better than the last, and possibly first, time she visited it. She sat down, listening to her father's explanation about selecting the correct bait and having to keep quiet most of the time while at it to not scare the fishes. It wasn't a difficult task, but it sure felt like a relieving one from what she could see. "If I said nothing, would you keep from pressing it? That would be the same as you asking me to stop being a good parent. After all, I didn't press you for a few days now." This response had her quickly glance at him. "You knew. I can tell when you are frustrated by something when you're not active. Either that, or you're sick, but we can both tell it's more of the former." A nod, she admitted to this much. "I still don't know what this is." "Well, when did it start?" I think it started when I was holding Damien. He is so tiny and I felt like I could hurt him." "Everyone can hurt him. But there is a difference between can and want, right?" "Yes, but what if I make a mistake?" "Do you want to make a mistake?" Her dad asked back, and she was frowning at him for that. "What?" "No dash." "Then why are you worrying about it?" "Because I don't want to hurt him." He sighed. "Well, when my sister, your aunt, was born, I had something similar to what you have. I was nervous of losing strength while keeping her close and hurt her by dropping her down. She was so tiny and cute. So fragile and dash. And what did you do?" This could be it, Nora thought with interest. Perhaps her father knew more than he was letting out about that kind of reaction. "Well, I didn't do much. But my father decided to take me out fishing and he told me something he learned while handling his own siblings when they were younger." He hummed quietly, taking a moment to check for any fish. "He told me how he too had his own concerns about doing a poor or even bad job. After all, being the oldest among siblings is still a big responsibility, but he still pushed through, and that proved to be a sign of a good sibling. If you worry this much due to the possibility of hurting your siblings, that means you know that who you are now responsible for is not a toy and can't be just ignored as responsibility. You're so worried about it because you are overthinking it due to how intense this feeling is. So, I am reacting to this badly because I know it's tough, and am I putting too much thought into it? I would say you're putting too much effort in unraveling a bigger reason than just that. Because you know it's quite an intense experience, and you're trying to find the fitting motivation behind this reaction," her father elaborated. "But the truth is that the reason I gave you is the biggest possible. You're a big sister now, and that responsibility can be as insignificant to think about as much as it can be one of the greatest burdens to face as a child of your age. You've been the youngest up until this very moment, but I believe you could ask someone you trust a bit more with this kind of advice now, wouldn't you? Ren. Nora guessed with a surprised tone. He is the one that took care of me before we found you, so he knows how to handle that responsibility. Her father smiled and nodded. Then go and ask him once we're done with this. Nora nodded back, turning her attention on her activity and realizing that something was pulling. She slowly and steadily started to yank back, rolling up the line with the hook before ultimately pulling up a salmon roughly the same size of her arm. Her first fish, and a big one at it. Today sure was a day of victories for the little Bukharan. Chapter 69, Omake 24, Jade-Colored Cuddles, C. You can never have too many books or too many hugs. Gina House. Omake 24, Jade-Colored Cuddles. Emerald wasn't sure how to react to this entire situation. Waking up in a warm pillow that was currently hugging her, her red-eyed gaze was quick to pick up what was the pillow and her mind even quicker to remind her what happened the night before. It had been a long day yesterday. Cinder had been busy with her training, Sienna was going to spend most of the day at work as the White Fang leader, Nora was having a sleepover at Blake's house and the mint-haired girl had decided to spend some time with her father. The word still felt odd to pronounce without feeling too awkward about it despite how long she had been in this family. In a very bizarre way, she preferred the company of Sienna more than John. Mostly because she was considered women more approachable and kinder than many men. So it was kind of a surprise when she ended up holed up in the house and decided to sit down and help her father with some of the paperwork. Spoiler alert, it wasn't a pleasant job and she could see why he would be so tired during the evenings. She could hardly imagine having to be burdened by that kind of burden on a daily basis, but she was still entertained by it in small quantities. John mentioned it was because she was still young and so she didn't have the attention span to handle that kind of business without growing too bored or incredibly frustrated about it. The reasoning made sense, but Emerald still put an effort to help as much as she could. To prove a point to herself mostly. She was no lazy bug, and she definitely wanted to know how the paperwork really was after hearing many people bemoaning about it for so long. The girl now had a rightful and healthy amount of hatred towards those towers of documents after just sparing a day dealing with those. It was quite frustrating as her father had said, but she could tell that she now had a growing bond with him through the renewed respect he had for him. If John was willing and able to endure and break through this kind of work, and keep a calm behavior after that, then he was no man but a saint. And that was further expanded when the afternoon came and she ended up feeling a bit withdrawn by the sudden amount of stress she put her mind through. Tired and a bit bored, the girl left the kitchen as she was done eating a few sandwiches for dinner, and she turned up to check the living room, right where a sleeping John was taking a few hours to rest. She paused, a pout on her face. Emerald had made plans to take the couch for herself, having experienced to the fullest the notion that the couch was absurdly the best place to nap in this place, but it would seem great minds think alike. Maybe it was her tiredness, or maybe she just wanted to finally make use of her daughter's privilege to still get some sleep despite the current circumstances, but the girl ultimately went for quite the extreme solution, by merely setting herself to sleep over the young man. Getting in the proper position to not disturb the slumber of her father, the girl sighed in relief as she finalized her plan and got herself stuck in quite the pleasant position. What she didn't expect was for that late evening rest to actually become a full-fledged deep sleep that lasted until the morning of the next day. She woke up slowly, but she definitely heard someone giggling from the side. After taking just a moment to recollect her thoughts, Emerald's gaze was swift to catch the origin of the amused noise and she paused at the sight of a scroll being used to take a picture of the scene. A grinning Nora delivering a swift, "Good morning," an action followed by a deeply amused Sienna as she stared at the sight while holding in her arms a sleeping toddler. The only one that was the furthest from amused was Cinder. The angered look on her face surprised Cinder as it definitely felt anomalous compared to usual. Normally, Emerald would be either submissive at that glare, or outright mortified. Their relationship was rather defined by now, so that was meant to be the common response to that. Yet in that moment, driven by sleepiness and warmth, her first response was perhaps what aggravated the eldest sibling up a notch or two. She cuddled closer to the still sleeping father and almost adopted a stern look aimed at those angry eyes aimed at her. In something that could only be considered feline in nature, Emerald took a stand to actually protect her perch, something that she was really going to regret in the future, but that right now felt more than enough important to commit to. It was a hill worth dying for. For cuddling's sake. Nora giggled harder. She had to then go to the bathroom with how hard she was laughing and how her bladder was having trouble holding this much at the pure entertainment happening in front of her. Sienna shook her head at the antagonistic response, while Cinder knew that the sight before her proved something. Even someone as innocuous as Emerald was a worthy opponent that sought to deprive her of a planned cuddling session with her father. The hugs, the much-deserved naps, all stolen by that mint-haired cheeky gremlin latching on her daddy, her father's body for simple nuzzling. The nerve of that brat. Chapter 70, Operation Steel Arrow, 4. Death is not the greatest loss in life. The greatest loss is what dies inside us while we live. Norman Cousins. It took her a moment to scroll off the unease, but Winter was far from satisfied with her current pace. Can we spar? That request came to her mind first when she was discussing it with Emerald. Since Cinder was now in Atlas and being tended to for her injuries, she had the chance to dig some more on the matters that really interested her. To be more specific, the fact that John was actually capable of fighting. It was something that the green-haired girl brought up without making too much of a big deal, beyond the fact it was a big deal. She knew of John Bukharin the diplomat, not of John Bukharin the fighter. So it sounded quite odd that he was also able to keep up in a battle. Skepticism and curiosity tagged in what Winter could consider a moment of renewed deep interest towards the man. It wouldn't take long for her to find him and ask him for proof. She wanted to fight him. And she got a fight out of him after nagging him for long enough. Once they were in the clear with the others, and getting Willow's permission before going, Winter felt happy as this was going to act as a compensation for not being able to get in the tournament. As soon as the two were standing ready within the training area, they were quick to rush at each other when the match started. And it was there that Winter picked up a gap of abilities between the two. John used Tunfaz, which required him to keep close and, actually keep her guard pretty active during his attacks. Sure, the two foes were both specializing in close quarters, but Winter was effectively countered by two main strengths within John's own style. 1. His short weapons allowed him to put twice if not thrice the amount of pressure she could normally press on others in this situation. 2. He was reacting faster than she could deliver attacks, which lessened the capacity of actually pulling a stalemate out of this. Overall, this was not the optimal situation to be fighting in, but definitely not as dreadful as facing her mother in combat. Despite how rusty she defined herself, Willow Schnee knew how to kick ass if she had a need to. Her skills with her rapier were way more flexible in handling many close skirmishes. In fact, Winter could imagine the Schnee matriarch having an actual easy time facing that kind of stress. Her quick thinking brought her the simple solution to this struggle: pull away, get yourself in a medium-ranged situation and create the scene where you are in control so you can attack first. First two steps were quick to achieve. She backstepped fast until he was distant enough to create that situation, and she did so by using her semblance and summoning two Borbatusk. The two white Grimm started to roll fast, their order being to pincer John and force him to either back away or lose time confronting them. What she didn't expect him to do was timing a jump over both Grimm and then using those as trampolines to suddenly rush at her. She barely brought up her guard with her rapier, but the momentum was enough for her to lose her footing and actually fall down on the ground. Her weapon was shoved away and she was effectively in a bad position. But before John could finish demanding her surrender, she quickly pushed him upward, getting herself out of his hold and summoned two Beowulfs to create a barrier between herself and John as she moved to retrieve her weapon. The sword was back in her hold and she steeled her resolve as she turned around to face her opponent. John had dealt with the two fake Grimm with ease, and Winter knew that she had an opportunity, albeit a small opening. So, she used her glyphs to try and stop her foe in his step. The man's assault ultimately stopped through that aspect of her semblance, and his eyes were wide open as she prepared to savor true victory for once. He was good, she thought, but not good enough to beat her semblance. Sadly for Winter, that line of thought slowly faded away as she paused at an unusual feeling. It was connected to the glyphs, the circling seals appearing over and under John suddenly losing their original color and turning blue. A surprised look appeared on Winter's face as those instantly moved to catch her, and she was the one actually stopped in time as a smiling John stood in front of her. "I think it's my win," she huffed, but what really had her intrigued now was how did he manage to alter her glyphs like that? She could easily remember when both her mother and her grandfather explicitly said that it wasn't possible as the glyphs were inherently different from each Schnee and were thus impossible to manipulate with ease. So, as the battle drew to a close, the girl asked about this and she felt even more perplexed when he answered with a silly reply. "John, I'm not stupid. Magic doesn't count." "Why not?" he argued. "What makes it uncountable?" "Well, it's fictional at best, stupid at worst. There is no such thing as that." "Oh. And what are semblances?" "Those are different. They are manifestations of our souls. He slowly nodded, then he smiled. I suppose you're thirsty. Water or energy drink? Water is fine, Winter confirmed, expecting to see John walk up and go pick some, but he merely kept sitting and just materialized 2 water bottles from nothing. Her eyes turned at the 2 objects in his hand, specifically the one that he was offering her. She reached out, removed the lid and gave it a try. Was it an illusion? Nope, it was fresh water. She couldn't perceive anything wrong about it and... John. Yes, Winter. He asked back, faking a clueless expression for the occasion. Is that your semblance? I don't have a semblance or even aura. Her mouth opened, mostly because he just used something only a high-tier semblance. You fought me without aura. Yep, he remarked curtly, putting an emphasis on the P, much to her chagrin as this was a habit that Whitley had gotten rid of from him. And the boy repeated that way more than it was healthy for himself and others around him. But, then how? He shrugged, drinking from his bottle for a moment before delivering the answer. Magic. Winter couldn't help but feel quite aggravated by this choice of word, but the more she dug into it, the more she understood that John's response wasn't an ironic one. He meant it all, he had magic and... That made her question many things about her glyphs when he brought up he could try to do the same. Was there a limit to her own powers? She eagerly told her that a semblance was constantly evolving, and since what was known of the Schnee semblance was tied to experiments made by her grandfather, why would it be impossible to even consider that potential had yet to be fully tapped into? She was correct from her early interest in this spar. This definitely made up for what fun was lost from being disqualified from the tournaments. Harriet could feel it on her skin. It was time to finally take the victory off the last contenders of this tournament. Now the 2-man team section had concluded, it was time for some one-on-one matches to determine the ultimate winner for Vital. Things were set to be quite exciting, especially since the girl was aware that a few students from Beacon hadn't been destroyed by Atlas' curb stomping of the other schools. They had prepared a lot for this part of the year, having taken extra classes to be ready for the competition as they really wanted to secure a win after so many years had gone since the last one in Atlas' name. This time, the most technological kingdom had done it and secured itself a comfortable position during the last rounds, but it wasn't an absolute conquest for them. No, this was going to be a difficult brawl no matter how many students of their academy had passed. In a way, Harriet looked at the ensuing matches in eagerness, as this was where the heat was going to pick up and they were going to have a proper reason to worry about their standing. No arrogance, just direct humbleness. She wasn't going to be too formal, but she was planning to smack some people around to quickly win her matches. Plus, she felt oddly pumped up after a rather recent event. As promised to John, she had decided to spar with his daughter Anne. Nora kicked asses. Despite the age gap, the little fiend knew how to make her opponents regret any mistakes made within her range of action. In fact, as she thought of this, the young woman rubbed her ribs on the left, feeling a tiny bit sore at that unforgiving kick she received the first time she assessed that. There was no reason to lament a good battle, but she had also more reasons to feel happy to be part of that. She got to meet Nora and see how she behaved and acted. Likewise, the girls saw how her pace worked, her strengths and her weaknesses. From an academic standpoint, Nora was roughly a year below her own grade of skills on a practical level. Theoretical-wise? She couldn't tell without testing her on it, and she wasn't that confident on asking theory-based queries due to her own lack of grasp of some of those, but since John didn't exactly focus only on her battle skills, there was no doubt that she received proper education when it comes to handle the Grimm. It had eventually concluded in a draw due to how intense both had been after a while, the pace picking up as fast as eagerness did. It still left her pumped up and ready for a fight. Especially now that she had an extra reason to humiliate Beacon now that their headmaster had decided to visit. Harriet wasn't sure why Ojban had decided to come this late to watch the tournament, but she had a sneaky suspicion that it had been something that didn't sit well with Ironwood. Not when the general himself had taken steps to make sure the guest didn't try anything dangerous during his visit. It was almost odd considering how both were known to be close friends, but she had a growing suspicion that the barely noticeable broken nose that the headmaster gained as of recent times might be a hint that something happened with them. Which was possibly related to John's own uneasy look as he watched the matches with some nervousness. Something had happened behind the scenes, and while Harriet was curious to know what got the young man to behave like this. Tortuga mentioned how something big happened when someone was escorted to a safe place in the hospital. Someone that John really cared a lot for, and that had gained Ojban's interest from the looks of it as his arrival coincided with this very event. It didn't take long for the two girls to realize it was someone from John's own family. There had been some attacks across Remnant, mostly at the White Fang bases. Since the one in Beacon received a bruising, it wasn't impossible for one Cinder Bucaran to have been taken back to her family to heal. Atlas was the safest, and the one that didn't suffer any attacks from this new group, acting as a radical opposition to both the kingdoms and the White Fang itself. It just sounded silly to imagine why anyone would want to give it that much attention, and yet it was clear they were given support by someone capable of affording the equipment. Someone with money and enough clout to keep themselves hidden from anyone investigating this matter. Someone from Atlas? There was a lot to consider, but Harriet was focused on this one thing that she had been waiting for a few days now. The last lap to success, winning the vital tournament and getting herself a pretty medal to brag about as soon as this was all over. Setting herself ready for the first few matches as Tortuga was among the first fighters, Harriet prepped her mind and body for what was definitely going to be a tough but fun day. Her partner was shredding through her opponent with ease, claiming her first victory in this last phase of the tournament. Two of their candidates faltered against a student from Beacon and one from Mistral. And that's where the pressure really picked up as she prepared herself for quite the tough but refreshing battles up ahead. As her name was finally brought up, the girl rushed to reach her preferred position within the battleground and eyed her opponent, a young man from Mistral, with a wild grin. The spectators were cheering and roaring, most of them calling to her name. It felt nice, and it gave her the charge to imagine the sight of many others to see how a crying girl that would have never become a professional huntress make it as the champion of Vital. She saw a tedious war up ahead and one that she felt up and ready to fight all at once. People were going to be so loud once she was done with this first, a few obstacles left in her way. If only she knew how true she was and how it was also going to end with a bad surprise for everyone in the city. Raven knew that this whole situation felt wrong. And yet she decided to give the benefit of the doubt due to her brother's interesting thoughts about it. It's been a few years now since she was back to handle his drunk nagging, so she felt more accustomed to his bad luck and antics more than she had been facing before leaving them. So, when he asked her to pick Ruby and give her a tour of Atlas gunsmiths, she was slightly concerned how badly this could go. Little Ruby Rose was a precocious little thing when it comes to weapons. While this was mirrored by Summer, the red-caped little thing had a strong obsession compared to her mother's interest, which Raven was quick to justify as her having yet to have thoughts on boy. There was no filter in the love towards the making and the using of guns of various kinds, and the former bandit leader had the opportunity to be subjected to this when the little girl had for many years pestered her to check her sword. Omen was no child's play, but she would be lying in saying that there was a fierce curiosity to see how Ruby would behave with a lady weapon. She would definitely be giddy, but polite. But still giddy enough to make a mess one way or another. So, as she took over the role of babysitter for the little cookie lover, she was content to know that she wasn't about to be nagged about the latest fashion or any trendy element which might attract boys. Instead, much to her growing delight, Ruby was open to still think about her future arsenal. It had been an idea that both Summer and Taeyong had discouraged her about, as it was tradition for huntsmen to have two main weapons at best and nothing more. There were situations where a single weapon could develop in two or more variants but still be tied to the same equipment, but never once did a huntsman actually get a full arsenal to use. Sadly for the two responsible parents, Raven knew that the whole concept was outright rubbish and stupid. It wasn't a common tradition because of the price of keeping up with all that equipment, but it wasn't like Ruby would end up having a warehouse filled with military-grade equipment by the time she turned up ready for the next step in becoming a huntress. The real hassle was actually the fact she also had to be duller than usual. She had to test out the whole being responsible again now that she was considering that big step. She discussed this with John, and the man was clear about it. It wasn't going to be a repeat like how it happened with Yang if it had to happen. If she made a decision, she had to live with it. So, she decided to make a test for herself, and finalized the idea that motherhood was far from the limitation that she feared it to be. Yang turned out nicely and she was already making her proud despite her preference to punch ugly mugs rather than cutting them off. Sometimes you win those, sometimes you don't. Ruby was a child she didn't interact much with, so she sounded as the best subject to unleash potential motherly affection. And in a way, it was already working as the girl's first interest were blades. She scurried over the sections where swords, katanas, lances, halberds, maces and so on were being put on display. She looked around, quietly humming while Raven trailed behind as she browsed too. It's been a while since she checked for new modifications, and she knew that Omen would enjoy some improvement with whatever was available for them to actually pick up. But while the woman was finding some interesting picks to bring back home, Ruby had trouble finding what she was after, and it wasn't missed by Raven. Do you have any particular references? The girl paused and gave her a nervous smile. I was, actually looking at options, Auntie. Nothing to buy at the moment. So, she wasn't planning to make any immediate action. No buying new things to play with later in a safe environment to test them out. Very odd, but awfully mature from RWBY. Oh. Is this about the sniper you built? Her smile twitched with more life. Yeah. I was trying to find a weapon that fit with its size and composition. Nothing to weaken its power, speed and, well, the other stats. You wish to turn it into one of those two-in-one weapons? Raven pressed for more, seeing that there was something interesting within that plan. I suppose a sword and anything of that size are out of the question. Yeah, it's not like I didn't want to have a super katana like yours, Auntie, but it would be so unbalanced and force me to downgrade the gun itself. Which wasn't something that the girl was planning to do from how much she was sticking by this notion. A bit of a loss, but not one without some reason and, a fun idea to ponder about. Still, you could try with Whitley. He said that he wanted to try having a sword too and, he kind of wanted to ask you if you could teach him something, RWBY added with a bit of embarrassment. Nothing major, he knows that you're super busy, but he really likes your style and blade. And I really would be happy if my favorite auntie helped him with that. Oh. Wasn't that an actual surprise? Raven knew that most of the Shnees, excluding Nicholas, had been known to use elegant blades as rapiers, but it made sense in a strong way how little Whitley had wanted to take a slightly different part from the rest. Maybe he just didn't like being considered a copycat of what his mother and his sisters were already using and specializing in at this point. Still, Raven found another reason to explore the matter as it was clear that the friendship RWBY had with the boy was slowly developing. Not fast enough to really be worried about, but definitely getting to a point that was quite adorable. Both had been knowing each other for years now, and both were quite taken to one another. It wouldn't have surprised Raven if they ended up butting heads once they got to the age where hormones were high and they were quick to anger bursts, only for them both to apologize profusely to one another. Ah yes, a new young love to enjoy some popcorn for. I will consider. But first, let's try to find something that could fit with your requirements. RWBY's smile widened as they both went back to browsing. Eventually the best picks that could be selected were long-ranged blades and that they could expand about once they were back at the hotel. Before that, Raven decided to reward RWBY for keeping a good behavior through the entire visit, so they went to get some ice cream. Just as the woman finished paying for the girl's cone, she felt that something is wrong. Raven blinked as she stopped at the strange voice she heard inside her head. This was new and particularly unpleasant. What was it all about? Just as she started to question this, almost forgetting the fact that RWBY was getting herself a chocolate ice cream from the vendor, she heard it. A loud noise, it was a deafening explosion that unfolded at Atlas Academy. She was quite sure that's where the building was, and Raven didn't hesitate to pick up a surprised RWBY in her arms and get through her portal back to where she knew Taeyong and Summer were supposed to be. Instead, she found a grumbling Crow that was definitely trying to endure and survive a hangover-induced migraine. Crow. Raven snapped, and her brother properly shrugged off most of his drowsy self awake. What? Where are Summer and Taeyong? Crow stood up from the bed, shaking his head and offering the quick question as much info he was aware of at the moment. The arena. The tournament has yet to conclude and, what is going on? We'll tell you later. Just keep an eye on RWBY while I'm gone. This is really bad. She had to get to where they were and pull them back to this safe place until they could plan out a proper departure with the rest. Something big was happening and it wasn't just an attack at the academy. As she thought of this, she paused as RWBY spoke up with a shocked tone. Auntie, look. The girl was aiming a finger at the TV she had turned on and they all could clearly see on the screen through the news how bad the situation really was. Mantle's wall had been breached. And there were masked figures using Grimm to secure the entire city. Some attackers had been intercepted within the academy after the explosion and Nevermores were storming into Atlas, trying to claw their way through the defense fleet mobilized on the occasion. A true clusterfuck, but not as big as the one that had Raven and Crow lose color on their faces. A gargantuan and monstrous flying whale that was approaching and didn't stop its advance towards Atlas despite how many ships were attacking it. It was clear, Salem was there. I'm pleased. You did your job well, as expected, Salem's voice purred the compliment as she stood before the one that she had to really thank for this situation. The figure was average height, their whole body coated in corruption-born armor which was reinforced by Salem's own magic. Magic for protection, but also magic as a failsafe in case the knight forgot their place. Red eyes burned fiercely behind the full-mast helmet, a dreadfully dull expression matched with the paradoxically intensity of the gaze the figure owned. Initially, the Queen's newest knight was rather reluctant to take part in her plans, but she ended up changing their mind with enough persuasion and commitment to her plans. They made a formidable defense but, they fell regardless of their best effort. Salem was the Queen of Grimm, unbeatable and yet so easy to convince they were broken. It was a risk, a big one they took for the sake of winning by the end of this. It was all a long-term gamble, one that saw them do horrible things in the immediate, but all for the sake of bringing up the greatest of all evil. Their behavior might appear cool and loyal, but deep within there was an anger, a stubbornness that couldn't be tamed regardless of the pain used against them. They would have broken, if not for a good reason. Family. He is here. They thought tiredly and yet so joyously. He is there and, alive. And well. And with family. Our big family. Still, might I paint myself a bit surprised you decided to spare her? I thought it would have been easier to deal with her rather than just let her be. They had thought about it, but there were some actions they just couldn't allow to commit. Not when those allowed them to be more prepared for what endgame they were planning and for what the knight knew would constitute as Salem's own undoing. It was a massive gamble, one that relied on their life, and the hope that a silver-eyed warrior would be enough to kill the Queen of Grimm. A ruby rose from a bad future. It was as shocking as incredibly good of an opportunity to outright ignore. Fighting her proved to be an incredible challenge, but also a grim reminder that their biology had been enchanted by the pool of corruption. It was a miracle their soul was still, mostly intact. Which is why they pushed for a very simple reason for her survival. Ruby has to live. She had a worth in their plan. They need to live for the best ending to come. They had to. Hostages. And do you believe it will work? That he will be swayed to submission with hostages? Salem pushed, her smooth voice now by their left ear. I would remind you that it's been a while since I looked into you. That I saw the scars I left you. Maybe add new ones dash. He will. Instead of being upset by the interjection, Salem smirked. She behaved like a schoolgirl on these rare occasions. A twisted and demented schoolgirl that sought to inflict pain to even her closest minion. A nod, she walked away. Apologies then, my dear knight. I didn't mean to diminish your impressive might in taking down Atlas' finest group. Still, remember that you serve under me. Unless you wish to come to my bedchambers again. You fragile little lamb. Tears? No, no more. There was no tears to come out of their eyes. No more. They were devoid of fear, of dread, if not for those that they still cared about. They had to fight. At least this once. They had to help him. He was family, their only truest family right now. John, I know you will understand once you see. Once you see what I am now. Forgive me. Anne, save yourself. Chapter 71, Fragments 2, Winter Contingency. The first understands his reclusive nature and urges him to use his time in solitude to reflect and meditate. Ashbin, from episode Fall. This couldn't be avoided. The situation was getting too intense, and her body wasn't getting any better, and thus the frail woman that was Freya knew that her time was coming. And she had to make a decision which could easily shape things for the better or the worse. Closing her eyes as she rested on her reinforced room's bed, the one she had been staying in for years now, the white-haired woman felt her consciousness slip into that state of quiet and motionlessness which was dominated by that aspect of her mind that wasn't hers to control. The silence was horrible at first, but soon she learned to love this place as it was one that granted her freedom she long lost due to her importance in the world, and also appreciate where she could feel as safe as possible, without worrying of dangerous threats hurting her in here. But as she took just 2 steps in that beautiful snowy forest, where the warm sun normalized the cold nature of the overall scenery, her gaze moved to the lone individual pacing in front of her. The first winter maiden, the one that had met the wizard many centuries earlier. She took the appearance of a young girl with long white hair tied up in a bun through 2 sticks and light blue eyes that were marked by the many analytical thoughts within her mind. She wore a blue coat with a white trim, hoodie and sash, styled after traditional mantle style with accents that Freya was sure were originally conceived in Mistral. It's happening. She is going to be here, Winter announced with a clearly upset tone. Mother. I never imagined to face her in this instance. Freya dash. I'm aware that my body isn't up to the task. Not anymore, at least, the elderly woman admitted tiredly. And I understand you don't plan to bring me into the battlefield or to let others act about it. You and your sisters have to be together for this. The usually calm and collected woman allowed more emotions on her face, knowing that her host was planning something rather unpleasant and yet so noble. She walked up to the older woman with a sad smile. You're planning something that I can't exactly accept. You are one of my best hosts I had, Freya. It was a heartwarming compliment coming from a usually praise-driven maiden, but there wasn't much to do at this point. Her body might allow her to use the winter powers to a degree, but it was too limited and too draining on her. Her mind was losing pieces too, with her senility catching up to her way faster than any doctor could have predicted. She had to pick up a successor. She had to make way for the next generation for the sake of giving the edge needed to save her home and the people in it. A soft smile appeared on the old woman. And I will miss you a lot too, Winter. But I have to depart if we want to stop her. And I know there are those worthy of this power, those that will use it for its intended purpose. Winter frowned, curiosity appearing on her face. Are you sure? Do you have a clear grasp of who should become the next maiden? I had the opportunity to consider the possible candidates for this burden. But as much as it might sound wrong and odd as a choice, I know she will fit in right, Freya replied slowly, smiling at the end. The only thing I might ask from you, Winter, is patience. That generally isn't a good way to sell your point, Freya. But why aren't you just giving me her name? Not yet, the elderly woman declined, her smile growing sad. You're going to be angry at me, of that I'm sure. So I wish for you to just prepare for my departure and remember me for my hard work rather than my wrong decisions. You're trying to drive a difficult bargain, Freya, Winter countered with a serious tone. You know I respect you, but I can't just go for whatever whims you seek to impose on me. Just give me a name. There was some hesitation in the old woman's face, but she considered that point. Perhaps it would actually be for the best if the maiden knew of the individual she was going to end up with. It was common for her and her sisters to be shifted into individuals they weren't aware of, mostly because it was rare for hosts to establish contact with them. So it was usually a gamble, to either be taken in by good people or those that seek to use their powers for horrible reasons. But right now that Winter had her, Freya admitted that it was surely a good decision to warn her beforehand. So, she decided to let out the truth and hoped she chose wisely. Winter listened silently and yet raptly as she was invested in the whole topic due to how relevant it was going to be in the near future. And while she looked incredibly unsure at first at the early depiction of Freya's successor, she raised an intrigued brow as the merits and flaws were brought up. As much as she wasn't exactly someone that would normally see that kind of host as a feasible option, Winter had to admit that it wasn't a bad pick. Especially with the untapped potential that Freya had caught while looking at her progress through Ironwood's own reports. I can see why you would think I wouldn't accept this one, but it's clear this girl is a good candidate. She sounds like someone I will struggle to come to terms with, yet I will give it a try. I'm sorry for putting you through this kind of challenge, Winter, the elder apologized awkwardly, but the first Winter maiden smiled. It's all right, I will manage through that issue and set up a cooperation with her. I will try my best for that to happen. Freya smiled at that success, but she had to accept Winter's request to hold back from going just yet. There was still time, and going too quick might actually compromise their attempts since Ironwood was keeping a close watch on them. If he learned what they were planning, well, things were going to get incredibly frustrating. Still, not as frustrating if they failed to handle the timing of the succession during the attack. It was crucial for them to do it the right time, right as the individual picked for the task was ready to take on Winter and use her powers wisely. Chapter 72, Omake 25, Reluctant Dreamer. Family is the greatest adventure of all. Huey Duck, DuckTales, 2017. Warning, this one has a perspective which is tied to a John Buchanan, but not this story's John Buchanan. So, you're Dad but, not Dad, Nora spoke up with a confused tone. And that over her is Dash. My kid, yes, I replied sheepishly, fixing my surrogate daughter in my lap while little Nora stared at the scene with clear jealousy and confusion. Different dimension. I'm sorry if this creates any problem. I can get off and dash. Do you like it? Nora interrupted the unusual being, a bit of a jump beyond normal faunus as far as she could see. Kinda. It's Dad. So, it's nice. The Orangette giggled at that curt but densely big response. Yeah, Dad is amazing. He can cook, he can fix things, and he is a super strong man. They both shared a smile, but there was still a degree of genuine awkwardness in Nora's face and mind. And not for bad reasons if I had to be honest. The fellow girl wore a pink bow on the right side of her head, pink shirt with rolled-up sleeves, a blue sleeveless sweater vest, and a purple skirt. Oh, and before she forgot, she was also a small white preteen duck with white feathers that are generally styled in a bob cut. Yes, duck. That's something tied to the world I ended up in, which was the very one where the adventures of Donald Duck, Scrooge McDuck and others unfolded. The one which I currently had with me was little Webby, which I had signed up to become guardian of a few months ago with her adoptive grandmother's permission. Let's just say that things back home were a bit more complicated than just that, but I was glad I could hold back from explaining too much about it. Would you like a cup? I blinked, glancing to the side where my other self emerged from the kitchen holding 2 steamy cups filled with hot chocolate. I didn't ask for it, but I would have done the same had the situation been the opposite. Don't mind if I do, I said, a fond smile emerging as I grasped my cup while Webby got hers. She quickly took a tentative sip and smiled. It's so good. It's like a second dad. 2 dads. Double the fun. Yeah, this is so cool. Nora agreed mirthfully. So, wanna go play tag once you're done with the cup? Webby paused, her head tilting upward to look at me with a questioning look. I sighed. Sure. I think I should have specified that she shouldn't have drunk the hot chocolate too fast, but, as usual, Webby defied common logic and didn't get internal burns from what move as she was already skipping after the fellow child. My other self hummed as he shifted down to take a seat beside me. So, it's all tied to Louis. I frowned at that assumption. Why yeah. Wait, how do you dash? I mean, it's DuckTales we're talking about, the second Bukharin interjected calmly, almost expecting me to know about it. I just love how they remastered the old series. It's really well polished, and the lore is expanded and altered to make it so pleasant to grasp. What is DuckTales? This was the first time I heard of that name, and I could tell it somewhat matched with the current predicament I was stuck in. A confused look appeared on my counterpart's face, mirroring my bewildered self as I tried to grasp what I just heard him saying. DuckTales. The cartoon that was first made in 1987 and then remastered in 2017. My lips pressed into forming a thin line. I'm still not grasping this. I don't remember either of those. I think you come from a dimension similar to mine but, where you never had DuckTales. Either you never saw it, or it was never made, the second John argued. But I can already tell you're kind of doing a fine job with Webby. Thanks. And trust me when I say that she needs this support. Especially when a specific plot twist will come up. A plot twist? Was it important? It was clear that John knew about a possible future, one where my insertion never happened and things went differently. But how is it different? And how much of the known lore could be used to prevent messes from happening? Would that even be fine? To know about the future. It was quite the intense situation to be subjected to, but, if it was about Webby, then it was only right for him to take steps into preparing for the incoming dangers. What do you mean? What plot twist? I'm afraid I can't tell you much more. Just that you need to be careful as those bonds you have with the family will be put to test into the greatest adventure ever, he cryptically replied, leaving me more confused about it than I would have liked. But as I got ready to press for more, I found myself interrupted by a giddy Webby. Dad! The portal reopened. We can go back. Knowing how unstable those things were, I really didn't have the luxury of time from the looks of it. I'm sorry for leaving you with this worry, my counterpart apologized and I hummed. I guess it's fine. It's a warning to be careful, Anne. I will be. It's no use to ignore this now, I replied calmly, passing him my empty cup and walking up to the ducklings so we could go through the currently open portal and back to the McDuck Manor. Behind us, a calm Bukharin watched over us, giving a shrug to a sad Nora and offering her to help him out making some pancakes. Kids and pancakes. But that's another story, for both Bukharins. Chapter 73, Omake 26, Family Beckons, C. I'm sorry, brother. I couldn't stop her. I couldn't stop myself. Unknown, reluctant hero. Dad? I paused from reading my newspaper, noticing that Nora was standing right in front of me while I enjoyed some rest by the couch. Yes, sweetie. I know this is sudden but, can you tell me more about Auntie? I blinked. You mean Summer? Or maybe Willow Dash? I mean Auntie Mary. My throat suddenly felt dry at that interjection, the suddenness of the question leaving me fairly perplexed. Any particular reason? Nora shrugged. I just wanted to know more about her. You said that I'm quite similar to her, so, was she a badass? Yep, I replied curtly and without hesitation. One of the greatest and, trust me when I say this, she would probably love to tell those herself if she had the chance. I know, but what if she was so sad she changed? After all, you weren't around. Ah, my little worrywart, I hummed as I set the paper to the side and calmly pulled her in a hug as she sat on my lap. Your daddy didn't change because of that sadness, but that's because I remember of the fond times with them more than just that they are no longer there with me. Are you not that sad anymore, Dad? I'm not. I still get sad while thinking about it, but I've long learned to live with my own circumstances. And I have a couple of responsibilities, one of which is currently worrying for me, and her name starts with N. A giggle left her lips as Nora enjoyed the embrace. She nuzzled her forehead on my mouth, forcing me to land a little peck there while we stood like this, in that quiet state of peace for a while. I know that. I just wanted to know what you got about her. I know there is more and that you're holding it from me. Please. I sighed. Only if you promise to help me with cleaning the dishes for lunch and dinner. Deal, Nora replied without hesitation, actually surprising me with her forwardness. Now, spill the beans about Auntie. Do you have any funny stories about you and her? A couple, I admitted, and soon we were engaging in a discussion about it. The conversation was fairly lengthy as there was much to say, to remember and to fondly think about, as most of my life was there, with them. I didn't put much thought into actually remembering those old days, having long grown accustomed to my life here in Remnant, but it wouldn't be a lie to say that I missed those days. To be around my ever so loud and bossy little sister as she tried her best to appear tough in front of me. I knew for a fact she was tough already, but she always wanted to show off to me, to let me see she was the toughest little sister around. It was adorable, and I enjoyed the reactions she would get when I told her that. She was plain cute, there was nothing to be doubtful about in that recollection. But as I look back at these days, I couldn't help but painfully wonder how they were doing. Mom was definitely distraught for my departure, while Dad would be too numb to conceptualize a verbal response. While I argued many times how my sister was a tough nut when it came to all kinds of stuff in life, I still couldn't deny she would be terribly shocked and saddened by my sudden case of going missing. I could see her sit by my bed, with her knees raised up so she could hug her legs and sob at my departure. I felt at fault for it no matter how many times I was told I wasn't given a choice to stay. I didn't choose this life, I knew that, but I knew that I would take a painful decision if I was given the chance of going back, and they knew about it. Because they wouldn't understand, they wouldn't know what happened while I had been there. They would question my thoughts, my choice, my motivation, and then hate me for ditching them like that. It was one of those thoughts that really worried me. What were the chances of them knowing and then going through that process? Sure, Mom was understanding, but she would be heartbroken by it. I would break her if she learned of this decision. I would be the one hurting her. It was something so horrifying and unfair that I could barely linger about it with my thoughts. Once the conversation with Nora ended with her going out to buy some groceries before lunch, I felt somewhat baffled by my fortitude. The growing pain of that narration lessened by the good memories, but once it was over, I was alone and I felt the tears coming. I didn't ask for them, I didn't feel sad enough to cry. It just happened. Something unpleasant had me in such a pitiful state. I was about to just retreat in the bathroom to find a way to cover up the aftermath, but I was stopped by someone that had noticed my state of distraught. In a strange development, I found myself on the bed, a little toddler on my chest while Sienna lay by my side, her left cheek on my shoulder as we both enjoyed some rest together. "You're my dear husband. I know that you need this." Her words are so true and yet so daunting. It made my heart clench in curious pain and relief. I closed my eyes to find some peace, but what I got was something slightly more unsettling. A bloodied hug, sorrowful sobbing upon my chest, a tired gaze on my face, a line of red trailing down my chin, weakness growing from within, joy dulled by pain at that closure. My Omega? Chapter 74, Ultimate Lap, 1. Siblings are a volume of childhood memories. Vincent Oke Nwachukwu. When the explosion happened, I was staring at one of the semi-final matches with Sienna and Damien sitting by my right side and Nora and Weiss on the left. Winter and Willow were sitting on the row behind us, while Summer, Taeyong and Yang were sitting on the one in the front. Everything was going fine, and there were no hints that the situation could have degenerated as badly as it did. The blast shredded part of the inner section of the spectator wing, dread filling my mind instantly as the whole stadium tilted in the opposite direction as I worried that the unexpected development had also damaged the stabilizers on that side of the arena. Much to my relief, that proved to be an incorrect assumption as the arena stabilized shortly after. The massive screens that were previously to be used to enhance the broadcast were quickly hijacked by Ironwood as he called for calm as an orderly evacuation ensued. Of course, people seem to forget in times of extreme danger that it was best to really not go for the everyone for themselves tactic, but I guess there was a legitimate reason to be more terrified than planned as. Well, this wasn't the worst. Not yet. The damage that had been created within the arena with what had been clearly a well-placed bomb didn't limit itself to outright massacring the people that had been sitting there, but it also opened part of the upper protective roof in the process. I didn't pay attention to this early on when the blast occurred as I saw no reason to be really concerned by it. Why would it need to find it important? Any attack from above would have been stopped by the mobilized fleet. I was, kind of correct. But terribly wrong nonetheless. I felt uneasy the moment I saw multiple shadows circling above our heads. Numerous bird-like figures formed a big flock of ferocious-looking Nevermores that instantly descended and proceeded to rip into the ceiling while the other Grimm that had boarded them entered the stadium. Turrets and soldiers started to take aim and shoot down the incoming threats, but there were just too many for the few guns aimed at them. Some of the huntsmen from the other kingdoms helped the civilians as they were led to the emergency exits, while others tried to draw attention away from the civilians themselves by putting themselves at right by jumping into the fray. A portal opened by the area we were staying by, with Raven coming in with Crow. "The situation is bad," the former bandit remarked, a grim look on her face as she kept her portal open. "The children should leave. The rift leads to our current living quarters. Ruby is already waiting inside." Dad Nora tried to speak up, clearly upset by this development and wanting to protest this decision. "We're not having this conversation. I know you're strong, but this isn't going to be an easy fight for us that we are more experienced," I interjected hastily, knowing that there was no time to make any lengthy conversation out of it. "But I don't want you to stay put, you have to do something for me." She blinked, leaning forward as I whispered to her what she had to do. "My strong girl, you have to be brave in these trying times, understood?" "Yes, Papa." My heart broke a little at that comment as I knew that she wasn't completely convinced, but she knew that she had a big role in this rather than just keeping in that room, but I felt slightly better at the quick hug I gave her before sending her off with the others. Blake took hold of a confused Damien, the poor toddler confused about the current situation, but calming down just a bit as he found himself held tight by the cat-eared girl. The portal soon closed, with just the adults being left behind as. Well, it was time to clean up and help where we could. "I suppose you all have dash." "Our weapons, yes," Willow replied, surprising a few as she deployed her collapsed blade, something mimicked by Summer as she deployed her lightweight scythe. I had my shotgun and the Tunfas at my disposal, while Sienna took out her improved Cerberus whip. "I guess the party has started. Let's get moving." No further word was given by any of the people around me as we all rushed to help the other huntsmen and soldiers that were engaging the impressive amount of Grimm that had been deployed by the Nevermores. I had to say that I hadn't expected for this situation to come like this. Not with this intensity or deadliness. Civilians had already died before the Grimm arrived, and Raven was mentioning mid-battle how the situation across Atlas was as vicious as it was there, if not more because those radical faunists that had joined forces with Salem had augmented the current invasion by a considerable amount. It was a full siege, one that still contained a very worrying question that was currently being questioned within my mind. James' fleet should have held back. Something isn't right. A virus in the system? Just like it happened last time. My guess was met with silence as the two voices pondered on this and. No. It's numbers. They are more numerous than any great Grimm invasion. She planned for this to be one of the greatest assaults she could muster. All by taking her time bidding for a few years. This is terrifying. We can still win. She is not here. Yet. I wanted to rebuke Sally's comment, but I had a growing suspicion that she wasn't wrong about it. I decided it was only right to call Ironwood himself and see what was the situation. "I'm currently busy, John." "It better be important." "What is keeping the fleet busy?" I asked quickly, not bothering with any pleasantries. I heard a sigh from the other side, one that was fairly hopeless from the sound of it. "We were keeping up with the Nevermores, but then Salem herself decided to come visiting. She is bringing a Grimm we never registered before, a large flying whale. None of our weapons are getting through its skin." That sounds bad. Like, really bad. But James was far from done with that explanation as he turned his attention to the arena. "What is the status of Amity?" "The evacuation is almost over. We just need a few more minutes but once you're done, approach the hangars on the side. We will pick you up so we can proceed with a counterattack." Ironwood out. The conversation ended up with that interruption, but as much as I was annoyed by the way he suddenly interjected, I knew that he didn't mean any disrespect. The situation was just that horrible and his attention was aimed elsewhere. The arena was mostly evacuated, and most of the invading force had been taken care of as we were left to rest just for a moment. A large shadow loomed over the Amity arena as muddy liquids poured from the flying whale above our heads. The liquid crashed onto the intersection of the fighting zone and, from the massive pool that was born from this, several Grimm and two figures stood. Salem, one of the remaining defenders, muttered, and I was surprised to see that Ojban had been there and taking part in this battle. He stood his ground as well as he could with his current body, showing that his experience was enough to make him stand up among top-notch hunters when necessary, but he was weakened by this whole experience. And it was something that the Queen of Grimm picked up with ease as her amusement grew at the sight she was bestowed with. Ojban. You look absolutely fragile. Not as fragile as you would want. No. Not yet, she hummed happily as her gaze turned to me while she pulled onto a chain. It was there that I looked right beside her, kneeling down and restrained by some darkened restraints. Ruby looked barely awake and conscious, her gaze aimed to the ground as she was forced to kneel down. I was stunned by the discovery, but not as much as what the Queen had to say about it. I have to say that I would have had some trouble with my plans if it hadn't been for my knight. This little silver-eyed thief got too close to achieve the notion of turning this victory into my greatest humiliation, but I had some help with my closest confidant. It was there that I turned to the second figure, the armored and masked being standing beside Salem as they were, gazing right at me. Their armor was intimidating, but the way they looked at me, even with that much covering their faces and body, I could tell it lacked the same amount of unease their frame had. Ever since I first faced you, John Buchanan, I knew you were going to be a dangerous element that needed to be put down, and I decided to explore possibilities. After all, my curiosity rewarded me with quite the unusual discovery about your home. And the place where you hail from. What? I thought it would have been right, no, just to set you against someone like you. But better. Stronger. And even so, loyal to me, Salem replied mirthfully. If you want to get your little thief back, alive and well, you shall fight my champion on your own. This isn't a fight that concerns them. I'm someone that I will deal with in due time, Ojban, the Queen interjected, appearing a bit annoyed by that rebuttal. I understand you yearn for death, but this isn't something that I can ignore. I just can't ignore a foolish magic user from somewhere beyond Remnant who is allowed to live after humiliating me. This is retribution, this is my first decree in centuries as the deity of this world. Before Beacon's headmaster could say anything more about it, I saw a familiar red portal appear just behind Salem. Raven emerged with her maiden's powers unleashed, rushing forward and trying to cut the chain so she could get the barely conscious prisoner out of the way. Much to my surprise, her blade was met with the one owned by Salem's knight. The speed and reaction time displayed in that deed stunned pretty much everyone as the armored warrior turned around with such a heavy-looking longsword while wearing that heavy cuirass. Raven was suddenly put through a counterattack that caught her off guard. The aggressive pace used against her was used in such a smooth and masterful way that she was soon forced to retreat at the sheer intensity of the powerful hits. She used her magic, but the armor soon proved to be impervious to it, deflecting a good part of all elemental attacks. Salem's magic is enchanting the metal. That, and I can say that the armor is a Grimm. She really invested in this knight. Be careful, this one isn't anyone we know. Eventually Raven backed away completely, opening a portal and getting back at us as both Summer and Crow held her up as she almost collapsed. Numerous gashes spread through her armor and into her skin. The blade was cutting through aura, confirming that the Queen's investment was an all-around one for her champion. Knowing that the risk was now really big and I knew that Ruby was in danger, I decided to start approaching and John, Sienna spoke up, her gaze piercing through my reluctance and finding how nervous I was. We can try something else. I sighed. I doubt we can. I will deal with them both once and for all. Could I do it? No. It was clear I was easily outmatched. But could I at least try to get to Ruby and set her free? That sounded like the best shot I had at that moment. Sienna spared me a long look, almost begging me to not go. But at this point, there wasn't even a choice to rely on. So I resumed my approach until I was standing before the guard, the silent entity having returned to their queen's side and waiting for me to begin that fight. It was clear to me now, they didn't plan to attack first and to leave me the first move, so I decided to put them in a situation where they would have to be the one to move first. I picked a small rock, a piece of the ceiling that had collapsed and fell on the ground, and I charged it up with some mana, changing it into a ball of reinforced steel. Enhancing my strength for the occasion, I threw the ball right between Salem's hold of the chain and Ruby's collar, knowing it would have been enough to break it. As expected, the knight moved and, so did I. Their sword blocked the rock, but it didn't move in time to stop my rush. I got close enough to block their sword-wielding arm in check, slamming my left tonfa on their sides and gauging the resilience of the armor at physical attacks. I gritted my teeth at the sight of the tonfa actually getting a bit dented at the impact, forcing me to go through a more serious approach. Grimm were slightly weak at magical impulses when used with a certain frequency. The closer to the soul the magic was, the stronger it was towards one of those monsters. The knight recovered, trying to bisect me with a quick half-round strike. The blade soared, but it failed to get me as I ducked beforehand and used the momentum to slam my palms on the midpoint of their chest. The armor actually groaned as a magical pulse slammed onto it, chipping at part of it and revealing an eye with a red slit and black scara. I swiftly brought my shotgun up, the pellets instantly smearing the black surface purple as the eye bled at the instantaneous blast tearing it off. The knight backed away, as if they had been struck too, but not before kicking me away and giving me a clear understanding of their strength. Ah! That roar was more one of anger than pain. The figure rushed forth, their pace increasing to match up the level of difficulty I was poising to them. And the window of opportunity to actually get any opening faltered to nothing, sticking me in one of the most intense struggles of blows as possible. Each step was pondered on the spot, but it was all part of a massive chessboard that was being developed on the spot. Me, them, then them, and finally me. I couldn't get closer anymore, something else having changed as I could feel that this stance was way different than before. It felt like I had already faced someone like them already. Who is this? And why do I feel like I had fought something like this before? No, it wasn't the fighting. I knew this pattern. I could pinpoint it on where I first dealt with this, in a different situation. I have seen this before, I experienced this kind of pressure before. I looked back at anyone on Earth that could fit the bill, but none jumped to mind. I tried with those that used long swords, anything stupid that resembled that kind of weapon, but I was quite sure the list wasn't that long. The more I invested into it, the more it also became evident that my opponent was holding back. I was nowhere near Raven's skills in combat, so, if I was keeping my own this well against someone that bested her in a fight, then it meant two things. Either they were growing weaker, or they were willingly holding their punches on me. But why? Why did this whole battle feel incredibly wrong? I just had this feeling that who I was fighting wasn't an enemy. And yet we were fighting as enemies. What is going on? There is a bond between the two of you. It's faint, but oddly enough, strong for you two to feel. And what does this exactly mean? Taking into account that it's rare for a connection like this one to be. I would say that you two are, well, close. Biologically so. Still, that doesn't make any sense. The only ones that would be this close to you would be your wife, your son and your family is back home. Sally's words shocked me off from the focused state of mind I had been using against my foe. Surprise painting my face as I slowly started to connect dots. This kind of fight, no, play. It brought me back to many years ago. Instead of swords, tree branches, instead of an armored fiend, a little girl that was barely holding her tears as she got bruised by an unwanted hit I delivered to her cheek. It was slightly bleeding, but the pouting child didn't let go of the fight. She wanted to win, she was stubborn enough to not let go and show off how strong she was. Mary? The figure hesitated, but her step didn't stop as she tried to keep on attacking me. I knew I couldn't slack off with my own defense, so I kept on holding her back. Despite the shock, I knew something was wrong. Something was really wrong. Her hesitation, she had to be forced to do this. The armor was made by a Grimm, so she should be freed by that control the moment the monstrous armor was dealt with. I tried to find another way to keep on denting on its weak spots, but the ferocity with each attack from Mary didn't falter, and I couldn't get through without getting injured in the process. I'm sorry, John. You have to stop this. This isn't the moment to think pessimistically. The situation requires a sacrifice, the armor isn't going to be dealt with if it's just John facing it. This battle is already over. Ozma let out a confused, as I finally got a chance. It wasn't wide enough to try the same thing as before, but good enough to try something bolder. Mary tensed, her body going rigid through the armor as I wrapped my arms around her upper waist and held her tight as my magic surged all over, attacking the armor in multiple positions. The Grimm grew agitated, trying to force the frozen foe to move despite the reluctance to do so, and it didn't work. I was too fast, too intense, and too determined to give up now. I was personally invested into it well beyond what I have faced before, and the monster, which proved to be something akin of a geist in functions and appearance, left the armor just to harmlessly explode at the cracks formed by my mana still coursing over its body. Suddenly Mary's footing was missing and she almost fell backward due to the lack of strength. I caught her, calmly lowering her to the floor. I calmly removed the helmet and, my blood ran cold. Mary's face was scarred as a large cut ran from slightly above her right eyebrow down to her mid-cheek. Her eye was gone, with only the left one left untouched. Other cuts spread by her chin, her forehead and by her ears. Her hair, it had been cut short, sheared in some bits and it reminded me of the times where she would take pride in how she kept it clean and proper. Now it was gone, further humiliating her in this mess. Tears were already rolling, but I could tell those were of joy. She was no longer in pain. "I got you, Mary," I whispered in a caring tone, my brotherly instincts kicking in as I took the most precautions to make sure she wasn't suffering anymore. "I'm sorry, brother," she muttered numbly, her lone eye slowly fluttering close as I carefully laid her on the floor. She was fine, stable, but losing consciousness. I couldn't stop her. I couldn't stop myself. It's alright. I got you now, sis. Just, don't let go of my hand, okay?" She smiled weakly, finally falling asleep as I looked tensely at her face, checking her pulse and breathing. Fine, she was fine, beyond the scarring. The wounds, the injuries, the tortures, that fucking. All my memories about my family, all those good moments, were put to ruin by the taint spread by Salem and her corrupted mind. I stood up, hatred boiling up as it silenced most of the noises around me, as I had a single intention right now. An objective, the ultimate goal, the thing that was burning my core in pure anger. I started to walk towards Salem, the queen staring at my approach dully. "A pity. It would seem that you didn't waste time improving your skills," Salem hummed, slightly upset but nonetheless uncaring. "I guess I will just try again, perhaps a friend, or another relative." "You will not," I replied with a furious tone. "This ends here. And who are you to say this? You're weak, too drained by that confrontation," the queen argued without any worry. "But sure, come forth, I shall grant you a sweet relief in the form of dash." Her voice stopped, mostly because she heard the distinct noise of a chain breaking and she felt the one she had been holding snap from her hold. Ruby stood right up to her, staring at her with her remaining eye with a determined but tired look. I could already tell what she was plotting by the crazy glint shining in her eye. And no, more. Then Ruby's lone eye exploded in a pure holy light that consumed Salem, weakening the witch and distracting her as I rushed towards her. The silver-eyed attack didn't last long as the redhead didn't have the stamina to keep on going with it, but Salem recovered too late to leave my reach. My hands were already grasping her face, squeezing hard and clawing onto her porcelain skin as I pumped all my reserves of magic into the strongest mana pulse I could muster on the spot. The result was an equally blinding light, this one seriously harming the already weakened Salem as she screeched and tried to get out of my grasp, but she seemed to have not noticed in her dimensional fishing that there was one thing one couldn't ignore about Italians and their families. "You don't hurt those I care for, bitch." Her frame was engulfed in a coat of pure silver as it was obliterated on the spot, and freeing a black orb from her body. I fell backward, the collapse of her physical form hitting me with a small shockwave and rendering me unable to finish it. There it was, Salem's core. Another pulse of magic, and she would have been dead on the spot. But it didn't happen. The orb suddenly soared upward and left quickly to return to the Grimlands. I looked at its departure in anger, but now I could say it for sure. It was doable. Salem could be killed and I was tired. Huffing, I could hardly stand up, but I wasn't in any danger of fainting now that I couldn't afford to. I helped up the unconscious Ruby, trying to get some help as some of the nearest hunters approached us, and helped the sleeping young woman while I took care of her. Mary breathed innocently in her sleep, and, despite her heavy armor, I managed to carry her towards the rest of the group. Sienna rushed in first, worry fully exposed on her face as the tiger faunus took hold of the unmasked woman and noticed our similarities. "John, is she dash? She needs medical attention. Now." A nod, the woman helped me with the task of carrying her, but not for long as Crow offered to help while I took a moment to breathe and realized I was bleeding. I snorted in stupid amusement, thinking how silly it was that I didn't notice that Mary had gotten through my defense a couple of times and leaving some light wounds all over me. I wasn't exactly out of order just yet, but it sure felt like I had gone through the harshest setting of hell possible. Still, I couldn't lament it. All Grimm in Atlas and Mantle had suddenly died as soon as Salem was brought to that weakened state. I would soon learn that this development wasn't just limited to Atlas. All known Grimm within the kingdoms and by the border had been eliminated by that circumstance. Ozma theorized that it was due to her mind being destroyed temporarily during that last pulse, setting a suicide option with all living Grimm and killing them all. Of course, this wasn't a permanent situation. The moment Salem reformed her mind and body, the production of Grimm was going to resume, but this offered an opportunity that was undeniably the best chance to end this all. The truth came out, and so did the hope that a new day could be conquered with the death of all present Grimm. Salem wasn't dead, but her days were now numbered as the world stood aware of its greatest foe. A speech was planned in the incoming days, and humanity had to be rallied. This was the last act of the centuries-old war Remnant had been subjected to. It was humanity's finest hour. Chapter 75, Ultimate Lap, 2. It is evil things we shall be fighting against, brute force, bad faith, injustice, oppression and persecution. Neville Chamberlain, British Prime Minister, 1940. Soreness. There wasn't pain. The light of the window beside the bed didn't help in trying to get a clear understanding of where she was. Mary blinked a few times, her good eye taking a moment to get accustomed to the room's illumination, but she saw how white the place was, the fact a large part of her body was bandaged and she was literally straddled to a couple machines. This was a hospital room, but why, where, how? Her memories were blurry, just for a few minutes. Then flashes appeared between the reason she got stuck there and the process that led her to this bed. She flinched a few times, but nothing too intense. The pain wasn't the worst. And the situation was worthy of the kind of suffering she went through that fight and the ensuing surgery operations. What really made the remembrance unpleasant was that it all started with her fight against John. It's been years, he looked more prepared than the last time she saw him. More trained, more experienced and still caring. That never changed despite the time it has gone since they have last seen each other. It was warming to her core that he hadn't lost his drive in this new world, that he had a family of his own and that he saved her. He did, like she had hoped. And he did the unbelievable by delivering that deadly blow to Salem. Speaking of the Queen, Mary felt lighter as she couldn't feel her presence probing deep in her, her voice smugly poking at her resilience. It took so long for her to achieve freedom, to be able to not have to keep her thoughts centered on bad things that. It felt so refreshing now that she didn't have to lie to others and herself. Mary sighed, as this very relief washed over her despite the ever-present soreness. She was Salem's puppet no more. The young woman was free and she was safe. Still, the question that really lingered was she still in Atlas? Or had she been moved to Menagerie? Probably Atlas. There was no way Ironwood would let her, a former soldier of the Grimm Queen, leave the kingdom he served without having some major reasons to believe she was harmless. Even with the notion that she required these machines to pump her off the meds she needed to recover, she was a threat. And Mary knew well enough he wasn't wrong about it. Considering how many years she spent with Salem, the many things she did for her and the deeds she was constantly remorseful about. She was free from Salem, but not the sins she committed under her. The killings, the pain she delivered, the people she set up to die on a later date, that Mary knew she was never going to be freed from. It was a burden that was going to keep her company for her whole life. It was so upsetting, but it has to be. Things can't always resolve to a happy ending for everyone, but she was no longer that person. What she could do, the minimum of that redemption she was never going to get, was to make sure she could at least live a decently good one. Not good for herself, but for those around her, familiar people and not. Mary knew it was a big sacrifice after so long, but this was the right way and her thoughts ceased to be completely centered on this topic as they switched to the newest development. The door opened and her first visitor came in. And they weren't what she thought would come to her first. Standing at the door and then taking a few steps into the room, Sienna Ka Bukharin looked particularly calm. She had no weapons on herself, and she was on her own. Curious, very curious. You are finally awake. A nod. How did you know? I was passing by. It's been 2 weeks now and John and I have been alternating with the visits, and the cameras here spotted you were awake and devoid of issues, so I was allowed to visit you before a proper checkup from the doctors. Mary glanced up, her gaze briefly stopping to the aforementioned CCTV before looking back at her sister-in-law. It was odd to believe this was happening, but Mary knew her brother didn't pick the wrong wife. Especially with how well both were handling their big family. A pity that Damien wasn't there too. She really wanted to see her nephew up close, but she could accept the fact it was too early. She had yet to see how they were meant to treat her once her conditions were more stable. 2 weeks. That was perhaps the most she had been staying in a hospital as a patient, and, well, she was sick enough to warrant this much time wasted laying on a bed with the worst kind of itching rising from her left cheek. One she couldn't reach, much to her chagrin. "You still seem surprised," the tiger fauness argued, and her words stung briefly at how clear her emotions were on her face. "Too many meds." Mary couldn't keep a solid face, and that's going to be awkward when John visits. "I'm sorry, it's just. I expected someone else to first visit me." Sienna blinked, curiosity and suspicious flashing at the same time within her gaze, but she held calm and decided to voice the former rather than the latter. "Who?" "Ironwood." The fauness lips twitched in amusement. "Fair point. I suppose you worry they will interrogate you thoroughly. They will do this much. I'm not exactly a small fish in Salem's pond." Sienna corrected. "And you would be surprised to know your medical files present you in a good light. You weren't in control, and all hints of the Grimm forcing your hand has been removed. As far as Ironwood can do with these details is interrogate you to understand how your psyche is faring." Mary closed her eyes. "Then that's going to be a problem." "I believe not," the tan woman argued, surprising the brunette with that stubbornness. "If there is something I can testify about your personality here and now, through just a few words exchanged, is that you are a good person. Like John. The real problem is that you're both keen to bash yourselves over things that you two aren't in charge of, that you couldn't have done much to change what you were told to do." "I could have tried." Mary weakly rebuked, but Sienna didn't seem willing to concede to her that. "Could you? Do you have the certainty you could have broken away from her control?" There was no answer to it, not when she was unable to break free even as she fought her brother. It had been John that had freed her, not herself. Was there even a chance back then in trying to break free? Salem wasn't exactly keeping her away from her. She would keep her close, to test and judge her. Mary, as far as she could see from her past memories, didn't get any of that luxury that is making a decision about her actions. She was a puppet to the Queen, and she paid a lot in terms of morality because of it. "You will be judged properly. And once the situation is stabilized, you shall come with us back home." "You really want me around your children?" Sienna frowned. "Why? Is there any reason I shouldn't let you meet them?" Mary opened her mouth and then closed it. "Now I see why John loves you." The tiger fauness giggled at that sharp comment, taking it as a compliment from the way she reacted to this. And as much as Mary found it particularly aggravating as it wasn't the reaction she was trying to get out of her, the young woman couldn't help but find it another endearing factor that did match with John's qualities and flaws. The fact Mary shared many things with her brother kind of helped her understand this, and wonder about the fun courting that happened before they decided to form that big family. Their conversation went for a while, changing from anything too intense, but one particular detail stood out the most. John was currently busy, as his main reason for lingering in Atlas even as Vital came to an end was tied to what happened in the big finale of the tournament. The world had seen the whole mess unfold in HD through the still active cameras. Atlas was targeted, Mantle too, Vacuo was still in disarray, and Mistral had, for the first time in many years, tightened its security ever since the headmaster of Haven, Lionheart, had decided to disappear at the first revelation that there was a Queen of the Grimm. The end result of all of that? A conference which would sponsor a speech from her brother about what happened these days and what to do next. It was going pretty big, and it was about to start. Sienna offered to have a nurse bring a TV to let her watch, and she decided to accept the offer. It's been a while since she saw her brother in action while talking with anyone in a big speech, so she wondered how much had changed from that mediocre charisma he had in those times. She sure was surprised by the experience. This is it. This is where the last hour strikes. Where our mistake is mended for good. And where humanity shall be freed from the constant fear of dying outside the big kingdoms. This is it. This is where Salem will have a real problem in the next few weeks. Her last weeks of life, hopefully. After a few days of checkups at the hospital, I was free to start taking steps and fix things up. The opportunity provided by Salem's sudden physical conflagration left the world slightly safer, as all previous Grimm, those created by her through the pool of darkness, had been destroyed. It was a breath of relief for many huntsmen by the frontier cities, but it also offered a chance to end the longest war humanity had been subjected to. One that didn't aim to destroy a single aspect of mankind, but all of it. We were all the threat, no matter the appearance, the minds, the ideas, and the intentions, that the Grimm saw as its ultimate foe. And the new plan now was to finally close this chapter of Remnant for good. I stood before the booth that I was meant to talk from, the microphones by the podium connected to various devices which allowed this broadcast to be delivered through the kingdoms without any delay or surprises. Ironwood had come up to me with this plan, asking me to speak on behalf of Atlas, but also vacuo through Theodore and Menagerie with Gyra's permission, regarding this whole mess. To draw a proper explanation, one that wouldn't send the world nuts in fright at this situation and actually rally a meaningful amount of support for what was about to come. I felt the pressure building up with each step, but I held myself high and tall as I finally reached the stand and gave a look at the small talk points I signed down. It was too important of a speech for me to focus on specific words, and I knew some free talk would win 10 times more than a planned speech. I could end up messing up due to the tension within the air. And so it begins. People of Atlas, people of Vacuo, people of Mistral, people of Vale, people of Remnant, this announcement is of utmost importance for our time and our future, which is why I have been asked to provide you with the truth of what happened here in Atlas roughly 2 weeks before day. I began strongly. I had to sell the main theme of this speech as quickly as possible. Bring up vigor, but dilute the seriousness and the impact of some of the topics to the point it shouldn't cause mass hysteria. That was the last thing that was needed on this matter. The speech dragged on for a while. I was careful enough to respect Ironwood's limitations tied to the timing and the execution behind the planned program, producing something that, albeit not as completely free as my usual speeches, was still coherent to my usual style. It stood out a bit more due to the support backing the speech as I announced the fact I had Vacuo, Atlas, and Menagerie standing together on the matter. But soon, the bigger part of it all became the center point of the speech. Which is why, after bringing to your attention all of what just happened and all the details tied to them, uncensored and unrestrained, I find myself now making an appeal to the governments and the people of this wide world. I proceeded to draw a proper closure to the speech. Remnant stands by the crossroads between past and future, for the main issue remained the same, and now we're called forth to decide if we want to end this grim tale or allow it to become a reality for the next generations, for our children, our sons, our daughters, our nephews and nieces. This is where we all need to stand, or we will end up crushed by a foe that can be beaten. She can be killed, her death bringing an end to a profession that daily introduces pain in the lives of family. How many young men and women need to die to Grimm before we all understand that today is one of the last days of our current era? The age of Grimm shall end, but we can't expect it to happen if we don't make our part through our hard work, through our determination, through our will to survive and persist against this horrible aspect of Remnant. Ladies and gentlemen, young and old, civilians and warriors, let us form a banner which identifies us not for our ideas, for our differences, but for our unity and desire for happiness. For this war is not one that you can win by ideology alone. Thank you for at least listening to this call, and I understand that this is a heavy burden to bear in these trying times, but I will do my part regardless of who joins and who doesn't. I shall personally work in the front line to bring an end to all hostilities in this world, but not alone. I will have friends, families, and those that share my humble opinion that bickering will only stop us from achieving the potential left behind by the previous generations. Hate kills us, so let's try to bury hate itself before we are lost to it too. The speech was over shortly after, and while I wanted to take a moment to rest and think, I knew that my work had just started. First, I contacted Arthur back in Menagerie. He was annoyed by the overall situation, but seemed delighted to know that Ironwood was considering a proper pardon to operate in Atlas whenever he wished for it if he managed to prove his worth as a scientist to him. In layman's terms, Ironwood wanted to shake off the corruption entrenched in the intelligentsia. And reversing what happened with Watts was definitely going to be the first step of that big process. Soon Atlas was handling the diplomatic burden of polishing the minor diplomatic concessions to allow a proper mobilization of the kingdoms into what was called the Second Great War. This time, it wasn't a war between brothers, it would be a war of brothers against the mindless beasts owned by a hollow queen. It was going to be intense, but considering how long it would take for Salem to restore her immense advantage with Grimm back to pre-Amity standards, then I could see we had the upper hand. We just had to hope that. I was about to leave the building where I delivered the speech, when I found someone standing near the entrance. I was surprised by Harriet's presence there, but even more at the remembrance that she was supposedly kept by her teammate's side, Tortuga, ever since what happened to her during the fight in the arena. The bigger girl had held off a staggering amount of Grimm on her own to defend a pocket of civilians that had been isolated during the evacuation. She managed to. Harriet, how are you? She cracked a smile at the jovial greeting. Doing as fine as I can be, sir. I see you've recovered too. I heard from General Ironwood that you were promoted. Specialist dash. Not until my partner is fully healed, sir, she interjected curtly, almost unconsciously from the instant guilty face she had as soon as she was done with that. I refuse to join any active team. I guess you're really close to her. Tortuga, right? How is she? She is good. A bit under the cloud for getting overwhelmed at a certain point and almost allowing some of the Grimm through her defense, ignoring the fact she almost died in the process and Harriet explained quietly. She will be back to cracking skulls in a week or so. Glad to hear that, and I hope you're not blaming yourself for anything about it. There was a brief pause, one filled with many uneasy regrets. I guess I do. A bit, the girl admitted. It's not like I feel it's a blame I should take fully dash. But you feel partly at fault because that's your teammate we're talking about, I offered as a guess, prompting a nod out of her. Yeah. Is it too much? A tiny bit, I answered truthfully. Having been in that spot myself, I can tell it sucks. But you're not her parent, you're not her caretaker. If your partner wants to do something and this something might be dangerous, it's on them for the decision. It was duty after all. Gotcha. Say, how about you join us for dinner? I asked with an interested tone, catching the girl off guard with that offer. She nodded thankfully, and soon we were out to get back at the flat, as I would soon learn that someone decided to go for a sneaky and unplanned trip to the hospital to check on someone. Things had not gone as she had expected, but Nora couldn't exactly lament how it didn't go any worse than it did. Her father had given her a task that, by all definitions, she shouldn't have been given. Or at least, that's what Auntie Summer was quick to chide the man about. Nora was young and inexperienced, but that didn't mean she was willing to allow family to be left unprotected. Plus, the hospital had been quite near to their living quarters, so making her way to it was simpler than it sounded. That and Weiss tagged along for the adventure. 2 was better than 1, and it would have been 3 if Young hadn't decided to stick around to make sure Ruby was safe and sound back where they had been dropped off. And while it was easy to reach the hospital, it also proved to be quite the terrifying predicament to be subjected to. Many bad people were wandering around, a lot of them. While she could have easily taken down a few of them, the sheer number made her reconsider taking part in the defenders' effort to crush the invasion and protect the unarmed people stuck in that chaos. Her task was elsewhere, she thought, while pushing away her growing worries over the civilians, with her focus being aimed at Cinder as she had been still stuck in the hospital when the attack happened. When she arrived at destination, she found quite the scene. Her sister was helping, with her condition stable enough to allow her to use her normal powers with ease. The taller girl would admit that she did try out her powers with some Grimm when the attack on the hospital happened, but decided to hold back the moment she realized how unfocused those were. Amber and her were the ones to keep everything at bay with most of the patients, as the guards garrisoned in the building were far too few to provide a serious advantage. Eventually the attack ended as all Grimm were destroyed by what she would learn had been her father's intervention against the Queen of the Grimm. It had been an intense fight, one that also saw an interesting development between her and Weiss. While the cool plan she had in mind had exploded on her face, the fierce fighting led to an equally fierce finale. A glance between the two, the adrenaline still coursing, and the kiss definitely left them breathless and brain-melting for a while. So strong, so right, and so nice. If before there were any doubts, now there was none about it. It was love. But this wasn't what really drove her to look back into the hospital when the fight was over. Her father had dropped a shockingly passionate speech that swept over the known world, and left her wondering about one thing: how was her aunt doing? And no, she wasn't talking about Raven or Summer, or even Auntie Callie, she was referring to the biological younger sister to her father, Mary Buchanan. She heard so much about her, and had also known about what her role had been during the attack. She knew the full extent of it, and she knew that Mary wasn't at fault about it. So, against a few wishes from her parents to keep back in the flat with the others, Nora decided to check if she could spare a talk with her. Curiosity in mind than anything else, Nora planned to know more about the many tales she heard from her father about Auntie Mary. The hospital was still recovering from the attack, with twice the amount of guards compared to when the assault was still ongoing, but none stopped her as she asked about direct family. She was given a room number to check, and soon she was making her way through the building with growing interest. Was she going to be awake? Did she know about Nora? Would she accept Nora as an adopted niece, or maybe there would be trouble about it? Father might have spoken highly of her, but Nora knew that it was one thing building a possible opinion from past knowledge, and another about a person that suffered a change in the last few years. So, worry was still there to prevent her from being too direct, too forward, or even too bubbly despite her dad's admission that Mary would have loved to see her being at ease around her. And soon that massive mental struggle came to a stop. She was standing before the door, the one which led to the room where Mary was staying. A knock, then two, she waited and soon someone allowed her to enter inside. Mary was sitting on her bed, restrained by the machines that were meant to keep her fine and well through this lengthy recovery. Her lone-eyed gaze was instantly aimed at Nora and the orangette tensed up at the piercing glance. There was a moment of tension but, it melted away at something rather unusual. She spotted some of her father's features in the woman's face, but also a familiar reaction when her composure broke in a jovial smile and a giggle. It was softer than her father, but nonetheless as pleasant as his laughing the moment they were engaging in a staring contest. "You look quite terrified." "Trust me, I can't do anything to you in these conditions, young lady," Mary assured, appearing 10 times less scary than what she had imagined. It was a bit baffling but it definitely felt like she was just having a conversation with her father. Except it was her aunt. Still, Nora nodded, deciding against lingering too much by the doorstep and actually approaching the bed. "Hello. Auntie." The woman's smile widened at the way she was addressed. "Hello niece. I think you are little Nora." "Yes." "Still unsure about me?" the young woman inquired Nora slightly nodded. "Sorry. It's all right. I don't blame you. I blame myself for it and I can assure you I mean to harm." "Really," she guaranteed. "Still, I suppose you didn't come here to just say, hello, dot." Nora held her breath and shook her head. "I wanted to talk to you. If you want." "Why wouldn't I want to talk with my niece?" "Well, I'm not bound to you by blood dash. And why should that matter?" Mary argued mirthfully. "Say, do you want to know about some of your daddy's silly childhood stories? I bet I know a few he didn't tell you about how embarrassing those were." Despite the tension, the immense intrigue at that offer proved enough to beat any reluctance. And soon the two girls were chatting animatedly about John's past mishaps and how both siblings would cause misadventures for each other. Somewhere nearby, a certain Bukharin sneezed, feeling that someone was speaking about him and not in a good light. Chapter 76, Ultimate Lap, 3. We make war that we may live in peace. Aristotle. Of all things I have done or experienced, this very one was already giving me the shakes, even though I had yet to enter that room. I closed my eyes, enjoying the fact I was mostly alone in that hospital hallway and tried to think of other things to try and calm down. When Sienna told me that Nora had gone missing for a while, and that she wasn't answering our calls, I managed to calm her worries, temporarily at least, by telling her that I had a clue where she might have gone and that I would have personally taken her back to the hotel room. The situation wasn't unusual as I knew where she could have gone through our latest conversation, but I really hoped that it was indeed the case. Nonetheless, this was going to be quite awkward compared to anything else before this. I felt so uneasy. So unprepared. How come I feel so insecure about speaking to her? I wanted to justify it due to recent events but I could tell this was reaching before that. Maybe it was personal guilt about past decisions but I actually didn't expect to find out that there was a chance to get back home. And that I could be put through that kind of choice. I had tried for so long to accept the idea I was going to remain regardless of that, hoping for this kind of confrontation. And if I was behaving like this with Mary, I dreaded the circumstance where I would find our parents if we found a way to them. I held my breath and I wasn't alone in that kind of debacle. And I wasn't sure if that was for good or not. I can't handle this kind of stress. You just need to try to find some composure. It's not as simple as you make it, Ozma. And I understand that. But while it's difficult, he has to try his best to not give off the wrong impressions to not worry both individuals inside. Are we even sure Nora is inside? You can hear them laughing inside. I could, even with the door closed and the noise muffled. I was a bit relieved that Nora was there as I expected her to be but I was really reluctant to even knock at the door. Sighing, I knew that I would have to do something about it. John, you know that I wouldn't put you through anything too intense. I've never gone too deep into pushing you into anything. But you want me to man up and go with this? Yes. Because if you don't, you will give a bad impression of what you are. An older brother that doesn't help his younger sibling. I think you know how tremendously stupid that sounds. I suppose that's a point I can't ignore. And so I finally reached out and knocked twice. There was some shuffling inside, and I waited for a response before either speaking up or opening the door. Why yes. Housekeeping, I replied with a dry and yet mirthful tone. It felt so painful to get the old attitude done right. We're not in a hotel. And I'm not a housekeeper. So, something either went incredibly right or terribly wrong. That was lame. See? It's not bad. I'm not the lame head when it comes to humor, numbnut. Can I come in? Yes. I slowly opened the door, noticing quite the interesting scene inside. Mary was fully awake but, quite tense. I would say it was mostly tied to my presence there, yet I also spotted a bizarre shape under the sheets right beside her legs. I don't recall signing into playing a hide-and-seek game, I hummed quietly, doing my best to not flinch too much at her bandages. Nora dash. We thought it was a nurse, the girl interrupted meekly, slowly slipping out of the bed. And Aunt Mary told me to hide there. Really? I asked, looking back at the hospitalized young woman. Really, Mary replied in a semi-confrontational manner, jokingly as she went all in by crossing her arms by her chest and huffing. I would like to keep this fun listener for more than those pesky jerks want. John, I think they are out to make me go nuts with no people to talk to. She looked way more at ease than I imagined. Sure, I knew Sienna had spoken to her but I didn't know that she had opened up this much. I counted on this blessing and calmly approached the bed. Her smile faltered slightly, perhaps realizing about half the emotions rushing in and out of my expressions. Hello Mary. Her smile was back at full force. Hello big bro. I see that you are, recovering well, I commented weakly, gaining a sigh out of her. Yeah, not as fast as I would like but, it's a start, the young woman admitted. And I listened to your speech. Who would have thought you would end up in that situation? Mom. I argued and she snorted, shaking her head in amusement. Mom definitely would, Mary agreed, giving me a calm look. So, you're going to be quite busy in the next few days. That's what I got. A month, maybe 2, I corrected while nodding. I will still have some breaks but, this is war. And not with a simple foe at that. Salem will, she will have an army. It will not be a simple battle and things will be over. I nodded. I know. Anne. I don't want to be stupid about this, I'm far from fine, but I'm not that bad too. Just in the middle? I inquired, cracking a brief smile as she agreed to that assessment with a smile. Sounds about right, Mary answered, her own smile feeling a bit forced. Still, it can happen. Things can change for good. And then there will be no queen. Dad? I blinked, glancing at Nora and realizing she didn't look as relieved as we were. What's wrong, hun? Something on your mind? She nodded slowly. I don't think you explained to me, or others, what happens once the queen is defeated. I gave a long look at the orangette, already perceiving her worry through that question and the ensuing glance she was giving me. Will the Grimm be dealt with once Salem is dead? The answer, considering how these monsters existed even before the queen, was obviously no. Once the queen is dead, the Grimm will no longer have someone to control them and will not be created as aggressively as before. They will still be an ever-present threat, but much less than how they are now. The girl nodded, but she didn't seem relieved by this knowledge, Anne. I could tell that it wasn't tied to the whole Grimm situation. Not when Mary herself looked quite confused by that bizarre behavior. Soon it was time for us to leave, with Mary preparing for dinner as she was going to endure through the torture of chicken soup. A bit of an exaggeration on her part, and she showed this with her tone and by winking as we were leaving. Once the door was closed behind us and we were making our way out of the hospital, I felt Nora calmly walk up to me and grasping at my hand as we moved to leave. Dad, can I ask you a few questions? I hummed. About what? The incoming war. I spared her a look and nodded. Sure. Do you think I will be enlisted? The girl asked nervously. Or Winter, Weiss, Young, Blake Dash. You're not old enough for this kind of war, hun, I interrupted calmly, squeezing softly at her palm. It's going to be tough, but we're not going to get anyone younger than 18 to join this war. There was a bizarre silence that ensued. Her tension wasn't just lessening despite the legitimate reassurances I was providing her. Despite the many questions I answered in a satisfactory way, I could also pick up that she was not being honest around the real topic behind this kind of interrogation. She is not convinced. She is hiding something big, and particularly worrying. I finally stopped, the area around us devoid of cameras or anyone wandering around. Dear, I can tell that something is upsetting you. What's wrong? Nora looked surprised at the direct question, and her gaze turned up to look at mine as she seemed to be thinking whenever she was meant to be telling me the truth or not. There is actually something I have to tell you, Dad. It happened while I was talking with Auntie Mary Ann, then I felt this strong and it was like, what happened to Cinder? What? That's not possible. And yet, before my own eyes, I stared at Nora's hands as she pulled away from my grasp and cupped her palms upward, somehow forming what looked to be a white snowflake. A white hue emerged from her eyes like soft flames and, this is bad. That means the Winter Maiden has died today. And for some reason Nora is the Winter Maiden. Nora dash. Dad, does this mean that I have to dash? She was breaking up at that possibility, tears forming by the edges of her eyes and I knew why. Despite Nora being willing to prove her worth, she wasn't someone that craved for suicidal situations. Boisterous and fiery, yes, but never too extreme and radical about both. No. You are not meant to do anything you don't want to do. You will not be enlisted, conscripted or whatever synonym exists of that word, I interrupted sternly. You will not be forced into anything, sweetie. But, what if it helps? She argued. What if I can save others if I just, put that fear aside and give it a try? Nora's confidence was temporary as she stiffened the moment she saw me crouch to see right into her eyes. I'm willing to let you fight and be a great warrior, but right now, I, as your father, can't send you to war. Not in these conditions, not like this, and no, you are not going to save others with that power. Salem will focus on people with that kind of power, and will throw the most at you and the other maidens. The girl nodded numbly. I'm sorry for being too dash. What? Unsure on what to do about this whole mess. You're not at fault here, hun. I know you so well and I can tell that you really want to help others with this opportunity, I interjected softly, bringing her close for a hug. You will train and be prepared but I will not allow anyone to push you into anything dangerous. And that's a promise. She hugged back, nuzzling her cheek onto mine as we both still in that quiet moment. Thanks Dad. And now I will have to find out about what happened to the Winter Maiden and why didn't Ironwood tell me about this situation at once. An urgent call, a message, anything. I thought he was just too burdened to make up some time for that, but the whole day went without anything to enlighten me on the overall situation. In fact, it would take a while before I had a proper answer out of the general, and at that point, I was really suspicious of the reason why he had ghosted me like that. 2 days later, Mary was finally given the chance to leave the hospital and join us back in Menagerie. There were a couple of lengthy documents to sign to confirm the discharge, but the young woman was able to properly walk with a minor limp and no pain on her legs. The nerves had been damaged, but none had effectively disrupted her capacity to live a normal life. Doing sports or anything beyond that was discouraged due to the damage, but Mary was now considered as a properly healed patient and could make the trip without any physical problem tied to it. Before we left, I had one last conversation with Ironwood. Finally, I tried to approach him as soon as I brought Nora back in the hotel, but I was surprised to learn he had been swarmed by diplomats and local councilmen alike trying to get as much info known about the current threat we were meant to face and what was advised to do to create a committee to redefine all external borders that gave to the Grimm lands. I couldn't exactly blame it on him, but the necessity to speak with him didn't lessen, especially when I was approached by older RWBY twice. The young woman was fine, she had recovered properly, but she had been subjected to some scrutiny due to the usage of her silver eyes and her resemblance with a certain Rose. Summer learned the truth and she was upset enough to tell the rest of her team to not tell me how that confrontation went. I only knew it ended with hugs, tears, and promises to try and fit into the family better. But I had reason to believe that Summer wasn't going to be happy to have me around in most circumstances for a while, with the only saving grace being that older RWBY was putting an effort to try and mend that situation. Summer was one that knew how to hold a grudge towards friends compared to RWBY, but she was quick to bow down to some of her more extreme habits if anyone else found them to be too harsh on me. Still, the main focus for today before I left to get back to Menagerie was to have this conversation with a certain general and get some answers about the recent events. Atlas recovered, same for Mantle. Vacuo has stabilized and Mistral is actually willing to put a serious effort against the Grimm, James explained quietly. It's going to be a proper endgame. This isn't exactly what Atlas prepared for, but we have the means to do it. You still seem happy through this kind of hard labor, I argued, noticing the lines of stress and the fact he barely shaved, with a light layer of facial hair covering his lower face. You should get some rest. The pieces are all falling in the right place, John. I can hardly find a moment to stop. Not right now where we can stop this menace for good. I nodded in agreement, looking at Ironwood with a tense look. It's going to be a big war. The biggest yet, the general confirmed quietly, staring at the holographic Remnant map expanded on his desk. We have been preparing for so long for a continuation of the Great War, but this is much worse than it. It's going to be an intense fight against an enemy that we barely know. Salem and her capacity to produce an army that goes beyond what is known of the normal species of Grimm, I elaborated, drawing a nod from the man. But, I believe we can do it. I suppose you're ready to do your part too. Your role in killing Salem is essential. I don't plan to make a fuss about it, I confessed, gaining a sigh of relief from the tired military officer. Alas, I would like to discuss something I learned in recent times, and that I believe you should tell me now that we're having this conversation. James frowned at my cryptic tone but nodded. The Winter Maiden is no more. She passed away of natural causes. I felt a bit relieved at that honesty. So, he wasn't holding back that kind of information. For a moment, I thought you were purposely keeping that from me. Still, why did you not send me any message about it? And, for some odd reasons, Ironwood rewarded me with awkward silence. That's the face of a guilty man. Ozma? Ozma. That's not true, always. James, what's that face? Technically, I decided against informing you on the spot as I focused on finding the new maiden. I worried that Ozma could have tried one last power move before leaving Anne. I couldn't find her, he admitted, looking down at his desk. But how do you know about this event? I'm quite sure you had no means to learn of this. He looked up, now realizing that I shouldn't have known without some help. Nora will be spending some time home training due to a new mutation of her semblance. And before you ask she will not be forced into combat, James interjected quickly, already aware of my thought in that matter. As far as we have learned from Vital, you're the only one we are completely sure that can beat Salem. I nodded. Thanks But I suppose Cinder will take part in this. Yes. She showed interest in taking part in this kind of operation and I know she is fully ready for this. Glad to hear this much good news. But, there is also something I wanted to discuss with you. It's regarding your sister, or rather, the ramification her presence here brings to my attention. I frowned. What do you mean? What are the chances of Salem recruiting a large following through the same way Mary was brought here? Low, terribly low, I confessed without hesitation as I had long thought about it. Salem could potentially get 2-3 more followers, but something beyond a few dozens would easily gain national attention and spark a retaliation. One that I could tell the Queen of Grimm was prepared to defend against as things weren't exactly that calm back home. Why? I sighed heavily, closing my eyes and deciding to be quite blunt but simplistic about it. We have bombs that level cities. If things go nuts, we will use extreme force to handle anything that we perceive as too dangerous to handle with armies, I answered quickly, giving him a serious face. Hence why I suggest, with the best hope for a long-lasting peace, that no nation should pursue any contact with my land. It's not a threat, Ironwood muttered, realizing the situation wasn't as simple as it appeared. You mean it? It would be that destructive? Yes. I will write a memo. We will refrain from trying anything too foolish without your judgment on the matter. I nodded, thank you James. And with that the conversation was over and I started to make my way towards the airship's land zone so I could get back to the rest of the family. The next few weeks were going to be tense but relatively peaceful, and then, there would be war. And it was going to be brutal, humanity against the Grimm. Chapter 77, Ultimate Lap, 4. I've made my peace with myself. Broderick Crawford. This is a mess. It's not like it could have been any different. The Queen is lashing out. That sounded like the best way to describe the situation I was looking at. The preparation time has passed, most of the kingdoms had amassed a large multi-ethnic army to start pushing into the lands formerly infested Grimm. A good part of those forces were provided to support the big push into the central spot of the Grimmlands, where Salem had her main base set. It was a bit complicated to get everyone to move at the same time and not bump into each other. It took some uneasy diplomatic effort to not cause any dividing factor and delay the march, but we were there. I was far from nervous, but the tension here was deadly to even stop and consider. So much pressure, so much interest in dealing with this big problem once and for all, and a large recruitment campaign that saw some known criminals actually taking part in this. Rejects of society that, in their mind, saw this as a way to redeem themselves. Either that, or finally make this their goodest action moment compared to the many crimes they committed. James was uneasy at this, but willing to spare some effort to make sure that most of them could serve. Those that weren't the worst. And soon we were all ready for the greatest battle ever fought in Remnant. The predisposition before the main and, perhaps, final fight was quite impressive. It was the largest military force fielded by an alliance of kingdoms, even greater than any armies formed during the Great War, with the sole target of it being Grimm. A large contingent of it. I heard a few veterans grumbling at the size we were facing. The biggest army could only be matched by the largest concentration of Grimm in modern history. I could already tell back then that it wasn't going to be a walk in the park as I had hoped to. Before hell broke loose, I closed my eyes, remembering the worry on Sienna's face, but also on those all around me, for myself and the others joining this war, and prayed. It was quiet, not even Ozma and Sally felt it. It was just me and my own doubts. I prayed not to a god, but to hope for itself. This was going to be it, the day I put an end to this and conquered one last piece. Then it would all be easy. I hoped and I prayed for it to be as such. Then, the last hours of the war ensued. And those were brutal. I wasn't exactly in the first line to see the bloodshed caused by the large horde of Grimm putting a desperate effort to hold the assault, but I helped around the third and fourth as some of the monsters got through and were trying to sow chaos behind the first few rows. Not alone, never alone, Atlas was providing specialists to keep track of me until it was time to storm the castle. Effective troops that helped granting some relief to the men and women, soldiers, huntsmen and militias. It was a ferocious brawl, guns and melee weapons tearing into Grimm as claws, beaks, steel-like feathers and other monstrous elements returned the violence back to us. It was quite tedious, especially when I realized that the Grimm also had an extra order to them which forced them to prioritize specific targets. And I was in that list as I saw many of the beasts turn their attention on me and try to kill me. Very unpleasant, but nonetheless a bad move on Salem considering that I wasn't exactly away from others' reach. The Grimm were genuinely rushing towards me, trying to get to me without being destroyed by the crossfires between the lines I stood between. The battle's heat was still particularly strong, my hands twitching with a mix of unease and eagerness that I almost dropped some pellets as I reloaded the shotgun. The armor I got from Pietro was as optimal as I had planned it to be. Watts put his hands on it before I left. He claimed he had an update to the HUD as the main goal, but I could tell it wasn't just a way to give me a quick access to James' comms. The entire suit felt lighter to move around with, and I knew that something within the main software allowing for easier mobility had been updated to fit better with my specific body. Still, I couldn't help but huff as I rolled out of the way the very moment I saw a dark shadow loom over my head diving for me. Beowulf Alpha, the beast landed down, growling as it failed to get its target, but it soon had bigger troubles when I softened his natural armor off with some of my magic and made it vulnerable to conventional firepower. The wolf-like creature growled, yelping as it was barraged by bullets and projectiles of various kinds. It fell quickly, but its demise saw the arrival of another Grimm. Larger shadows appeared, these ones keeping aerial as a contingent of large Nevermores protected the wyverns trying to produce more Grimm and keep up with the line. Surprisingly enough, they weren't going fast enough and they soon had other problems to worry about. Between Atlas ships tearing into their guards and experienced huntsmen opening a way for fellow hunters and soldiers with heavy-grade weaponry to deal with the wyverns. The overall strategy brought some much-needed results, and the production of Grimm lessened to a point where we were killing 10 times of what they could make. We are almost there. The defense is faltering. I nodded, seeing that the road was being paved for one last rush into the fortress. The way to the castle's entrance was finally open and soon the army was pouring in and consolidating around the perimeter. Before I could advance any further, I felt someone suddenly grasp from behind. I looked and saw an arm coming from a familiar red portal. Oh well. Raven pulled me inside, and I landed in front of her. She kept the rift open as the babysitter's Ironwood gave me jumped through and took position. Team STRQ, 2 other huntsman teams, and most of the maidens. Cinder looked tense, but it looked more guarded than outright unease. The opposite was true for Amber as she looked really fidgety with her looking around for any threat around them. We were right atop one of the towers, ready to storm inside and rush into the castle while the army took care of limiting Salem's chance of running away. It was there, we were almost done with this big issue for good. How are you? Raven's voice pierced through the thin layer of tension. Ammo? Magic dash. I'm fine, not even winded, I replied curtly, nodding as I looked at the others. What about you all? I saw many nods. No one looked wounded to the point of worry and they all looked ready for this last fight. There was a brief moment of hesitation, just a second, and then we all marched inside the castle. More Grimm were waiting inside, but those weren't the usual cannon fodders. Geists trying to use furniture and a combination of other objects to create bulky bodies stood between us and their queen. There were just too few to make a difference, and there wasn't enough space to make a big enough body for it to be troublesome for us to deal with. It was a slow but steady breach into the depths of this building. The throne room lacked the same kind of hospitality, and we were welcomed by a silent Salem as she had already mustered her magic and looked ready to fight. She said something, an unheard whisper, and the fight soon ensued. It was much different than before. My body was moved by an intense instinct to thought to muscle kind of reaction. My brain felt numb, not in pain or anything, but in unwillingness to linger too deeply into my thoughts. No distraction, there was no room for any of that. I sharply dodged, I returned magic with my own. One would expect this to be easy. After all, Salem was unable to withstand me at the arena. But there was a solid difference that rendered the whole process much more different. Salem wasn't playing around. If before I was a hurdle to her main goal, now I was her greatest threat and something she couldn't allow to live any longer. In her eyes, I was worse than anything her former husband represented to her perspective. Where their hatred was justified by their past together, ours was one driven by an interchanging nature of predator-prey. Her superiority no longer existed, her greatness was shattered, and her immortality not so eternal as she once prided herself of as having advantages. Salem had nothing but her own dread to keep her moving. Fear, anger, despair, unwillingness to die. Where once she was keen to not care for deadly instances, now she had a genuine reason to worry about it. Which is why she saw us all as the ultimate threat to not only her plans, but also her whole existence. No matter the quality and the numbers put forth, the woman put a solid effort in stopping us as much as we could. Experience was mustered in each attack, mustered in combinations and as a team, didn't seem to get much out of it. Minutes passed, I felt the sweat, the labor, the frustration and the pain. As much prepared as I was, the attacks got difficult to dodge within my own capacities. Salem's full power was in complete display and she was lashing out with prejudiced ferocity and mercilessness. After what felt like an eternity, we were facing a slow defeat. 2 of the hunters from the other teams got killed, 5 got knocked out, and we were all sporting a degree of bruises and injuries due to how deadly this fight was turning into. But while it was so difficult to get a proper opening to finally strike at Salem, we finally got the chance. Cinder had been tearing on the castle's ground through her powers, her own semblance aiding her personal defense while she mustered roots to reach Salem and restrain her. Most were vaporized, but a few managed to limit her right arm and left leg. Anger exploded at this attempt, but it couldn't be dealt with properly. Fire tore onto the queen's back as Amber managed to land a shot at the exposed monster, while Raven stunned Salem with a thunder shock. Nothing that really dealt the damage needed to see me get close enough for that last bet, but then Summer intervened herself. A blinding light flashed and struck the queen. Salem screamed in pain, her body weakened by the silver eyes, and leaving her incapacitated for me to finally reach her. She recovered just as I got within reach and she roared, trying to use her magic to push me away, but failed as my armor sponged the damage while I pressed my advantage. It wouldn't take long for my palms to grasp tightly at the woman's face and her whole body started to decay as it did back in that arena. It looked like this was the end but something felt wrong. The body collapsed with the same screech and I had finally taken hold of the orb which represented Salem's corrupted soul but something felt incorrect. The orb was shaking, white cracks opening over its surface and I felt something powerful was being channeled within it. It was unfocused, and yet centered. It was growing unstable by the second and I realized what it was. A bomb. Salem was trying to get one last victory, that was her last gamble, her way to get back to us. To me. It would be enough to wipe out everyone in the room, no, the whole castle. It would be a massacre, and there was just a way to do it. While the magical purge was draining on me, I could still make an effort of putting what was left of it to form a multi-layered cover around the orb. A way to dull the explosion and limit its radius. I couldn't fully suppress it, but I should be able to limit its reach to just engulf me. My lips formed a thin line, a strange silence drowning all the noises around except a single voice. A single frightened voice owned by a very brave girl. Dad? Shock, confusion, fear and worry. I smiled sadly. She couldn't see what was really going on, but she could feel something was off as I started to squeeze the orb closer. The other huntsmen realized what was going on as they recognized the gesture. Raven looked ready to jump closer and pull me away, to stop me, but Crow held her back. She yelled angrily, almost threatening to zap me to back away from it, but it was too late. Another blinding light ensued, but instead of hope, I felt pain. My entire body burned as the explosion covered my entire being in powerful magic that devoured my whole being. I felt dread, I felt panic, and then I felt nothing but silence. My brain went fully numb. This time all thoughts vanished as I couldn't hear Ozma and Sally. I heard nothing, but I could imagine the shock, the horror and the somber acceptance of what was going on. So, this is how it ends. I guess it's quite sad. I think. Or fitting, who knows for Raoul. It is not. Everything was fine, and yet this didn't feel like heaven. It took me a moment to realize that this place, within the context I was in, was familiar. Ozma told me of this. He told me of how this kind of special dimension looked like. Between life and death, a place of uncertainty born for common grounds, between two brothers. And they were there, looking from above upon me. Silence reigned within that judgment, and I worried that this was going to be the real end. As I said, human. It is not. The god of darkness spoke, his voice echoing through my ears, but he had no lips to speak with. A violet humanoid with horns. The sight was enough to leave me slightly distressed. Why not? My brother is rightfully holding on to the reasons you are here, but alas, the truth is simple. You three are here for a very simple reason. 3. I glanced around and just now noticed that beside me were standing both Ozma and Sally. They looked as surprised as I was, and yet their attention was aimed tensely at the two gods. The brothers spared us a long look, and then the god of light spoke once more. We had time to contemplate our previous work before departing what now is called Remnant, and we have ultimately decided on a resolution to it. A resolution that clear our responsibilities to fix what humans are responsible for. It's chaos, it's instability, it doesn't matter. The cycle is a damning one that only creates headaches to us and can't ever be fixed. Too broken to be solved by minor interventions, it has to be kept going and not be repeated. I remained quiet. I tried to listen up to what I was listening to, and then I realized what was going on. It was impossible for me not to, and I had to speak about it. What you two are saying is that you are no longer interested in intervening in our affairs. Not because we did anything special, but because we are not reliable even with multiple resets. That's a very unusual way to put it. And yet a correct one. Yes, we are no longer interested in dealing with you mortals. It's frustrating, and it ruins our chances of having our much-needed rest between our fights. But something like this, who would keep a look over us? Ozma intervened, almost worried. We lost so much due to a lack of divine interventions at times and nothing. We will not return and deal with your problems, Ozma. But, you raise a point that connects to our resolution on what to do with the lack of our own intervention on the matter. And, that is? The blonde asked. The god of darkness chuckled. Since you have been responsible for the most resets when it comes to humanity, we decided that you two shall take our place as our agents on Remnant. But of course, such a role shall not be without limitations. You shan't be our replacement as gods, but our messenger, our guardians, for when it concerns this world. You shall be our eyes and intervene only due to extreme reasons. You shall not misuse the role you are granted, and you shall not take sides within the affairs of humanity. Does that mean that we will no longer remain within John's mind? That role has ceased, yes. In fact, this decision was mostly granted by my brother's will. John was brought here by his own demand. And I frowned deeply at it as I stared at the god of darkness. I was brought here because he specifically wanted me. Why? I was given a sound advice, and I decided you would have fit well within this world, Bukharan. A friend of mine spoke highly about you, and he assured you would have done the job differently from the endless heroes my brother had in mind to pick instead of you. A friend? Nothing you should concern yourself about, Bukharan. You gained his interest, in multiple ways. He is constantly watching, and he knows what you represent in the great scheme of things. What was going on? Great scheme of things? Someone was watching me even before I left for Remnant. I had so much to ask, but the gods didn't leave space for much dialogue. They sounded to be in a hurry or something. Probably to get back to something cooler and less troublesome than this world. Alas, we can't dispense more information without providing some unnecessary details. Your new roles have been granted. Well, all except you, John. I slowly nodded. What about me? Admittedly, you were a favorite of mine. And my brother had to bite back his previous comments about your inability to go through it all. Still, beyond the amusement you granted you shall be relieved of any duty. And live your life as you wish. We no longer see a reason to give you any duty beyond giving the rights you already own. Live with your family, foster your happiness and the one for those around you and change the world for either the better or the worst. Don't feel shy from ruining Remnant more. Be quiet, you chaotic fool. Instead of irritation, the god of darkness looked amused as he chuckled at the rebuttal. Now, this is the closure of this discussion. You will soon wake up, the three of you, and you shall be granted the chance, if still on duty, to know of your full roles through our messengers. So, we shall leave you a few moments. This is a departure. The brothers didn't remain for long, their frames disappearing into the whiteness and leaving me, Sally and Ozma alone and on our own. One last goodbye. Sally moved quickly to hug me as tightly as she could, while Ozma was restrained with the embrace, still shaken by this new status quo, and the world collapsed as I started to slowly shake Anne. I woke up. A blink, then two. My nostrils were instantly hit by the sterile smell burning my nose and pushing me further into a greater awareness of the situation. Hospital. I was restrained into the bed as various machines handled my survival for how long I have been stuck in here. I had bandages covering most of my body, with my eyes and mouth being the only thing left untouched from the looks of it. Coma. Half dead. Definitely both N. I saw a camera standing right over my head on the opposite wall. And as I moved my head, it followed my face. Hello. A few minutes later, I was swarmed by doctors and nurses that checked my conditions, put me through a couple hundreds of tests and I felt incredibly confused. After what felt like an eternity, I was finally visited by James. He looked tired, but less so than he had been before the last fight. The war was over. It had been for a full week since Salem died. I was in a coma for a full week. Fuck. I asked my family, how were they? If they were worried, and let's just say I was surprised when, as I was storming the general with questions, the only doors to the room opened to reveal a couple of familiar faces. Nora rushed quickly to my side, followed by Ren and Cinder. Dad? You are all right, right? I smiled weakly. As fine as I could be from a week-long coma. By the way, did you smuggle in any good food? I'm starving. Nora giggled, but still cried happily at the good news. Sienna moved closer. Poor Damien wanted to jump onto my chest and latched onto me but couldn't move out of his mother's hold, and, yep, this was a sudden and yet powerful reunion. Everything was alright. I conquered my own peace and it sure felt so quiet now in my head. No Ozma, no Sally, only me. I still had magic, I still had everything checked for, except now I would have to deal with some missing pieces of hair that would force me to wear a hat for a while, but I was fine. Everyone was fine. And now, what was left to do was to comply with what the gods told me. Live the life I was given the chance to live and enjoy the fruits of this ending. Chapter 78, Epilogue 1, The End. If you want a happy ending, that depends, of course, on where you stop your story. Orson Welles. It's been 5 years since Salem's defeat and things had surprisingly gone well for Remnant. The decline of the Grimm's horde led to moderate expansion for all kingdoms, with the new lands providing a good chance for all nations to deal with the problem of overpopulation, and the rapid increase of denizens for each of the countries led to an exponential economic growth. More money flowing, more investments and improvements. Atlas faced a great upgrade, shifting a large part of the funds on Mantles and other cities in an effort to bring the rest of the kingdom to the same level of their capital. Vale managed to restore the colony in INTRIGUE, having first to deal with the mad scientist Dr. Merlot as he had taken residence within the abandoned settlement with his mutated creatures, but this ultimately led to a greater launch into expansion compared to places such as Vacuo and Mistral. With the former having the slowest process due to its internal struggles and the latter facing a few financial issues regarding the effort due to how ineffective the budget had been when it came to these new costs. Of course, nothing was perfect. While criminals did indeed take part in some of the military effort back against the Queen of the Grimm, the normal status quo resumed shortly after. Not many saw a reason to start anew, and names like Roman Torchwick and Miss Malachite were common to the ears of many through the news. People that made a fortune in criminal deeds and saw no reason to leave it. Nothing really worrying since most of their deeds was prevented by the ever-active police force within the kingdom. The battle against the Grimm had a positive influence on the new generation as many either became part of the Huntsman Corps, or actually shifted their interest to their nation's police forces if they lacked the aura affinity to follow the first path. Ojban had seemingly retired, favoring Glinda Goodwitch as his successor as he sought a proper exile after what happened. No Salem meant he had no reason to genuinely keep behind. I didn't hear much of him and I would have expected at least one last visit. Questions, the need for answers, nothing. Ojban decided to no longer care about his future as he was now done for. The old wizard could finally go in retirement, and no one saw a reason to keep him around. Everything culminated on the many commissions formed after that final battle, some of which I either was included as a member or presided as the leading representative. Some of these managed to promote a form of unity to encourage greater cooperation between the nations, while some failed in their intent, such as trying to promote a combined effort to stabilize Vacuo. The reason this particular attempt failed could be attributed to the strongly influenced commission due to Atlas' own interests in the region. Resources untapped that could be exploited with acts of goodwill. Vacuo's government was still recognized as a valid point of reference in this instance, and they decided against asking for any support from any kingdom. Just 2 years after that proclamation, the nation had stabilized into a decentralized monarchic federation with an elective succession. It was a nice day to spend sitting outside. I had already dealt with the last batch of paperwork for the day, and in a week from that moment I would see the closure of my career in the White Fang. After spending so many years into that job, it was time for me to pass the torch to someone else. A minority within the organization thought that it was quite nepotistic that I decided that Cinder would be a good successor, but everyone could agree that the girl had done more than enough to warrant that promotion. I was going to enjoy semi-retirement, as my attention would shift to my little pet project that I had been quite careful to not expand on during my pseudo-political role, the creation of a company that would serve as a menagerie's own SDC. An organization that would remain within the borders of the newly accepted republic, and serve as a means to further expand businesses, infrastructure, and services. I held back from jumping on that boat due to my commitments with the White Fang becoming reason for condemnation. One could easily accuse this dual approach to be dishonest in some aspects and, truth be told, I saw that myself. So, I decided to wait for retirement and then shift all my might into getting the company started and get to work. Dad. Ren is hitting me with a stick again. I chuckled, noticing poor Damien now running around the garden, being chased by the little terror girl that was giggling and waving a lengthy tree's branch at him. The younger child was Raven's own desire coming to reality. She eventually got through the reluctance and attacked. The final result was 9 intense months which culminated in Ren Bukharin's birth and the many ramifications that warranted. I was still a bit nervous about the overall situation, specifically what it meant to Young, but the blonde was ecstatic when she could have 2 sisters instead of 1, and an extra one due to relation. Poor Nora faced a bit more teasing than before due to this matter, but she seemed fine as she had Weiss instantly keeping by her side. With the passing of these few years, the 2 girls matured from their nervous attempts to show off their affection from one another. Their actions were calmer and less prominent as they favored the chance to spend more time alone rather than being too showing off their relationship. They were engaged, but not rushing through it. There was a bet running between the adults about when the 2 were going to marry. As Nora's father and Weiss' replacement paternal figure, I was keen to go for them to do it by 25, while others, Sienna too, thought they would go for it when they were either 20 or 21. Ren, hun, no bashing your big brother. The red-eyed little menace seemed to hear me, but instead of stopping, the girl shifted her attention to me and rushed to get to where I was sitting. What she didn't expect as she got right in range to strike was that I swiftly grabbed her by her sides and lifted her off the ground. Wah! She exclaimed in a mixture of awe and giddiness. Papa! Ren, no hitting big bro. Her awe vanished, and a cute pout appeared. Oh my, a pouty cutie pie. What will this papa do? Her expression cracked to show some amusement, and she definitely got the message clear as I gave her a response. I know. Some tickling shall do. Beebois. Papa, why you meanie? Ren eagerly rebuked, her giggles filling up the whole scene as a sheepish-looking Damien approached. Dad, she can be so mean. She can, I muttered in agreement, but your sis is just a tough nut that is training on you. Training? For when someone will try to hurt you. Isn't this little sister a good one too? Ren nodded. I train to kick butt. No buttery in this house, sweetie, I remarked, and she giggled again at the silly wording. Now, how about, we go and bake some cookies? Damien hummed. Didn't Mom say that it would be best to not cook anything since today's going to have a big lunch? Oh, right. I admitted to the embarrassing lapse of memory, remembering just that moment that older Rubes and Mary were going to come back from their trip in vacuo that day. These two had started working together ever since James allowed the two to operate in deep operations. I could tell the jerk was trying to play matchmaker, and, surprisingly enough, I could tell that it worked well. They weren't taking any big steps just yet despite how long they had been operating on the field together, but I knew it was going to happen. And the teasing was going to be legendary. Well, how about we prepare something delicious for lunch? I bet your moms will not mind that. Damien's cat-like ears twitched in intrigue. Okay. Yay! Ren exclaimed happily as we all retreated back into the house. Not the finest ending, but definitely the happiest. I hope. Ozma and Sally are happy right now. Chapter 79, Epilogue 2, Presage. I can't help but feel like something bad is coming this way. John Buchanan, unknown source. I'm sorry, but are you trying to tell us that Dash? You two came from a different world? Peace had reigned in Remnant for a while, with both Ozma and Salem making sure that everything followed a balance of good and evil. Nothing had ultimately forced their hand into acting directly, and things had been particularly calm, until this very day. A portal, two individuals stepping through and providing them with incredible confusion since this place wasn't meant to be easily accessible to anyone but them. An explanation ensued, and there was much to digest from their side of things. Different worlds, to be more precise, the chatty priest announced. A young man with short dark hair, red eyes, and a charismatic smile. He wore the outfits of a saintly figure, but his magic energy was the clear opposite. A demon. Mine cooler than his. If you're done trying to prove a point, Richard, I suggest you let me deal with this, the other man argued, his tone flat and uncaring about the indirect jab aimed at his own direction. The orange-eyed blonde wore formal clothes made by a gray jacket and pants, with a white shirt, a blue tie and a pair of black shoes to complete his outfit. Now, where was I? Yes. Now, I understand that this situation might sound absurd, but we're already aware that someone in this dimension had already come here from a similar situation. Which is why this dimension in particular could be targeted. By what? Salem inquired, and the priest hummed. Some bastard of the chaotic kind. Can't explain it myself, only that they can be quite tough to deal with. Numerous and strong, Richard explained, glancing at the blonde. Hence why there's this kind of roll call meant to prepare everyone for when the bigger wave hit. And when it will hit Dash. It will threaten all dimensions at once, the normal man interjected, concluding the sentence. Which is why we're here. You have to know this piece you have, the one you conquered through sacrifice and hardship, will be threatened by creatures beyond the realm of Grimm or other mythological monsters. Entities that will put everything under siege. And what would you offer, then? Ozma asked cautiously. An alliance. For the future of all. And how would that work? The new god of darkness pressed, trying to at least understand the general points of that proposal. You will be informed when it will all begin. It will be as quick as we can move, but us and our other colleagues are putting an effort to be at ready for when this unfold. The same is, of course, expected to you. We will make sure everything is well defended. A nod came from the blonde. Good, Anne. I suppose we're done there. We sure are. Time to get back to business, Richard pointed out in amusement. More like dilly-dallying. Can it, you prick, the priest grumbled in brief frustration, the duo not even sparing a goodbye as they opened another rift and left the two deities of Remnant confused on this new circumstance. Should we involve John? Ozma asked, surprising his wife with that lack of confidence on the matter. It was rare, and never a sign of goodness considering the current instance. Not yet, Salem argued. The last thing we need is for him to overthink this and mess any chances of preparing for this threat. A nameless one. Not nameless, unknown. It's chaos. But to what degree and how would it develop? So many questions left unanswered, most of which because without a source of clarification. The future was bright now, but it was clear something was going to eventually end this all. Were they going to make it? That they couldn't tell just yet. The end.